Meet our protagonist, Ye Lule. He's a programmer, and yeah, he's not exactly loving his job. Growing up, Lule's family was dirt poor. His older brother, the one who held the family together, vanished, and Lule has no idea where he went. So when he gets home, he walks in on his other brother having a massive fight with his girlfriend. Turns out, she wasn't exactly thrilled to find out her boyfriend had 68 other girlfriends, all of whom he claimed to love. Lule visits him every day, so this was a new sight. But let's be real, it was only a matter of time. His brother brings so many girls over, one of them was bound to leave some clothes behind, since that's what they all come over to do anyway. Fei tells him to just forget it, he's got plenty of other girls after all. The real issue is that Ye Lule has found a clue about their missing brother. Their older brother disappeared because of a full dive VR game. He makes a promise to himself that he will find him, and his plan leads him straight to the launch of the new game, Fantasy Moon. The two of them suit up in their full dive gear, and you can see the suits cover everything, even the parts back here behind the helmet. I'll let you imagine the possibilities. After sensing up with the game world, Ye Lule gets a fairy assistant to show him the ropes. The game's senses are all linked directly to the brain, so just like in Sword Art Online, they materialize inside the main city. They each have their own status window and stats. Right away, his brother calls Lule over to show off a new friend he's already made. Seriously, this guy can't see a girl in a skirt without making a move. Lule splits off from his brother, claiming he has a different mission to handle. Once he's alone, he has his fairy open a special code window. He enters a long, complex activation sequence, making it clear his reason for being in this game is anything but ordinary. 3 items, which he coded himself and hid in the game's source code, pop into his inventory. A bracelet that levels up with him, a book that generates random quests, and the most important one of all, a scroll. This scroll is an invitation to become an Azura of Hell, the very same secret item his older brother got during the beta. Lule is sure this is where it all started, the key to his brother's disappearance, and he accepts the transformation without a second thought. But the process goes horribly wrong. Instead of power, he feels an agonizing pain in his chest as he's hit with visions of cloaked figures stabbing him under a blood-red moon. The system crashes, and he's dragged into a digital void, completely unable to log out. He awakens in a dark cemetery, not as a mighty Azura, but in the frail body of a level 1 skeleton. Standing before him is an epic boss, Rhine, who thinks Lule is a servant he just summoned. When Lule tries to talk, he's branded a disobedient lackey and gets brutally punished. Then he conjures the skill chains of hell to attack the skeleton. Completely bound by the chains, the young man questions what the summoner is doing to him. With a smile, the man replies that he is just teaching him to become an obedient dog. But with no way to react, Lule screams that he is only at level 1 and has no skills to fight. Then he is forcefully thrown against the ground of the cemetery. The impact throws him against one of the crosses in the area. As he gets up, he looks up and wonders what that creature was. A colossal creature emerges on the horizon, filling the entire scene under the moonlight. Confused, he calls for his fairy and asks where he is, questioning if he accidentally entered the wrong map. Soon, the guide informs him that he is in the land of pure darkness, the birthplace of high-level bosses. Not knowing what to do, he asks if there is any mission he can undertake nearby. The fairy then informs him that she found a mission point, but it is 100 kilometers away. While climbing a cliff, he asks if there is another way, but the little fairy confirms that this is the shortest route. As he dodges a monster, the fairy warns him that he has received a new message from Ma Fei. In the conversation, the brother excitedly shares his progress, but the young man responds tersely that he is still at level 1 and needs to log off. As the guide urges him to flee from a monster, he irritably replies that he doesn't need to be warned. Completely exhausted, he stops to catch his breath while the fairy points out that they are nearing their destination. Soon he arrives at a huge city in flames and announces with relief that he has finally made it. As he approaches, he encounters a gigantic line, and the fairy informs him that the wait will be approximately 2 hours. Then he spots another entrance that is completely empty, but his companion warns him that this is not the planned route. Not caring, he asserts that the important thing is to enter the city and dismisses the fairy, who obeys his command. Before long, he approaches the guards and asks to enter, explaining that he has an urgent matter to resolve. To his surprise, one of the guards agrees with a smile, saying it is normal to be in a hurry and invites him to enter. As he thanks them, the guards clear the way, stating that there is no need for thanks. As soon as he enters, the guards begin to laugh, commenting on how fun it will be to see him die when everything starts. Soon, a system notification reveals that the registration period for the Wind Cloud Arena has ended, a place of 9 deaths and 1 life. With that, he advances alone into danger, unaware of what awaits him on the other side. As he moves through a dark corridor, Ye Lule hears an announcement echoing, revealing that they have finally arrived. Just ahead, he needs to stop for a moment, blinded by the strong light that appears before him. A lively presenter rabbit appears, declaring that the last competitor has finally arrived. Upon checking the information, the rabbit is surprised to discover that the new participant is only at level 1. Immediately, laughter echoes among the competitors, and one of them mocks that he could knock him down with just a breath. Ignoring the taunts, the presenter officially announces the start of the Storm Cloud Arena battle, exciting the crowd. He then introduces himself along with his partner and explains that, as tradition dictates, he will reveal the event's rules. The rules appear on the panel, showing that everyone will have their levels adjusted to that of the weakest competitor, with the minimum being 10. In an instant, everyone's levels drop to 10, and one of the participants threatens to break Yuli's bones because of this. Realizing the situation, Yulai regrets not having listened to CC's advice, concluding that he entered through the wrong door. At that moment, a system notification congratulates him for reaching level 10 and invites him to choose his starting class. Faced with the options, he remembers his brother's advice, who always said he had the ideal profile to be an assassin. Following that memory, Yulai chooses the assassin class, immediately receiving confirmation from the system. His appearance changes before everyone, reflecting his new identity. The rabbit then hurries the group, announcing that it is time to distribute the equipment for battle. As soon as Yulai receives a temporary dagger, he thinks it won't be bad to try it out, since he can surrender if he loses. The presenter, filled with excitement, announces that they have reached the highlight of the arena. Standout competitors could be chosen by special mentors. He then introduces the man on the left as the renowned Lord Zhuang Huishu from the Blood Moon City. Next, he points to the woman on the right, revealing her as the #1 beauty of the city, Lady Wu Yu, who had only accepted one disciple to date, Han Yixio. Upon hearing the name, Yi Lulei immediately recognizes his older brother, understanding that he has finally found a clue about his whereabouts. Thus, he concludes that Wu Yu may have answers and that he needs to find a way to approach her. Noticing the boy's gaze, Wu Yu hesitates for a moment, considering crushing him, but soon gives up, thinking she could simply kill Zhuang Huishui. The presenter concludes the introductions, asking who will take the rewards and officially starting the event. To begin the competition, he announces the first match, the most awaited of all, Blood Claw from the Blood Lion clan. Thus, born with an epic lineage, the Blood Lion clan naturally excels in combat. As a representative of the new generation, his invincible claws make him the favorite player of this competition. With a single strike, Blood Claw secures victory with overwhelming dominance over his opponent. Shortly after, the presenter announces the zombie swordsman Bai Lei, the famous vice leader of the Great Sword sect. With his fast and precise sword, he defeats his opponent and seems to be winning with considerable ease. Next, the third winner is revealed, Jir, the dual-wielding demon, whose strength should not be underestimated. To everyone's surprise, the rabbit reveals that the victorious fourth competitor is the cannon fodder contestant, announcing the start of the second round. With the random pairing complete, the tournament bracket displays the 4 finalists and the first match about to begin. Then the screen announces the clash between the cannon fodder contestant and the dual-wielding demon Jir. As the battle begins, the demon stares at his opponent and simply orders him to surrender. With disdain, he claims that he is not qualified to make him fight, as he despises killing weaklings like him. Still, the young competitor remains silent as he listened to his opponent. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game, a creature is hit squarely by a fireball. Soon, 2 girls praise Ah Fei for having taken out all the goblins in the area, asking how he did that. With a smug smile, the young man replies that it was just basic knowledge, nothing worth mentioning. As the girls call him amazing, he brushes them off, telling them to wait and see something even more impressive. Finally, he states that they will know what is unbelievable when they meet his second brother and wonders if everything is going well with him. Thus, the host observes that the cannon fodder contestant seems to have courage, as he has no intention of accepting his opponent's goodwill. With that, the warrior asserts that he still does not understand the situation, as he has already lost his only chance to survive. Even so, he promises to give him a good fight as he moves in for the attack. Soon, the host is impressed, narrating that the fighter's strike is so fast that it becomes a blur before the eyes. However, the attacker does not believe that the competitor managed to dodge, claiming it was just a lucky hit. Next, the narrator describes how the challenger narrowly escaped the attack once again. Thus, the swordsman shouts that he cannot flee while launching his Void Destroyer Slash. The attack then rushes at high speed towards the skeleton. Incredulous, the host narrates that the player managed to dodge again, questioning how that was possible. Meanwhile, the skeleton focuses his gaze, calmly analyzing the situation. Shortly after, he calculates the length of the arms and the enemy blade to determine its total reach. Thus, he concludes that the opponent's maximum range is less than 200 centimeters, understanding that he will be safe if he keeps his distance. With the advantage created, he predicts that the next attack will leave the opponent immobile for a moment, giving him the chance to win. Seeing the scene, the audience begins to taunt the swordsman, questioning how he cannot handle a simple skeleton. Irritated by the situation, the warrior shouts that it is just luck, and that he will cut him in half with the next strike. Then he leaps into the air and delivers his powerful lightning strike. Already anticipating the move, the skeleton prepares to counterattack, activating his critical hit ability. With a quick slash, he hits the opponent squarely, who reacts in surprise to the unexpected blow. Incredulous at what happened, the swordsman shouts, not understanding how that could be possible. As he falls defeated, he laments dying to a low-level guide before becoming the Lord of Oblivion. Shocked, the host announces the end of the match, questioning whether the cannon fodder competitor was hiding his true strength. With that, he asks the crowd to applaud the winner and to await his performance in the upcoming matches. From his seat, Lord Jumong asks Wu Yu what she thinks of that skeleton, which she finds interesting. Even though she thinks it is only useful for passing the time, she replies that the lowest lineage can only be useless. Next, the host calls for silence and announces that the championship battle, the most exciting of all, is about to begin. Soon after, the screen displays the clash between Bloodclaw from the Bloodlion clan and the zombie swordsman Bai Lei. Thus, the two finalists face each other in the arena as the match officially begins. With a look of disdain, Bloodclaw taunts him, stating that he should know he is no match for him. With a smile, the zombie swordsman agrees that his lineage is indeed inferior to that of his rival. However, he declares that as long as he holds the sword, he will be unstoppable, and nothing can hold him back. He then launches his flowing water lightning strike attack directly at his opponent. Surprised, the host narrates that the combined strike is 5 times faster than Gears and is about to take the lion's head off. As he advances, the swordsman states that this is the price to pay for underestimating his opponent. However, with a slight smile, the Blood Warrior reminds him that lineage is not everything. Upon seeing his attack being stopped, the challenger shouts incredulously, not understanding how that could be possible. With that, the champion manages to hold the sword only with his mouth. Soon after, he activates his ability Explosive Fury Claw. The attack then advances like an X of energy, hitting the opponent squarely. After the impact, the winner stands over the defeated opponent's body. With a disdainful smile, he claims he thought the swordsman would have some strength, but he is nothing but trash. Shocked, the narrator announces that the warrior is so powerful that he defeated his enemy instantly, defining the champion of the arena. Then the entire crowd begins to shout his name in celebration. Thus, Lord Zhuang comments that the little lion is not bad and has some value, but Wu Yu despises him, saying that lineage wouldn't even be fit to guard his gate. In the background, Yi Luli observes the scene and wonders what just happened. While analyzing the fight, he realizes that the winner managed to destroy the opponent's weapon, something that shouldn't be possible with standard equipment. With that, Yi Luli concludes that even with the level reduced to 10, the lion's base attributes still far exceed the average. Soon after, the champion turns and calls the attention of the little pest who was watching him from afar. Finally, with a smile, he challenges him to come up and fight, stating that he hasn't had enough fun yet. Thus, the lion man insists that the opponent come up, provoking him by reminding him of his recent victory and questioning his courage. While analyzing the situation, Yi Lili admits to himself that he indeed does not have a high chance of winning the fight. Still, he knows that the only way to get closer to Lady Wu Yu is by winning this battle. From her box, the lady comments that it would be boring if he didn't accept the challenge, questioning whether he will disappoint her. With that, Yi Luli reflects that if he gives up now in the face of a difficult task, he will have no hope of finding his older brother. Soon he reinforces that his brothers are his only family and more important than his life, promising that nothing will stop him. With the decision made, the confrontation screen announces the start of the battle between Bloodclaw and the competitor Cannon Fodder. Before him, the Leonine warrior laughs, saying that inferior life forms have stupid brains for getting up after a mere provocation. The Lion Man promises that the challenger will be just a small delight before victory, asking him to show despair and anger to satisfy him. In response, the competitor says that he talks too much and asks if he is going to fight or not. Without hesitation, Yi Luli charges at high speed towards his opponent. However, the adversary admits that his speed is not just for show, but concludes that it is still too slow. Surprised, the lion realizes that the enemy has become faster, remembering that he is an assassin who was holding back, but still calls him trash. In response, the warrior delivers a devastating blow with his claws. With that, Yi Luli concludes that his speed does not give him an advantage, as the lion's attributes are much higher. Noticing that he was injured, the champion cannot believe that, being a noble, he was humiliated by such a weak opponent in front of everyone. Surrounded by an aura, the Lion Man promises that he will make his opponent die in the most humiliating way possible. The presenter rabbit narrates incredulously that the competitor not only survived the exchange of blows, but also managed to injure the Leonine warrior. While Lord Zhuang Huaishui finds it strange that his level and lineage are the lowest, Lady Wu Yu concludes that the fight is getting interesting. Then the lion questions whether the enemy is proud of his speed, promising to defeat him in his own fast game. In an instant, he reaches Yi Luli and prepares a precise strike. With the impact, the young man is thrown backward, sliding across the arena. At the edge of the platform, Yi Luli comments that he almost lost his balance. Seeing the opportunity, the adversary challenges him to dodge his final attack, the Berserk Explosive Claws. As he launches the blow, the Lion Man tells him to remember, in the next life, that trash should remain in the trash. Suddenly, Yi Luli reveals that he was just playing, as he was expecting exactly this movement in its casting time. With that, the system announces the activation of Backstab, moving him instantly behind the enemy. While the lion continues his attack, Yi Luli provokes him again. Then he shouts that, before finishing the move, the opponent cannot turn around. Finally, the leonine warrior admits that the calculations were very good, but claims that it will all be in vain. Immediately, the Lion Man activates his lineage ability, the Furious Lion's Roar. At that moment, Yi Luli screams that he cannot move, realizing what probably happened. Meanwhile, the presenter rabbit explains that the ability paralyzes anyone within 5 meters for a second and a half. Soon after, Lord Zhuang Huaishui expresses his amazement that he awakened the power at such a young age and declares that he now wants him for himself. In turn, Lady Wu Yu teases the Lord by saying that he eats too much, but soon laments that the fight has lost interest for her. With a smile, the Lion Warrior boasts, claiming that this is the absolute power of the lineage. Shortly after, he orders his opponent to fall into despair while attacking him. Suddenly, Yi Luli reappears elsewhere, dodging the strike at the last moment. At that moment, the presenter rabbit narrates that, with one arm and one leg broken, the fight is already decided, questioning whether the competitor will surrender or die on stage. In response to the scene, the Lion Man lets out a sinister laugh. Even without understanding, Yi Luli hears his enemies say that he doesn't need to surrender, as he plans to kill him anyway after the match. Finally, with an internal smile, the young man concludes that the bait has been cast and now all that is left is for the opponent to take the bait. Thus, the Lion Man approaches, thinking about how to torture him, while Yi Luli calculates that there are only 3 steps left. With one more move, the adversary asks him to say something to create a mood, while the young man counts that there are 2 steps left. As he gets even closer, the lion steps on his leg and apologizes, at the exact moment when the mental count reaches just 1 step. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Yi Luli decides that the time to attack is now. In a sudden movement, he stands up and launches a surprise attack with his weapons. At that instant, the Lion Warrior comments that the rebellion makes everything more fun, just as the assassin activates the ability Backstab. Incredulous at what is happening, the enemy screams, "W, what?" With a strike from behind, Yi Luli violently knocks him down in the arena. From the VIP boxes, Lady Wu Yu and Lord Zhuang Huaishui watch the scene in complete shock. After an absolute silence, the presenter rabbit stammers, unable to comprehend what just happened. Soon after, the commentator Turtle shouts that the turnaround was spectacular and that he will explain the analysis of the play. Then the commentator reveals that from the beginning, the challenger showed a speed advantage to provoke Bloodclaw and make him angry. The analysis continues, explaining that the young man feigned weakness to lure the opponent and force him to use his final move. In the most exciting part, the turtle reveals that the broken arm and leg were actually a trick he executed himself. Finally, the explanation concludes that when everyone thought he was lost, he used a skeletal resurrection to achieve the final counterattack. With an air of superiority, the commentator questions whether his analysis was accurate before announcing the name of the great winner. Thus, the name of the competitor is finally revealed to the entire arena, Zhan Yu. Fallen on the ground, the Lion Man screams that he cannot die and tries to surrender before being finished off. While watching from the VIP box, Lord Zhuang Huaishui orders that the problem be resolved once and for all. Soon after, the Lord himself descends to the arena and launches a direct attack against Zhan Yu. With a clenched fist, he concentrates a large amount of energy for the final blow. The wave of energy hits the young man squarely, throwing him back with the impact. As he is being shattered, Zhan Yu can barely articulate what is happening. With his skull about to disintegrate, he realizes he was very close to achieving his goal. Suddenly, Lady Wu Yu appears in the arena and intercepts the young man's skull before it completely disintegrates. With a subtle movement, she concentrates energy at the tip of her finger. Then she fires the attack known as Heavenly Piercing Finger in the direction of the Lord. The strike hits its target squarely, causing an explosion that destroys a large part of the arena. Wounded and furious, Zhuang Huaishui screams Wu Yu's name, demanding a good explanation or the matter will not end so easily. However, the lady merely stares at him in silence while using her power to regenerate Jan Yu's body. Finally, with a gentle touch on his face, she declares that from now on, he is her personal possession. Then, Lady Wu Yu informs that everything should have returned to normal now. Soon, Jan Yu realizes that his bones have not only been healed, but are now even stronger than before. Next, the lady asks where the rabbit and the turtle have gone, threatening them if they do not announce the results quickly. Frightened, the two appear terrified, saying they are already there and asking the other to start speaking. With that, the presenter officially announces that Jan Yu is the grand champion of the Storm Cloud Arena tournament. Soon after, the system calculates the rewards, granting him experience, a new level, and the passive skill, Shadow Step. Upon receiving his new epic dagger, the warrior comments that it feels perfect in his hands. Meanwhile, the turtle is surprised by the weapon, and the rabbit agrees that it is ideal for prolonged battles in future events. Next, Wu Yu states that, with the wounds healed and the reward received, it is time to begin the Storm Cloud catastrophe. Immediately, the presenter rabbit explains that the event has two parts, and that now the champion must descend to the player's world as a limited-time boss. In the distance, Lord Zhuanghui Shui shouts that this is not over, accusing Wu Yu of declaring war on the Northern Hall and threatening to report her. Irritated, the lady accuses him of plotting against her to take her military resources, calling him an old bastard. She further accuses him of being a hypocrite who always meddles in others' affairs and threatens him, saying not to doubt that she will cut off his supplies. While the two powerful figures argue, Jan Yu laments that half the city will suffer if they fight and asks to be taken to the next event quickly. Before he departs, Wu Yu warns him not to embarrass her and orders him not to return if he does not manage to kill 1,000 people. As he sets off for the event, the system announces that the random achievement manual has been activated, generating a new mission for him. Soon, the system informs him of his successful arrival and the mission codename, making Yi Luli remember something he had forgotten. Next, the random mission is revealed. Complete the task Heart's Blindness from Wu Yu and kill 1,000 players during the event. Immediately, an announcement echoes to all players, informing them that the limited-time boss Blood Moon Wanderer has descended and must be eliminated. With that, his omniscient bracelet detects the level increase and is finally equipped, granting him a bonus to all attributes. The system also explains that since this is the first time he equips it, he will receive a new random skill. Then he acquires the skill Hunter's Plague Blade, realizing that the kills increase the transferred damage. Yi Luli understands that as long as he reduces the health of many enemies, he can use this technique for a mass attack. Thus, he concludes that theoretically, he can become a perpetual motion machine by eliminating several enemies at once. Finally, he calls for CC and asks if other players can see his location, and the fairy confirms that the system broadcasts his position in real time. Thus, he concludes that from now on, things will be much simpler. Meanwhile, a group of players approaches the area, shouting and asking where the boss is. With his technique, he continues to reap dozens of enemies, raising his count to over 300. From atop a tree, the young man observes that the area is clear and decides to move to another location, lamenting that it is a waste not to be able to collect the equipment. Suddenly, a player appears and shouts that he is getting rich, as everything now belongs to him. At that moment, the young man hears the newcomer say that this is the script of a protagonist. Without giving him time to react, he jumps and attacks the opponent. As he disappears, the player refuses to believe he was killed in one blow, and the hunter merely comments that he talks too much. Soon, a new crowd advances to the clearing, shouting that the boss is theirs and that they will make a fortune with the items. Again, the warrior uses his technique to eliminate all who approach. With his kill count at 444, he concludes that the number is still too low. Next, he remembers the talkative player says that he gave him an idea, and sends a message to Ah Fei to come to his coordinates alone. Upon arriving at the location, Ah Fei finds a clearing filled with weapons stuck in the ground. Seeing the impressive amount of equipment, he can only exclaim how incredible the scene is. Soon after, the system announces the defeat of the boss giant warrior Kui Gong. With that, the player Luna, a moon knight, is congratulated for obtaining an epic bracelet as a reward. On the status screen, the item Heart of Resilience appears, which has a chance to increase resistance against control attacks. Observing the scene, the young man comments that it is the first time he sees someone solo an epic boss, and asks CC to research the Moon Knight class. Next, the system explains that it is a hidden class with balanced attributes and attacks that have both physical and magical damage. Even without seeing anyone, the young woman feels that she is being watched and concludes that someone is nearby. Logo, a group of 3 players emerges from the forest, and one of them sarcastically congratulates her, asking if she just got an epic item. Faced with the request to take a look at the item, the knight directly challenges them, asking if they want to fight for it. The group leader declines, saying they just want to be friends and maybe borrow her equipment for a few days. Hidden among the trees, the observer reflects that when two parties fight, a third party benefits. With a confident look, the warrior dares them to come forward, and the group responds that she is asking for trouble as they prepare to attack her. In an instant, she unleashes her attack Starlight Slash against the enemies. Completely surprised by her power, the leader realizes they may have gotten into more trouble than they can handle. Soon after, he introduces himself as an important member of the Arrogant Guild and threatens her if she dares to touch him. Without hesitation, the young woman eliminates him with a single blow and then orders the onlookers that they have seen enough and should come down. As the young man descends from the tree, the two face each other, both concluding that the opponent in front of them looks quite challenging. With the decision made, they advance toward each other to initiate combat. Suddenly, a crowd of players from the Arrogant Guild bursts into the clearing, shouting that they are there to avenge their brothers. Upon realizing the situation, the two exchange glances and begin to run together to escape the crowd. At that moment, one of the guild members spots the boss flying, but their leader orders them to ignore it, as revenge is the priority. Meanwhile, one of the boss hunters invites Luna to join the professional treasure hunting team. Noticing the escape, the leaders of both groups become irritated, one shouting not to let the girl get away and the other to pursue the boss. With that, the two factions split and begin to run to prevent their respective targets from escaping. Amid the chaos, the groups end up colliding with each other, complaining that they got in each other's way while chasing their enemies. As the confusion unfolds, the duo continues to run side by side to escape the forest. Suddenly, one of the players screams in panic to alert the others. Soon after, another one panics upon realizing they were coming back. At that moment, Luna also advances, eliminating several opponents with her attack. Amid the chaos, a mage shouts for them to stay back and launches a fireball. Shortly after, an archer fires an arrow, while other players unleash their abilities in a disordered manner. With that, a true rain of attacks of all kinds descends upon the duo. After the dust settles, some survivors wonder if the boss has been defeated, while complaining about almost being eliminated by the area attack. Taking advantage of the confusion, he initiates a devastating counterattack against the crowd. With his technique, Yi Lulai eliminates hundreds of players, whose screams echo as his kill count skyrockets. When the number reaches 999, only he and Luna remain standing on the battlefield. In a final move, both advance toward each other in search of the last kill. Soon after, the system announces that the random conquest task has been successfully completed. Meanwhile, far away, a girl in a wheelchair watches the ocean from her bedroom window. Moments later, the governess informs Miss Bay that the master and mistress are calling her for dinner. However, she replies that they should eat first, as she is not hungry yet. Already seated at her table, the young woman begins to write a strategy, concluding that the boss she faced had an intelligence and AI far more advanced than normal. Meanwhile, the young warrior receives the notification that he has completed the mission of eliminating 1,000 players, earning the earring of the God of Illusion as a reward. Soon after, the description of the mythical item reveals that it allows the bearer to alter their race, appearance, and passive talents. Holding the earring, the fighter analyzes the object and recognizes the incredible flexibility that such a rare reward offers. Immediately, the system congratulates him for finishing the Wind Cloud hunt, granting points, a new level, and the skilled Demon Blade. Back in the arena, the crowd erupts in applause in celebration for his overwhelming victory. Additionally, the presenter Rabbit congratulates the competitor Moon Slayer for the unprecedented feat, while the commentator Turtle declares him worthy of the new title. With that, the young man receives the title of Rising Star of the Wind Cloud and walks through the arena portal under the spotlight. On the other side, Lord Zhuang Hui Shui watches him with a smile, recognizing his performance from afar. At that moment, Lady Wu Yu approaches and says that he did not do badly, managing to avoid embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Right after, the lady instructs him to follow her as she moves away, leaving a trail of red energy on the ground. Next, the warrior is taken to the Blood Moon City, one of the secret realms, towards the blood pool of evolution. Faced with the landscape, he questions where he is, realizing that everything has completely deviated from his original plans. With that, Wu Yu asks why Blood Claw was so dominant, and the young man correctly responds that it was because of his lineage. She then explains that, just like items, each race and lineage has different attribute values, which justifies the superiority of some. To conclude, the woman points out that his skeleton lineage is the lowest of all, equivalent to a common item. With that, the fighter asks if this place can help him surpass the limits of his lineage, and she confirms that it can. Then, Wu Yu explains that this is the secret realm of the blood pool, which manages and orders him to choose a place to jump. Soon after, the lady warns him that how much he will evolve depends solely on himself. Far away in the North Moon Hall, a wine cup shatters on the floor with a thud. From his throne, Lord Zhuang Huaishui shouts Wu Yu's name and vows that he will not let the situation go unpunished. He soon complains to his advisor about the humiliation he suffered, while the servant asks him to calm down. However, the advisor presents a positive viewpoint, explaining that the loyalty of the Bloodlion clan is now guaranteed. Even so, the Lord admits that it is hard to accept, but orders the advisor to speak as soon as he mentions having an idea. Finally, the servant suggests with a smile that, although they cannot act directly against Wu Yu, there is a way to take revenge. Then the advisor leans in to whisper the plan into Lord Zhuang Huaishui's ear, who shows interest. After hearing the suggestion, the ruler approves the idea with a smile and agrees to put it into practice. Back at the blood pool, the imposing Lady Wu Yu watches the young warrior absorbing the energy of the place at an impressive speed. In light of the scene, she acknowledges that his potential is indeed very high. Suddenly, a voice calls her Master Wu Yu, causing the woman to turn her face towards the sound. Then the captain of the Black Death Guards appears with his troop and informs her that her master has been summoned by the lord of the city. Without turning around, she replies that she is busy and that they must wait until she finishes what she is doing. However, the captain insists and presents the blood summons, a direct order from the city's ruler. Wu Yu clicks her tongue, as such an order is absolute and her refusal results in immediate execution. Turning back to the young man, she warns him that rocks may fall from the mountains, and that it is better for him not to die now. Soon after, the woman turns to the captain and authorizes him to do what he intended. In light of the permission, the guard leader opens a slight smile of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the energy of the pool boils and creates a vortex around the body of the warrior, who levitates in the center, while two members of the Shadow Squad approach the edge. The squad leader, a subordinate of Zhuang Huaishui, gestures for his men to attack. With that, the assassins leap towards the center of the vortex, surrounding the spot where the young man disappeared. Suddenly, a small sphere of red energy emerges from the bottom of the pool, right in the middle of the impending attack. Under the red sky, the landscape of the blood pool remains dark and silent. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and the captain observe the events from atop a cliff. The man comments that even she must obey the summons, but the lady merely watches the pool and says that it is just beginning. Suddenly, the woman sits on a stone throne that appears out of nowhere, and the captain questions her about what she is doing. Thus, Wu Yu replies that this spectator seat is quite pleasant. In the pool, one of the assassins attacks the energy sphere, shouting that the credit for the kill will be his. With that, his blade strikes the sphere directly, causing a great impact on the surface of the larva. The other SWAT members watch the smoke dissipate, waiting for the result of the attack. From the ashes of the explosion, a new silhouette with white hair and a horn slowly emerges. Confused, one of the assassins asks his colleague if he did not finish off the target, but the other responds that he was sure he did. The leader then orders them to stop talking and attack together to finish the job once and for all. Logo, the figure reveals itself completely as the young warrior, now with a new body, white hair, and a single horn. Two squad members advance for the attack, while one of them shouts a warning to be careful. However, his new form blocks both strikes simultaneously, finishing them off. Thus, the leader of the Shadow Squad watches the scene, unable to understand how this is possible. Next, the same leader shouts that the information was wrong and orders his men to coordinate the second tactic. With that, all the assassins leap towards the young man in a coordinated attack. At the last moment, his new form destroys all of them with a single movement. The squad commander observes the scene and soon advances furiously at what he saw. In response, he activates the Dark Blade technique and delivers an energy slash. The technique hits him squarely, but the young man absorbs the impact directly to his chest. Even after the blow, he remains standing with a smile. In light of the outcome, the squad leader is left confused about what just happened. In the blink of an eye, the warrior advances and tears off one of his arms. Soon, the man screams that the information was incorrect, as the target is too strong. Finally, he refuses to accept defeat and asserts that they must eliminate him at all costs. The image of his master appears, reminding him that the Shadow Squad represents the will of Lord Zhuang Huaishui. Thus, the leader declares that the honor of the Blood Moon is with him and prepares to use a secret technique. He then orders his men to sacrifice themselves for the mission and activates the blood sacrifice ability. Surrounded by energy, the commander advances with a final blow, determined to end the fight. Without wasting time, the young warrior finishes his opponent with a final movement. Soon after, he simply watches the remnants of his opponent dissolve before him. From the top of the cliff, Wu Yu claps and comments that he seems to have gained quite a lot from the arena's cataclysm. Back on the platform, the young man asks if those were Lord Zhuang Huaishui's men, and she confirms. The lady then reveals that the assassins and guards who stopped her were from the Lord, and that she has already dismissed them. With that, the fighter deduces that she fell into the trap on purpose and questions if that was a second test for him. In an illustrative vision, Wu Yu observes a miniature version of the young man while a giant chicken appears in the background. In the same vision, the woman scolds him for covering himself, telling him to take his hands away as she has already revealed enough. Back in reality, she declares herself satisfied with his performance and, as a reward, offers to grant him a wish. With that, the young man seizes the chance to ask about someone, revealing that the person's name is Han Yixio. After a long sigh, the lady's expression darkens as she informs him that he has already departed. She then completes the sentence, saying that he may already be dead. Thus, the body of the young warrior remains frozen in place while a wind blows around him. Immediately, the young man asks what happened, but Wu Yu reminds him that this would be the second question. Faced with the refusal, his hand closes into a tight fist, showing restraint. Even so, the lady offers to tell, but only if he answers one of her questions first. Then, Wu Yu exposes how he planned everything to get closer and gather information about his disciple, questioning what the relationship is with Han Yixio. Without hesitation, the young man turns his face and reveals that Han Yixio is his older brother. The scene then shifts to a black and white memory, showing the facade of an old orphanage. Outside, 3 bullies laugh while the leader of the group holds a pink stuffed rabbit. Soon, they corner 2 children in an alley, inviting them to continue the game. The children are a young Yi Luli and a small Ah Fei, who pleads for them to return the rabbit left by his mother. The bullies mock the boy for trying to be the hero, throwing his book to the ground while holding the toy. The leader then reveals that everyone there was adopted by his mother, calling the siblings trash that no one else wanted. With that, he declares that everything there belongs to him and begins to tear the stuffed rabbit in half. Seeing the scene, Ah Fei screams desperately for him to stop, while little Luli stares at him with a firm look, holding a pen ready to react. Suddenly, an unknown boy jumps down from above with a broom, surprising the 3 bullies. With a confident smile, he strikes the leader's head squarely. Then, the newcomer defeats all 3 alone, who end up on the ground begging for their lives. He then tells them to leave, and the trio flees while the leader promises to come back for revenge. Right after, the boy turns to his siblings with the stuffed rabbit and says that everything is fine now. With a big smile, he introduces himself as Han Yixio and promises to protect them from now on. Back in the present, the warrior places his hand over his chest and states that he is their closest family. Wu Yu simply watches him in silence after hearing the response. Another memory then shows Han Yixio asking his master for common equipment within the game. He explains with a smile that, as the older brother, he needs to save the best items for his 2 younger brothers. After hearing the story, the lady finally reveals the name of a place, and the young man repeats Infernal Purgatory in response. With a fixed gaze, Wu Yu begins to recount what happened exactly on that day. The scene shows Han Yixio in the arena, who after 10 consecutive victories, earned the title of Storm Cloud King. Finally, she continues, explaining that after the victories, Han Yixio entered the Storm Cloud Tribulation as usual, but never returned. In the arena, the commentator turtle worries that 4 hours have already passed, but the presenter rabbit insists they wait a little longer. Soon, Wu Yu reveals that after much searching, she discovered that the last place her disciple appeared was Infernal Purgatory. With the new information, the young man asks if she can't just go to the location now that she knows where it is. The lady then replies that she cannot, as an unknown force blocks the realm and prevents her from teleporting. After processing the information, he concludes that it is not possible to go there and then calls for his assistant, CC. As soon as the fairy appears, the young man orders her to search for any relevant information about Infernal Purgatory. CC begins the search, but the interface starts to show glitches and system errors. The search fails, and the little helper informs him that he does not have the privilege to access the data, so he decides to use the manual interface. With a focused gaze, the warrior concludes that the place where his brother was last seen surely holds the answer. Next, a screen asks for a password, and his hand touches the interface to access the database. The scene shifts to a digital space where he finds himself surrounded by a rain of binary codes. Soon, the system begins to retrieve the source code related to Infernal Purgatory. Upon seeing the result, the young man questions what kind of code that is, while the system warns him about the illegal intrusion. Ignoring the warning, he commands the system to open the source code, but is surprised to see that it is being rewritten. Immediately, the system initiates a forced ejection process, interrupting his analysis. Back at the blood pool, the young man watches the code dissolve and questions how that is possible. Wu Yu then states that this is all she knows and challenges him to discover the rest on his own. In light of the response, he decides that he will have to go there to uncover the truth with his own eyes. Next, the young man asks for one more favor and questions how he can reach the other realm, but the lady merely reminds him that this is the third question. However, CC interrupts and announces with a smile that she knows the method to return to the player's world. In response to the question of how to reach the other realm, Wu Yu explains that her knowledge is limited to the storm cloud tribulation, which also has a time restriction. She then calls him impatient and warns him that even Han Yixio could not return after awakening twice in the blood pool. The lady concludes the warning, telling him not to even consider trying in his current state. Ignoring the recommendation, the young warrior turns to CC and asks what method it is that she knows. As soon as the fairy beckons him to follow her, he sets off, responding to Wu Yu that he has another path to the player's world. Soon he clarifies that the player's world is the same realm she always refers to as the other side. With a slight smile, the woman comments that the idea is interesting and that she will be waiting for good news from him. Far from there, a large explosion of fire erupts in the middle of a dense forest. As a result, several insectoid monsters are thrown into the air by the impact of the explosion. Amid the flames, Ah Fi, a firestorm mage, declares that it was too easy and asks if there are no stronger monsters. Right after, he is surrounded by 3 female players who praise him for his strength and generosity. In the face of so many compliments, the mage's face flushes as he enjoys the group's attention. While one of the players hugs him and asks about the merchant, he confirms that they are almost there. As they walk through the forest, the young man suggests they sell the items so everyone can buy new equipment. Suddenly, Ah Fei's step is interrupted as he turns his face to the side, noticing something. Out of nowhere, a group of unknown players surrounds the mage and his companions, while another team watches the scene from afar. The leader of the observing group then declares with a smile that they have finally found the scapegoat they needed. As flames engulf him, Ah Fei positions himself in front of the girls and demands to know who those people are. Right behind him, shadowy figures with glowing eyes and sinister smiles emerge from the shadows. With that, several blows hit him from behind, piercing his body completely. As he falls bleeding, he can barely question the reason for the sudden attack. Next, his companions join the assailants, revealing that they are from the guild heading north, while he stares at them from the ground. A system panel describes the group's tactic as a deadly trap disguised as beauty and passion. The panel then reveals the true identity of the team of 3 beauties as 3 men in the real world, which is pure mockery. Surrounded by an aura of fire, Ah Fei screams that he will not forgive them, for they may deceive his wealth, but never his feelings. Seeing his reaction, the guild leader comments that the scapegoat does not seem to be cooperating with the plan. With that, the members of the guild heading north advance together to attack Ah Fei all at once. Even at a disadvantage, the mage manages to block the simultaneous attack of 2 opponents. Quickly, he finishes off another player with his intense flames. Close to his face, an arrow grazes him, almost hitting him. Soon after, another arrow is shot and pierces his arm. The archer then prepares her bow again, while her accomplice taunts him before advancing to attack. With a shout, Ah Fei clashes his power against that of his opponent, generating a massive explosion of energy. After the shock, he is panting, realizing that he has consumed too many potions during his level up. The traders mock him for having no more resources and demand that he hand over the boss's equipment. They then threaten to keep his body until he loses all the accumulated items. Cornered and out of resources, Ah Fei lets out a sigh of exhaustion at the situation. With that, he points at the enemies and begins to shout a series of insults, scaring even the birds in the forest. The guild leader gets irritated and loudly orders him to shut up immediately. Suddenly, the mage apologizes for being deceived as a shadowy figure appears behind him. In an instant, the unknown person pierces the leader with a fatal blow. Shortly after, the silhouette of Yi Lulai emerges from the shadows and declares that none of them will leave that place alive. But surprised by the arrival, the young man asks if that is really his second brother. He then celebrates as he confirms the identity of the warrior, who is now in his human form of Moon Slayer. With a serious look, the newcomer questions him about how he managed to get into such trouble in such a short time. Whining, the young man clings to him and complains that the group not only tried to rob him, but also deceived his feelings. As they observe the scene, the traders conclude that he must be the rich brother the young man talks so much about. With greedy expressions, the 3 prepare for the opportunity to get rich. As the leader of the trio calls for reinforcements, the Moon Slayer tells his brother that he can handle the rear guard. However, a sudden silence falls over the clearing, leaving everyone confused by the lack of response. Thus, the leader asks where everyone is, not realizing that the other guild members are already down. As they look around, the 3 finally see the bodies of their companions scattered throughout the forest and wonder when that happened. Suddenly, the boy appears behind them like a shadow and startles them with a shout. Grabbing the leader, he confronts her about the previous threat, while she tries to apologize, saying it was just a joke. With that, the young man shouts that he is not their older brother, but rather their ancestor, while shaking them in anger. After resolving the situation, the 2 walk through the forest and the younger one asks if there has been any progress in the search for the older brother. In response, the warrior reveals that the infernal purgatory was the last place where Han Yixo was seen, giving them a new objective. However, he explains that the location does not exist in the game plans and speculates that it is a high-level secret area beyond their current reach. Thus, the more experienced one decides to go to the nearest city to sell the items, while the companion follows him, complaining about online romances and praising his new appearance. Finally, the two brothers arrive in the southern suburbs of the city of Nakend. As soon as they arrive, the Moon Slayer rejects a friendship request while the other starts flirting with a player who seems familiar. Nearby, two players exit a recycling shop, complaining about the low selling prices. Inside, the shop owner announces his recycling services with fair prices for everyone. Then the two approach the counter, and the warrior confirms with the merchant that they want to recycle some equipment. Upon examining the items, the shop owner is surprised by the amount of elite equipment and offers 95,000 gold coins for the lot. In light of the amount, the younger brother excitedly celebrates, realizing that the sum is equivalent to a small fortune in real money. Ignoring his brother's excitement, the Moon Slayer compliments the seller's hairstyle, leaving his companion completely confused. As a result, the shop owner feels flattered and praises the adventurer's good taste, which he agrees with. Soon after, a system notification reveals that he activated an Easter egg, increasing the transaction price by 10%. Not understanding how that works, the young man listens to his brother's explanation, who says it is one of the hobbies of a well-known programmer. Thus, the swordsman hands the money to his partner and completes the achievement of tons of wealth for possessing over 100,000 gold coins. As they leave, the chatterbox asks about the rest of the equipment, and his companion replies that they haven't reached the right place to sell them yet. The two brothers then head towards an imposing castle that serves as the auction house for the city. Upon arrival, the younger one admires the grandeur of the hall, confessing that it is his first time at the location. As a long line forms at the entrance, other players impatiently complain about the delay to get in. At the front of the line, a young man is stopped by two identical guards blocking the golden door. In response, the boy pleads with the guards, explaining that he is just a few coins short for the entry fee and needs an item from the auction. However, the sentinels dismiss him disdainfully, saying they are just following the rules and that players without money should leave. Soon, the crowd behind him also begins to complain, ordering him to get out of the way so they are not hindered. Suddenly, the duo approaches and the older brother informs everyone that the boy is with them. Irritated by the interruption, the guards question where they came from and tell them to wait. In response, the chatterbox simply displays his tons of wealth title to the two guards. Upon seeing the title, the men's demeanor changes completely, and they open the doors for the three, inviting the VIPs to enter. Next, the trio walks down the red carpet of a luxurious and spacious hall. Inside, the boy thanks them for their help and promises to return the favor, while the chatterbox downplays the incident before he says goodbye. Soon, a woman approaches and introduces herself as Eight of Cups, the guide assigned to accompany the esteemed Mr. Afei. Because of the title, she hands him a black gold VIP card and explains its benefits, such as no line entry and reduced commission. While the guide hands over the card, the bold young man asks if the benefit also includes a place in her heart. Right after, he questions whether Miss Eight of Cups believes in love at first sight as a white-haired player passes by. In response to the scene, the Moon Slayer sighs and brings his hand to his forehead, watching the player walk away through the hall. Suddenly, something about her appearance catches his attention, leaving him confused for a moment. Soon, the employee directs them to a private room, promising total security and privacy during the process. Once in the room, she offers tea to the two while they settle in for the negotiation. Then, the employee explains that the epic equipment will be auctioned immediately and that everything must be sold within an hour. The woman highlights the quality of the Stardust weapon, explaining that it will go to the main auction and invites the two to participate. Seizing the opportunity, the chatterbox steps forward and asks if Miss Eight of Cups will also participate, as he needs many things. Interrupting the conversation, the Moon Slayer places a list on the table, stating that they will return in an hour to collect the items they need. Shortly after, in the main hall, a voice announces the start of the auction and asks the guests to take their seats. On stage, the auctioneer introduces himself as Jack of Diamonds and wishes that everyone gets the items they desire. In response, the audience gives a warm round of applause. After thanking the applause, the host announces the official start of the event, presenting the first treasure, the Fiery Heart of Fire. Next, he details that the item grants the fire attribute to a weapon and sets the starting bid at 20,000 gold coins. Immediately, the bid rises to 25,000, soon surpassed by an offer of 28,000 from another participant. Then a muscular competitor raises the bid to 35,000, warning the others not to try to compete for that item. The man holds his offer with a tense expression, betting everything on a single move to intimidate the competitors. As the auctioneer begins the final countdown, a bid of 50,000 from guest number 9 silences everyone who wonders who would pay so much. Sitting in the front row, guest number 9, Han Sheo, tells his companion that the price doesn't matter as long as she likes it. With that, the Jack of Diamonds brings down the hammer and congratulates guest number 9 for winning the item for 50,000 gold coins. As the participant who lost the bid complains, his friend informs him that the buyer is Han Sheo, a famous cryptocurrency magnate. From their seats, the brash young man comments that he doesn't like Han Shao and calls him an idiot for paying so much for a fire rock. Next, the Jack of Diamonds presents the second item of the night, the special outfit carrying maid. With a starting bid of 30,000, the offers for the outfit quickly rise from the audience until they reach 45,000. Soon the auctioneer congratulates guest number 66 for winning the special outfit for 48,000. Immediately, a muscular man demands to wear the outfit, while the master of ceremonies suggests he do so in a private location. Ignoring the advice, the man puts on the maid outfit in front of everyone and claims it doesn't look bad, while the other players watch him in shock. Observing the scene, the braggart comments to his brother about the high degree of freedom in the game, receiving only a brief confirmation from the warrior. Resuming the event, the presenter announces the third treasure, the Lone Wolf Battle Boots, with a starting bid of 40,000. As soon as the auction begins, Han Sheo doubles the bid to 80,000, causing the other players to give up competing. With no further bids, the auctioneer confirms the sale to guest number 9 and prepares to announce the next treasure. Another item is sold for 120,000, again to Han Sheo, who continues to dominate all the bids. As a result, several players start to leave, irritated, complaining that they can't buy anything with him at the auction. Thus, the braggart gets annoyed with the magnate's arrogance and threatens to confront him, but the Moon Slayer stops him, explaining that they will need his help. Back on stage, the Master of Ceremonies announces that they have reached the end of the event and presents the last and most valuable treasure, the Stardust weapon. As the impressive stats of the weapon are displayed on the screen, the Jack of Diamonds introduces it to the audience. After praising the rarity of the light attribute, the presenter sets the bid at 200,000, and Han Shao immediately offers 250,000. The buyer maintains his confident expression, treating the competition merely as another part of his game strategy. Suddenly, the brash young man places a bid of 300,000 and then raises it to 350,000, surprising the magnate. Intrigued by the boldness, Han Shao raises the offer to 500,000, while the young man continues to increase the amount without backing down. His companion then suggests that he give up, arguing that the price is already too high for a starting weapon. Ignoring the advice and seeking the thrill of the bet, the magnate prepares to make his final bid and offers 600,000. As soon as the auctioneer announces the new offer, the warrior signals for his brother to stop, and the countdown for the sale begins. At the moment Han Shao celebrates his anticipated victory, a bid of 1 million coins echoes through the hall. The sudden offer leaves everyone shocked, from the braggart and the presenter to the buyer himself, who is left speechless. With the hall in silence, the Jack finalizes the countdown and sells the item for 1 million to the mysterious player with white hair. With a final bang of the gavel, the auction is officially closed. As the event ends, the duo leaves the building in silence. Once outside, the chatterbox excitedly celebrates, saying that making money that way was a lot of fun. With that, the older brother calculates the profit, explaining that the last million was unplanned income, leaving them with over 1,300,000. He then shows that the number on his companion's VIP card has changed, reflecting their new position in the wealth ranking. Upon seeing the number, the young man is astonished to realize that there are still over 7,000 players richer than them in that region. The warrior ignores the issue of wealth and decides it's time to focus on the main quests, and the two set off excitedly. From a distance, the white-haired player watches the two walk away in silence. As they walk towards the Butch Coal village, the chatterbox suggests they have a barbecue later, but the warrior remains silent, even insisting that his brother talk to him. Suddenly, the Moon Slayer stops walking in the middle of the forest. With that, he orders whoever is following them to stop and reveal themselves, leaving the talkative one confused. Soon, the white-haired player from the auction appears from behind a tree, and the young man recognizes her immediately. Suddenly, he has an idea and concludes that she only paid so much for the weapon because she is a thief planning to rob them. The mysterious girl denies having bad intentions and explains that the weapon they auctioned was equipment she had lost earlier. With a serious look, Luna questions how exactly they obtained her weapon, while the image of a skeleton appears beside her. The chatterbox retorts, saying that the story is ridiculous, since his brother obtained the item by defeating a limited-time boss, being immediately reprimanded by the older one. Surprised to hear about the limited-time boss, the girl quickly advances towards them. Getting closer, she stops and requests a practice duel. leaving the bold one confused by the sudden proposal. Even without interest, the swordsman declines, while the brother whispers, questioning if this isn't her attempt to get closer. Ignoring the refusal, the player asserts that she needs to know which of the two is stronger. Sometime later, as they approach the village, the chatterbox asks for tips about the mission, and the companion begins to explain the plan. He details that the Bush Coal village is being attacked by monsters, and that their task is to get rid of the creatures. Upon entering, they will discover that the reason for the attack is a little girl with a body of sacred light, which will activate the main quest. Thus, the main quest will be to safely escort the little girl to the Temple of Sacred Light, even if they encounter some waves of enemies along the way. As soon as they deliver the girl safely to her destination, the Temple of Sacred Light, the mission will officially be complete. As they approach, the young bold one comments that having his brother by his side is like using a cheat just before they spot the village. Full of confidence, he steps forward and promises to clear the path ahead, asking the older one to watch his performance. In the village, two residents are talking when one of them asks the other if she hears a strange noise. Soon after, the chatterbox charges forward shouting at the monsters, preparing a fire attack in the middle of the street. In response to the attack, the two residents hug each other and scream for help, calling the newcomer a bandit. Not understanding, the young man stops abruptly and asks who they are, but the residents retort that he is the one who should introduce himself. The bold one then apologizes for the misunderstanding and explains that he is there on a mission to eliminate monsters, while the two question him about this mission. With that, the residents ask if he is an adventurer and celebrate for finally having found the legendary adventurer Sama. Thus, the two grab him by the arms and offer to guide him through the village, while the chatterbox comments on their hospitality. Watching from a distance, the warrior is puzzled by the warm reception, while the other villagers celebrate the arrival of the legendary adventurer. Soon after, an older vendor greets him and offers the village's special products, mentioning his arduous journey. Even the younger ones approach, and one of them asks for an autograph from the adventurer Sama. Suddenly, the village chief appears in an imposing manner and welcomes him, stating that his arrival has brought glory to the village. The chief then asks for applause for the adventurer Sama, and the crowd responds with a warm cheer. The bold one questions his brother, saying that the scene doesn't look like what he described, but the swordsman asserts that it's impossible for the main quest to have been altered. With that, the leader turns to the crowd and asks what is the best way they have to welcome an adventurer. Immediately, all the villagers shout in unison that the best reception is a grand banquet. Soon, the villagers invite the two to the banquet, excitedly guiding them down the main street of the village. Interrupting their walk, the Moon Slayer asks one of the older residents about the purple medicinal flowers, and he agrees to show them after the banquet. Soon after, the brothers are taken to a hall where the villagers prepare a wide variety of dishes for the banquet. In the hall, the inhabitants gather and begin to eat noisily and awkwardly. The chatterbox comments that the food looks great, and since the game simulates taste, suggests they also grab a plate to eat. Then one of the villagers offers a bowl full of eyes and eats one in front of the two, claiming that the village's meat is famous. The warrior then decides to give up on the food and focus on finding the mission NPC, and the brother agrees, saying he has lost his appetite. In front of the crowd, the talkative one asks how they will find the NPC, but the swordsman replies that they won't need to ask everyone. He explains that it's not hard to find her if they just observe, while a little girl sits silently, unlike the other villagers. With that, the older brother approaches the girl, places his hand on her shoulder, and directly asks if she wants to go to the Temple of the Sacred Light. The little girl looks up and asks if he is the adventurer who came to save her. Soon after, a system notification confirms the start of the mission, while a large blood moon appears in the sky. Suddenly, the daring one realizes something is wrong as the villagers transform into dark monsters with glowing eyes and surround them. Then, the monsters advance to attack, while the swordsman holds the girl to protect her. Quickly, the warrior finishes off one that was in front of him. Without hesitation, the daring one charges forward and unleashes a powerful fire skill against the creature. Even with the blow, the others roar and prepare to advance. With that, the two brothers fight together against the horde, carving a path through the chaos of battle. The intensity of the fight causes a massive explosion that destroys the building from the outside. After the battle, the chatterbox breathes heavily amidst the bodies of the defeated enemies. Suddenly, he notices the hand of one of the fallen monsters glowing with blue energy. Soon, all the bodies begin to regenerate and rise again. Not understanding, the impulsive one questions what is happening upon realizing that the creatures can revive. He then asks his brother how they should fight, while the older one explains that, logically, the pigmen shouldn't have such an ability. The Moon Slayer concludes that what is happening is completely different from the original design, questioning what changed in the world after his departure from Destiny. Finding themselves surrounded, the impulsive one shouts that they will be eaten alive if they stay there, as the monsters advance. As soon as the swordsman orders a retreat, the three leap through a wall, narrowly escaping the horde. Soon after, they run through the village streets as debris falls around them. After entering a building, the chatterbox struggles to hold the door, while the brother protects the girl beside him. In a moment of calm, they find themselves on the upper floor of a house, seemingly safe. As the daring one sighs in relief, his eyes widen upon noticing another presence in the same room. Suddenly, the young girl with white hair appears and silences him by placing her hand over his mouth. As the swordsman recognizes her, Luna asks for silence and explains that the monsters have not left the area yet. With that, she suggests they go upstairs to talk, while the blood moon illuminates the place through the window. Once upstairs, the chatterbox asks if she is also there for the mission, and the girl confirms that she arrived before them. She explains that she sensed something was wrong upon arrival and decided to wait until night to investigate, just when the others appeared. After the explanation, the group remains seated in silence for a moment, processing the situation. With that, the Moon Slayer agrees with her, stating that there are many peculiarities in that place. He then turns to the girl and asks if she has any idea what happened to the village. Faced with the little one's hesitation, Luna comforts her, asking her to relax and share everything she knows. With that, the child takes out a pig mask and begins to explain the situation, while the others watch the revelation. She tells them that the Bush Coal village was a safe and peaceful place, where all the villagers were very united and kind. Outside, however, pigmen roamed the surroundings, but they were not seen as a major threat if avoided. Over time, the villagers noticed that the creatures only imitated their movements, and the vigilance against them gradually decreased. The situation changed on the day and night from the Temple of the Sacred Light, named Sir Kurlik, arrived for a visit. During a prayer led by the visitor, the girl was the only one who felt her body heat up and an unusual pain. As soon as she approached to understand what was happening, Sir Kurlik explained that she had been awakened and chosen by the sacred light. The knight then invited her to join the temple, which would ensure eternal protection for the village against monsters. But before she could share the news, the enemies suddenly attacked, proving to be cruel and impossible to kill. Soon everyone in the village was captured, and the knight himself was killed while trying to protect the villagers. After witnessing everything, the little girl hid and cried for a long time, unable to ask for help or try to escape. After a while, she stopped crying and decided that, as the chosen one of the sacred light, she needed to be strong and act. Therefore, she put on the mask to pretend to be one of them, hoping for a chance to escape and bring the news to the Temple of the Sacred Light. Back in the present, the swordsman and the young girl with white hair listen to the end of the story in silence, analyzing the situation. With that, the chatterbox stands up and tells the child that she doesn't need to worry about the temple, as he and his brother will handle everything. Excited, the little girl celebrates the promise, while a giant eye watches them from the window. Suddenly, an explosion destroys the wall of the building, throwing everyone away with the impact. Amidst the dust and debris, the daring one asks what happened, while the strategist and Luna take a defensive position. With that, a giant creature emerges above them and captures the chosen one, saying that it has finally found her. And so, the giant creature holds the girl in its hand, observing the three players from the rooftops of the destroyed village. Meanwhile, Ah Fei comments on the ridiculous size of the enemy, and the priestess Yi Luli warns that the mission will fail if the girl dies. Then, without hesitation, the trio advances together to attack the colossus that leaps toward them. With that, the swordsman delivers a powerful energy attack that strikes the creature's chest with full force. Soon after, the monster roars and responds with a blow that hits all three, destroying the ground beneath them. Mocking the adventurers, the abomination regenerates its wounds with green energy and asks if that is all they can do. Thus, after retreating to a rooftop, the fighters discuss the creature's speed and regeneration, trying to identify a weakness or a way to contain it. Shortly after, the colossus smashes the ground with a punch, creating an explosion that sends debris flying in all directions. Amidst the destruction, the young priestess asks for cover for the swordsmen, who readily agrees as they climb over the rubble. With that, the warrior charges his energy and prepares a devastating attack, launching his fire comets. As the flaming projectiles hit the enemy, Yi Luli takes advantage of the distraction to move quickly toward it. Irritated by the attack, the creature releases the girl it was holding in its hand. Then, the monster gathers energy in its fist and prepares a powerful punch to counterattack. The blow is launched with incredible speed, while the priestess positions herself as a small figure in the distance. After the attack, Yi Luli lands on the giant's hand, which becomes immobilized under the blood moon. Soon after, it looks down and extends its hand toward the girl, who is fallen and unconscious. As Ah Fei shouts a warning, other smaller monsters begin to emerge from a green energy around her, surrounding her. Suddenly, Luna appears at her side and unleashes the Star Cut attack, eliminating the creatures that surrounded them. With that, the new ally asks the priestess to quickly save the NPC, and she agrees to the order. Soon after, the hand trembles violently, unbalancing both players for a moment. Then, the giant creature dissolves into a horde of pigmen, who leap from its body and attack them from all sides. As they resist the onslaught, Yi Luli realizes that the enemy was, in fact, a mass of these beasts, and Luna questions whether the mission's difficulty is too high. Amidst the chaos, he deduces that the main objective of the mission is not to kill the boss, but rather to safely escort the girl to her destination. With a new plan in mind, the priestess calls for her companion, who recovers his MP and prepares to act. Soon after, the mage casts a mass explosion spell to clear a path for the others. Thus, taking advantage of the distraction, Yi Luli carries the girl and flees across the rooftops with Luna, who uses a skill to move faster. Even during the escape, the pigmen manage to change direction and break through a wooden barrier, creating a shortcut. Then, while trying to reach them, the archer looks to buy time. Shortly after, the creature destroys the passage again, and both observe the scene. In light of this, the priestess comments on the speed of the pigman and its familiarity with the environment. When they enter another building, they find several residents trapped behind bars, acting like monsters. Up close, the grotesque appearance of the prisoners with shining eyes becomes evident. With this, the ally questions whether these are the original people from the village, while Yi Luli observes in silence. Without hesitation, the warrior destroys the bars with a single blow and orders them to come out. Soon, the freed residents surge forward in a horde, growling frighteningly. Faced with the scene, Luna asserts that it is all the fault of Genesis, and the priestess questions her about what she said. Suddenly, the swordsman's voice echoes, calling for help, shouting that he can no longer hold back the horde of monsters. Meanwhile, one of the pigmen leaps from a rooftop with the girl in his arms, and amidst the chaos, the red moon shone, intensifying the monster's fight. As the creature lands on the balcony, it mocks the adventurer, commenting on his slowness. With its red eyes sparkling, the monster stares at her closely. Soon after, it crouches down and comments on the aroma the young girl exudes. The creature then opens its toothy mouth, announcing that it would like to take a bite. Unexpectedly, the girl raises a dagger and screams for the holy light to protect her, striking a blow to its eyes. As the creature tries to grab her, the young girl declares that the holy light will be with her forever. Just when the enemy attacks again, the swordsman appears and intercepts the blow, causing the girl to scream the hero's name. Surprised, the pigman recognizes him and questions how that could be possible. The warrior simply remains silent, enveloped by his dark aura. The scene then returns to 15 minutes earlier, when the explosions began in the village. At that moment, the trio Yi Luli, Ah Fei, and Luna were running while a horde of monsters chased them through the streets. Thus, they continue advancing together to complete the mission. During the run, the mage puts a small blue sphere in his mouth. Thanks to a concealment pill, the group suddenly disappears, leaving the horde confused and ordering a search. Soon after, Ah Fei questions what they will do now that they have lost the girl, while the archer emphasizes that finding her is the priority. While examining the map, the leader analyzes the two main problems of the mission: the monsters and the unknown location of the girl. With this, he concludes that a unique task like this requires an equally creative solution. Then the strategist addresses his companions, communicating that he has a plan and will need their help. Meanwhile, the creatures realize that the trail has disappeared and decide to continue the search in the village. Suddenly, a hand emerges from behind one of the pigmen who separated from the group to eat. The creature is seized in the middle of its meal, becoming completely paralyzed. Immediately, the subordinate tries to justify himself to the figure, saying that he wasn't slacking off and only stopped because of hunger. To his surprise, the figure reveals itself to be the chief of the monsters, who invites him for a conversation. The leader then questions him if he believes that the three adventurers were responsible for taking the girl. Confident, the pigman replies that their group is too large and fast for the adventurers to escape. With this, the chief agrees to go capture them, while the subordinate comments that the meeting point was the clock tower, and the leader simply responds that he drank too much, and that's why he keeps forgetting things. At that exact moment, the clock tower explodes spectacularly. Confused by the explosion, the pigman turns around and asks what is happening. At the same time, the mage runs carrying a hooded figure, shouting to the horde that he is fleeing with the girl. With this, all the monsters turn around and begin to chase the young man through the streets. Then the scene returns to the balcony, where the enemy stares at the priestess in disbelief, while the girl calls her an adventurer. In an instant, the warrior finishes off the creature with her sword and rescues the girl. Soon the group reunites, with the companion praising the plan, but the leader insists that they need to leave the village first. From atop a rooftop, the giant monster roars, ordering them not to escape. and a system notification then confirms that the group used an agility potion. The giant chief tries to attack them, but the trio is already running at high speed down the main street. Finally, the group leaves the Bush Coal village, celebrating that they can rest. However, as they stop at the edge of the forest, everyone looks back in surprise. In the distance, the giant monster roars in frustration. Then he ends up launching the entire horde of monsters into the air. Thus, the trio simply watches as a cloud of creatures flies directly toward them. So without hesitation, the young Yululi screams for everyone to run, and the group bolts through the forest as the monsters land behind them. Suddenly, the chase transforms into a video game race, with a path and coins appearing ahead. Thus, the trio advances as if in a platform game, jumping over the pigmen and collecting items along the way. Next, Luna makes an unexpected move by jumping and landing on the back of a strange bird that was standing there. Soon after, one of the monsters approaches to attack, but the bird simply stares at it with a confused look. Quickly, everyone climbs onto the mount, which takes off at high speed through the forest. After leaving the enemies behind, the girl thanks Mr. Duck, while her companion Ah Fei questions what kind of creature that was. Shortly after, they finally arrive at a peaceful clearing with a beautiful lake in front of them. Then the young girl asks to look at the lake, and Yi Luli agrees to the pause, suspecting that this might activate a new task. While analyzing the map, the boy calculates that the monsters will need 30 minutes to reach them. With that, he decides they will take a 15-minute break, much to the delight of Ah Fei and the girl. Soon, the two begin to play in the water, while the quiet Luna remains seated on the shore, interacting with a system screen. At that moment, the girl invites her to join, but upon seeing the other's refusal, comments that she seems to have something bothering her. Claiming that she will help her feel better, the young girl takes the elf's hand and a light begins to envelop them. Then the glow intensifies, forcing Luna to cover her face as the name Xiao Yu echoes around her. At the same time, the memory of a woman calling for Yu surfaces. Outside a mansion, the lady invites the girl to go to her favorite playground. With that, the woman urges her daughter to hurry so they can go soon. Noticing Luna murmur her mommy and start to cry, the little one apologizes, thinking she made a mistake. However, the elf thanks her and confirms that she remembered something good. Soon after, she gently pats the young girl's head, saying that she is amazing, which leaves Ah Fei confused. Intrigued by the girl's power, the boy asks to try as well, and she agrees to help him. As he extends his hand, an intense light surrounds him while the girl's gift is described. Suddenly, the young man's vision shifts to a dining table where two hands offer him food. Thus, the memory shows the three siblings gathered, with Ah Fei eating eagerly while Yi Luli and Han Yixo watch him. During the meal, the older ones discuss work, while the youngest insists that they should trust him more. Soon after, the memory ends, and the girl asks if the adventurer, now crying, is okay. Disguising his emotions, the boy says he is just hungry and runs, diving headfirst into the lake. Meanwhile, away from everyone, Yi Luli observes the scene from a tree branch and asks someone what they are doing there. In fact, the question was for the girl, who had climbed up to him and praised him for not being afraid of heights. Sitting beside him, the young girl asks if he has something on his mind, as he always seems so serious. However, with a cold look, the adventurer dismisses the offer and says he doesn't need to remember anything. Still, the little one insists, but he explains that looking back would only slow him down on the path. With that, she reveals that she feels relieved around him, sharing that she was raised by the villagers after losing her parents. Then, the young girl mentions that she prays 100 times a day for everyone who helped her. While crying, she questions why misfortune still happened and if it is her fault for the sacred light not responding. At that moment, Yi Luli comforts her, stating that she did very well and that perhaps he wouldn't have been so brave in her place. Wiping away a tear, the girl asks if one day she will be strong enough to protect those she loves. After a brief memory of his own childhood, the boy assures her that she will definitely succeed. Soon, the group gathers to leave, with Ah Fei lamenting that the good times passed too quickly. Then, the four adventurers prepare to continue their journey, facing away from the lake. Before they depart, the girl tugs at Yi Luli's clothing to get his attention. At that moment, a system notification appears, updating the mission with the new objective to defeat the giant monster. Immediately, the fearless Luna charges forward and strikes with her sword, carving a path through the monsters. As the group runs, the girl asks to get down, and her companion Ah Fei warns about the increasing number of pursuers. Soon, the warrior notices that the enemies are regenerating faster and faster, making it ineffective to attack them to buy time. With that, everyone speeds up as a system notification informs them that there are 50 kilometers left to the sacred temple. Without hesitation, the young man with messy hair grabs a potion and drinks it as another monster approaches. Then the creature lunges to attack him while he is still running. At the last moment, Yi Luli shouts a warning and pushes his brother down, landing a blow on the monster. Despite the impact, the creature's crushed head begins to regenerate instantly. With its head already restored, the group leader attacks again as the girl shouts a warning. To protect them, Ah-Fi intervenes and unleashes a powerful explosion of fire that hits the monster squarely. Right after the explosion, the young man offers to stay and hold off the enemies, but the older brother insists that everyone keep running. Yiluli then explains that there is no time, as stopping would mean being surrounded and defeated. Thus, they resume their run, and the distance to the temple decreases to 20 kilometers. Finally, the four of them stop, panting, in front of a new obstacle in their path. Before them, a massive chasm cuts through the landscape, completely blocking the way. As they enter the gorge, Ah-Fe complains about the narrow path, while Luna observes that the passage will delay their pursuers. Soon, Yiluli notices that the number of monsters chasing them seems to have decreased. The group advances through the gorge, and a notification informs them that there are now 15 kilometers left to the temple. Ah-Fe comments that the limited width of the path is effective, as they are under much less pressure. With that, Luna questions the reduction in monsters, and the strategist confirms a drop of approximately 40%. He then urges them on, warning of the possibility of an ambush ahead. Under the blood moon, the system informs them that only 6 kilometers remain. As they spot a glimmer of light indicating the exit, a sudden rumble echoes through the area. The stone passage closes abruptly, leaving the young man confused about what happened. Immediately, the group turns around, realizing with shock that they are trapped in the gorge. Then, the giant monster appears at the top of the chasm, declaring that there is no escape. Without wasting time, Yiluli instructs the girl to get off his back and hide behind them. Soon, the view widens, revealing that hordes of monsters have blocked both exits of the path. The creatures then roar, preparing for the final attack. Faced with the horde, the three adventurers position themselves to fight and unleash their energy auras. Meanwhile, behind them, the village girl tries to control her trembling body while encouraging herself. With a determined look, the girl declares that she will not be cowardly, as the sacred light will protect them. Then the scene shifts, revealing the imposing facade of the Temple of Sacred Light. Inside the temple, a man in armor explains to his followers the urgency of finding the bearers of the sacred light to combat the darkness. As he asserts the need for many bearers, one of the followers interrupts to report a large concentration of monsters in the valley to the east. In response, the man reacts with disdain, questioning the audacity of the monsters to challenge the majesty of the sacred light. Shortly after, he declares that darkness retreats before the light and orders everyone to prepare to depart. Immediately, the leader and his knights march out of the temple. At that moment, the village girl arrives breathless at the top of the stairs as the man speaks about the sin of allying with darkness. Turning around, he prepares an energy sphere and orders the girl to face the baptism of the sacred light. Frightened, she drops her mask and recognizes him as the president of the church. Quickly, the girl calls out to him and asks for help, explaining that she came from Bush Coal Village. With tears in her eyes, she recounts that her village was destroyed and pleads for him to save the three adventurers who helped her escape. However, the president ignores her plea for help and directly questions her if she is a bearer of the sacred light. Without waiting for a response, he lifts her into the air, asserting that she is indeed a bearer, while the girl explains that the light guided her along the way. The man then invites her to become part of the sacred light and make it shine even more brightly. Confused, the young girl can only repeat the words about becoming part of the light. Back in the gorge, the determined Yiluli attacks the monsters with multiple energy strikes. As the group fights surrounded, the creatures ahead seem to prepare for combat. In the midst of the battle, the swordsman notices the girl's absence and shouts asking for her. Not finding her, Ah-Fi desperately calls for her to respond, while Luna questions if the enemies have captured her. Soon after, the warrior suggests that the girl may have run off alone to the sacred temple. Noticing that the monsters have stopped attacking, the strategist concludes that their target has always been just the young girl. At that moment, the giant monster roars and starts running towards the exit of the valley. Realizing the new threat, the three run towards the temple, hoping that their companion is safe. Just ahead, the giant monster leads the horde of creatures in a frantic chase under the blood moon. As a system notification announces their arrival at the destination, the group encounters the knights at the top of the staircase. The monster's roar echoes behind them, causing the trio to look up in a state of alert. At the top of the stairs, the church president holds the lifeless body of the young girl. With his face smeared with blood, he proudly announces that she has become one with the sacred light. In a flashback, the president explains to the girl that she can strengthen the sacred light to illuminate the darkest corners. With that, the young girl agrees, declaring that she is willing to do anything to protect her village and others. Still in her desire to help, she briefly remembers the moment she asked Yiluli for help. As the girl expresses her will, the man transforms into a creature and crushes her with his teeth. Back in the present, the church leader bathes in the newly acquired energy and declares the moment magnificent. Witnessing the scene from below, the giant monster roars in protest against what has happened, Then the creature strikes the ground with all its might, causing a massive explosion. With the impact, several of the knights are violently thrown away. Soon after, the giant monster roars again, gathering energy in its fists. Thus, it charges forward with a powerful punch, but the president intercepts it with an energy barrier. Protected by the light, the leader accuses the monster of falling into darkness, desecrating the temple, and killing his knights. With his face still smeared with blood, he announces that the sacred light has sentenced him. Immediately, the man fires multiple energy beams that hit the monster squarely in the chest. As the creature's body burns, the president declares that the power of the sacred light will consume it. Finally, the church leader raises his hand and announces that where the sacred light shines, darkness recedes. In the midst of his declaration, the man suddenly turns his face upon noticing a presence. Without hesitation, Luli advances and delivers a blow that the president manages to block at the last moment. Taking advantage of the distraction, the swordsman appears from behind and lands a direct hit on the back of the religious leader. As the opponent recoils, he tries to interrupt the attack. Quickly, the man introduces himself as Hannibal and tries to argue that there is a misunderstanding, claiming to be an ally. Then he points to the fallen monster, proposing that they work together to kill it in exchange for a great reward. Ignoring the proposal, Luli stares at him coldly and asks why he did that. The president pretends not to understand the question and asks what he is referring to. Without giving time for a response, the young man charges again with a quick attack that hits him, sending him flying. With that, the swordsman declares that he no longer wants to hear and moves to finish the fight. At that moment, a system alert notification appears, warning that killing the president will result in mission failure. Even with the warning, Luli throws him against a wall while the man tells him to stop acting shamefully. Soon after, the two resume exchanging blows at high speed. Thus, the president blocks the attack and declares that Luli's power level is not sufficient to be his opponent. From a distance, Ah-Fei observes the confrontation and begins to prepare a fire attack. Immediately, the young man unleashes a powerful explosion of flames that completely engulfs the president. Soon after, he realizes that his mana is running low while maintaining the attack. Even after the onslaught, the enemy emerges from the flames and charges forward at high speed. Immediately, Luli and Luna converge on him for a coordinated attack. The energy auras of both clash in a powerful combined attack against the opponent. The final impact violently throws the president against the stone wall, ending the confrontation. As he watches the defeated enemy, Ah-Fei declares that killing him 100 times would still not be enough. At that moment, the giant monster looks in their direction and repeatedly murmurs the name Dim Sum. Luli repeats the name softly as the creature begins to cry. Then, a flashback begins, showing the girl trying to chase away small monsters in a forest. Soon, she approaches and realizes that one of the small ones is seriously injured. As she applies medicine, the young girl wishes that they could live in peace and introduces herself as Dim Sum, offering her friendship. As soon as the sky darkens, Dim Sum says goodbye to the little monster and promises to return to see him the next day. With that, the wounded being repeats her words about being like a human to himself. Back in the present, the giant monster explains that, since Dim Sum did not return, he began to observe the humans in the village to fulfill her wish. Ah-Fei then points out that the creature misinterpreted Dim Sum's words, while Luna directly questions him about the reason for the attack on the village. In response, the being furiously declares that he attacked the village to protect Dim Sum. Immediately, the monster remembers hearing two knights discussing capturing the bearer of the sacred light and delivering her to the president. Upon hearing the words bearer of the sacred light and eat, he reacts with a look of astonishment. Luli then questions him about what happened to the other villagers. The giant monster explains that because they make too much noise, he merely instructed his pigs to treat the villagers the same way they always had. Upon hearing the explanation, Luli, Luna, and Ah-Fei react with expressions of perplexity. Even wounded, the monster reassures the group, stating that he should recover as soon as the president's technique disappears. Ah-Fei then questions why, despite that, his body continues to disappear. Unexpectedly, the defeated body of the president rises and begins to emanate intense energy, surprising the group. With his hands together, the church leader activates a skill called Domain of Sacred Light. Immediately, the president expands the Domain of Sacred Light, enveloping everyone in a massive sphere of energy. Luli reaches out against the barrier in a last desperate attempt and moves forward to prevent the technique's completion. However, even managing to push him back for a moment, the effort proves futile as the president completes the invocation. With that, the spherical barrier closes completely, trapping Luli and separating him from his companions. Outside, Ah-Fei shouts for his brother, while Luna watches anxiously as he is affected by the power of the domain. Soon, a system window appears, explaining that the domain is a closed dimension that can only be undone with the death of one of the combatants. Inside the barrier, Luli takes a deep breath and prepares for the inevitable confrontation. The landscape around him distorts and transforms into a vast hall, adorned with a throne under a starry sky. Sitting on the throne, the president welcomes Yi Luli and declares that there, all his sins will be purified. Without hesitation, Yi Luli rushes forward at high speed to attack him directly. With a gesture, the president makes one of the spheres of light in the sky shine intensely. Immediately, a beam of energy descends from the sphere, violently exploding at the attack's location. Yi Luli manages to dodge at the last second, escaping the devastating impact. With his arm scorched, he questions whether those floating spheres of light can also attack. The president confirms, revealing that the galaxy of light is his ability, and sentences that there is nowhere to escape. Before disintegrating him, he expresses curiosity and asks what the true reason for the attack was. Without hesitation, Yi Luli responds that he desires his death as revenge for that child. He then accuses the president of having corrupted the pure and sincere faith of the girl. With that, he concentrates his energy and launches a devastating blow, but the attack is intercepted by a beam coming from the throne. Another shot follows, triggering a new explosion that shakes the hall. Amidst the smoke, Yi Luli reemerges, breathless but still resolute. The president then laments the misunderstanding, stating that they are not enemies, just have different ideals. He explains that this difference arose the moment he discovered the limitations of their world. Revealing more, he tells that this world is governed by invisible levels. A flashback begins. He recalls that his task was to grant missions to adventurers, which earned him respect and protection. As the days dragged on in monotony, he saw adventurers return with new discoveries and began to wish to experience the world outside. Until one day, a powerful adventurer returned riding a magnificent creature, attracting everyone's admiration. It was then that he decided he would also leave to feel the value of freedom with his own eyes. With that, he discovered that the monsters born from darkness were becoming increasingly powerful. When he became defenseless and failed to level up, the sacred light finally granted him a revelation. Then, a small monster called Wolverat appeared before him. Thus, he realized that this kind of creature evolved by killing and consuming its own siblings to survive. Back in the present, the warrior concludes that the bearers of the sacred light were the answer he found, and the president confirms. Soon after, the religious leader reveals that he only chooses the most devoted disciples to become the perfect ingredients for his ascension. With that, the opponent claims that calling him a scoundrel, as Ah Fei did, would still be a compliment. Unfazed, the president justifies that the lives of his followers are a reasonable reward for having saved them from the monsters. As he concludes the conversation, the man of faith prepares to attack with a technique called Descent of the Sacred Light. In response, the warrior also prepares a counterattack with his rending blade. Immediately, he launches his energy attack toward the spheres of light. The strike hits the spheres in the sky, causing a series of explosions. With that, the challenger questions whether the spheres can indeed be destroyed, and irritated by the outcome, the president asks why he doesn't die obediently. Immediately, the enemy concentrates energy and molds it in his hand. Then he materializes a large spear of light and prepares it for the attack. With a quick throw, the weapon pierces the warrior's abdomen. Soon after, 3 more spears hit him, wounding him severely. Over the torn body, the president declares that he will achieve true freedom, treating people like him as mere obstacles. Even wounded, the challenger compares him to a mad pig trying to escape from its pen. The face of the religious figure then contorts into a monstrous visage as he advances to attack. At that moment, a system alert notification announces the arrival of the error boss, Moon Slayer. Surprised, the president calls him a boss, while a skeletal hand grabs his, which was controlling the spheres of light. Without hesitation, the bony hand completely crushes his. With that, a new system notification updates the mission to kill the president, under penalty of immediate death. Immediately, the warrior dodges multiple energy attacks launched by the opponent. Then he jumps over the throne to reposition himself on the battlefield. Even without one of his hands, the religious figure calls him a despicable monster and claims he can still crush him. Thus, the challenger releases his final form, and an immense aura of dark energy explodes around him. With his new form, he unleashes a devastating combo that quickly destroys all the spheres of the domain. Unable to believe it, the president questions how that is possible upon seeing the destruction of his ability. Before he could react, the lines of dark energy completely envelop him. With that, a great explosion disintegrates the president, while the warrior silently observes the end of the battle. Outside, the energy sphere begins to tremble as the duo watches, and as the barrier breaks, the young man celebrates the emergence of his brother. Then, the warrior emerges from the flames, returning to his normal appearance. Soon, the younger one praises him for defeating the boss alone, while the other promises to share the items he obtained. Next, the victor asks about the giant monster, and the brother explains that it stopped disappearing just before. With the girl's body in his arms, the creature continues to call her name. After that, the immense being turns and walks toward the temple, promising to take dim sum back home. With that, the young girl questions the warrior if her tasks have been completed. Then, a system notification appears, announcing the failure of the hidden mission and initiating a reset. And at the sound of a rooster's crow, the girl's eyes suddenly open. Soon she wakes up in her bed and offers a small morning prayer to the sacred light. Thus, with determination, the young girl prepares for another day that will be filled with the sacred light. Next, the girl grabs some medicine and rushes out to care for the little wounded pig. As she walks through the village, Dim Sum greets the villagers who salute her along the way. But one of the villagers warns her to be careful of the man-eating monsters in the mountain. Upon hearing the warning, the girl repeats to herself the words about man-eating monsters. And while walking distractedly, the young girl bumps into someone and falls to the ground. Soon, the village chief helps her up, accompanied by a temple knight. With that, the chief asks the knight, whom he calls my lord, to take a look at the child. As the armored man examines her, the chief praises Dim Sum for being the most diligent in daily prayers. Then the knight comments on her piety, suggesting that she could be a bearer of the sacred light. Immediately, the girl refuses the offer and runs away, leaving the chief confused by her attitude. As she runs, the young girl laments her rudeness and asks for forgiveness from the sacred light. But in her flight, Dim Sum suddenly stops just before nearly bumping into the warrior. He then addresses her, explaining that the true sacred light does not reside in a place, but in her heart. Confused, the girl asks if he is talking to her and feels that she has seen him before. Far away, the chief apologizes to the knight, who asserts that the girl will become a perfect bearer in a few years. And the armored man reveals in his thoughts that it would be a waste to offer her to the president. While the chief agrees to take Dim Sum to see him again, the warrior passes by the group. As he crosses, the knight begins to bleed from his throat, leaving the chief startled. And while the leader shouts for a doctor, the wanderer steps away from the scene without looking back. Far away in the forest, the little monster waits for his friend, not knowing if she will come. Soon after, he debates with his conscience about the desire to take a bite out of his companion. But Dim Sum's voice echoes through the forest, and the creature responds to her call. Without hesitation, the girl runs to meet her friend in the clearing. In the distance, the trio formed by Yi Luli, Ah Fei, and Luna observes the peaceful scene from a cliff. And the warrior comments that the failure of the mission allowed them to witness that moment, but the youngest refuses to proceed with the new task. In silence, the three continue watching the reunion in the forest below. Then the wanderer bids farewell to Luna to seek the next mission, but his companion suggests that they form a group. When questioned, the traveler simply replies that they are not playing, while the young man laments his coldness towards girls. With that, the young woman concludes that the deviation of the NPCs and missions is directly related to Genesis. Then she interrupts them and proposes an alliance, stating that both sides need information and are short on time. Thus, the girl formally introduces herself, and the young man does the same shortly after. The warrior then shakes her hand, sealing the new alliance under the name of Zhan Yu. Finally, the young woman repeats his name and wishes him success on his journey. A system notification appears, announcing an update and maintenance for the game. And with the announcement of maintenance, the group says goodbye and agrees to meet again the next day. As the system initiates the logout process, the young woman dematerializes while watching her cat. Back in the real world, Miss Bai murmurs the names of her new allies while petting the animal. Soon after, she begins to play with the kitten, mimicking its gestures. But the housekeeper abruptly enters and informs her that the old master is calling, while the girl scolds her for not knocking. Then the maid leads her to the door of an elevator and warns that she will not accompany her. Alone, Miss Bai announces her arrival as Xiao Yu and knocks on the door before entering. With that, the doors open, and the housekeeper pushes her into the room. The room reveals a large office with an aquarium occupying the entire wall. Before the desk, the young woman addresses the man and asks why she was called. Without looking at her, the father mentions that he heard about her passing the preliminary exam, and she confirms it. Then, the patriarch orders her to be a finalist in the next exam so as not to embarrass him. After agreeing to the requirement, Miss Bai is dismissed by her father. In the adjacent aquarium, a small fish is devoured by a shark. Meanwhile, Yi Luli and Na Fei walk through the city streets, looking for a place to have dinner. As soon as they arrive at a hot pot restaurant, the younger one immediately starts interacting with the receptionist. Then, a large bubbling pot of food is served at their table. Excited, the young man lists all the ingredients he will eat to feel reborn. Calmly, the warrior instructs him on the correct cooking time for the food, and then he advises him to add scallion oil to the soup to protect his digestive system. Soon after, Yululi watches in silence as his brother eats with enthusiasm. But at a nearby table, he hears two men talking about the game Phantom Moon. One of them explains that in his guild, the same mission had drastically different difficulties for each player. The other man agrees but wonders if the missions are generated randomly or if they vary for each individual. The conversation makes the observer ponder the same question. Then, a system notification shows the details of the random mission that was generated. The scene reveals the giant monster, determined to become human to reunite with Dim Sum. As he reflects, the young man recalls the president's logic about how only the most devoted disciples became bearers, and he questions the sudden change of his identity to that of a bug chief. With that, he also wonders why his avatar deviated from the game's norms, activating a random mission, and the search for the root cause of all the problems leads him to question whether the game's source code has been rewritten. Next, the warrior ponders the possible connection between the rewriting of the code and Luna's words about Genesis. He also reflects on whether the events are a guide to eternal purgatory or merely obstacles to stop him. Despite his preparations, the young man questions whether he is making progress or drifting further away from his brother. Back at the restaurant, a waitress approaches the table while a dark cloud looms over him. Soon after, the employee arrives with 5 bowls of fried rice with egg for Ah Fei. The youngest then offers one of the bowls to his companion, saying he will eat the other 3. The scene then shifts to a snow-covered mansion during winter. In a flashback, the older brother, Han Yixio, asks a young Ah Fei why he is crying. Sitting beside him, little Yi Lule explains that their beds have been vandalized. With that, the boy cries and asks how they will manage to sleep in the cold. Immediately, the older brother becomes furious and blames the same bully as always, promising not to hold back next time. Soon he tells the youngest to ask for a new blanket, but the boy explains that the aggressor has already been taken away by the orphanage director, who denied the request. As a snowstorm lashes against the window with temperatures of -18 degrees Celsius, Han Yixio suggests that the 3 huddle together to keep warm, and while they share warmth, little Ah Fei asks why life is so difficult, and the middle brother replies that it was made to be this way. Next, the older brother advises them to focus on tomorrow, while the studious one wishes to read books and the other dreams of eating 3 bowls of fried rice. Han Yixio then jokes about the youngest's wish, who retorts and increases the request to 5 bowls so that everyone can eat. Back in the present, the wanderer reflects on his older brother's words, remembering that focusing on tomorrow is already enough. Suddenly, the fairy CC appears with an announcement about the Warrior's Heart event in the kingdom of Tapini, the birthplace of weapons. In the distance, the image of the kingdom reveals an imposing castle floating over a vast forest surrounded by walls. With only 1 minute left for registration, a crowd of adventurers desperately pushes at the entrance. Then, a guard informs that the quota has been filled and orders everyone to leave immediately. Without hesitation, the wanderer offers a bag of coins to the guard while his companions watch the negotiation. As the group passes, other players complain in the background, questioning why they were allowed to enter. Then, a system notification informs that there are only 9 seconds left until the event begins. Already inside the territory, the youngest is surprised by the landscape, but the warrior clarifies that they still need to advance to the center of the castle. In the last second of the countdown, a massive metal plate falls from the sky and hits the ground with force. Soon after, dozens of other plates fall in sequence, raising a continuous barrier. Thus, a circular wall completely closes around the area, trapping all the players present. Before the colossal structure, the trio observes the dust rising from the impact of the walls. While the wanderer questions whether this is a trap, the young man worries about the possible appearance of a giant. Unexpectedly, a large screen with glitches appears in the sky, and everyone looks up, not understanding what is happening. On the screen, the distorted image of a man tries to communicate, repeatedly asking if anyone can hear him. Then, a man named Huade introduces himself as the host of the event, while his assistant confirms that the equipment is working. He begins a long story about the birth of a beautiful princess that occurred 18 years ago. With that, the assistant interrupts him and asks for the explanation to be summarized immediately. Even so, Huade continues the tale, describing how the princess became a treasure for the people of the kingdom. His assistant warns him again, noting that the afternoon nap time is approaching quickly. Under pressure, the host finally reveals that the princess has been kidnapped by a dragon and the kingdom needs warriors to rescue her. Soon after, he explains that the competition will select the strongest and distributes a warrior certificate to each participant. The goal is clear: collect certificates for 7 days, as only the top 100 will advance to the next phase. The first method to obtain the certificates is simply to find them scattered throughout the scenery, and the second way consists of hunting the kingdom's monsters, which are worth a number of certificates proportional to their strength. The third and most direct method is to take certificates from other adventurers, whose count is visible to everyone. Noticing that nap time has already passed, the assistant urges Huade, who ends the broadcast promising more rules later. Immediately, the start of the competition is announced and a timer of 168 hours appears over the arena. Without wasting any time, the group leader orders them to advance, stating that they will discuss strategy while moving. Nearby, a swordsman approaches and asks if they would like to form a team. The warrior then reveals his plan to assemble a squad of 100 men to ensure an advantage, inviting them to join. Without looking back, the wanderer declines the invitation, leaving the swordsman confused by the response. Watching them leave, the stranger promises that he will defeat them if he encounters them again. As they run, the youngest questions the refusal, and the companion responds that simply increasing the number of members is not a good strategy. He then completes his reasoning, explaining that although there are many fish, small sharks are still the hunters. Suddenly, a system notification congratulates them for completing a random mission and announces the distribution of rewards. The prize is a mythical grade item, a group certificate that grants attribute bonuses and special skills for the team. Soon after, the wanderer faces a giant gorilla monster, adding the 15 certificates from the creature to his own. At the same time, the agile young woman moves through the forest and manages to increase her certificate count to 11. Meanwhile, the mage unleashes a powerful fire explosion that defeats multiple enemies, raising his count to 6. With that, the trio gathers on a tree branch, displaying their new certificate counts. Upon spotting a rhinoceros monster worth 10 certificates, the young man offers to take care of it alone. At the moment he prepares his fireball, another girl also seizes the opportunity to launch a similar attack. Her strike hits the monster first in a massive explosion, defeating it before the young man could act. Furious, the young man confronts the unknown girl, accusing her of stealing his warrior certificate. But the girl repeats his words in a challenging tone. Surprised, the mage hears her claim that she found the target first, not caring about the dispute. As he tries to resolve the situation with words, the young woman demands his certificates and attacks him with several fireballs. While he argues that a gentleman does not fight a woman, she continues the offensive without hesitation. At a total disadvantage, the young man retreats and calls for help, summoning his brother. Soon after, the companion appears and restrains the girl, while the mage regains his composure and taunts her. Immobile, she accuses him of ambushing her, reprimanding him and stealing her certificates. Then, the young woman cries for help, calling for her older sister. Suddenly, a new figure appears behind the young man. At that moment, the archer steps forward and warns him to be careful of the new danger. The newcomer grabs the young man by the neck and easily blocks the archer's attack with one hand. With that, the two groups face each other in a tense standoff. As the woman holds the mage, she comments on men who assault girls and acknowledges the archer's great strength. As soon as she realizes the critical situation, the young woman prepares to act immediately and rescue her companion. With that, she activates a skill that forces the opponent to let go. Quickly, the warrior leaps into the air and advances for a new attack with her sword. The rival, however, quickly retreats to dodge the incoming strike. Soon after, the archer prepares a new energy shot, while the adversary concentrates a fire aura at her foot. The two attacks collide, resulting in a massive explosion of energy. After the impact, the unknown woman praises the technique, and the huntress also acknowledges her opponent's strength. Then, the young woman analyzes her rival, deciding that she needs to create an opening to force a mistake. To do this, she launches a circular energy attack that advances along the ground toward the duo. The woman and the young man leap into the air to avoid the strike. Seeing them suspended, the archer identifies the gap she was waiting for and prepares for the next move. Unexpectedly, the rival uses the mage as a shield, interrupting the advance of the offensive. Taking advantage of the hesitation, the enemy quickly advances and lands a direct kick on the huntress. At that moment, the leader supports the young woman, who apologizes for not being able to save her companion, while the opposing girl reveals that her older sister was a professional player. Even with the archer wanting to try again, the opponent states that the outcome of the confrontation would not change. With a gesture, the woman interrupts the discussion, saying that she is not interested in fighting the huntress. Then she points directly at the leader and challenges him to a fight. The warrior then asks his ally to recover while he takes on the battle, and she warns him about the opponent's strength. Praising the decisive attitude, the rival uses a trapping technique to imprison the mage in an energy cage. With the boy neutralized, the wanderer and the opponent face each other, preparing for the confrontation. Immediately, the two exchange a quick sequence of blows that causes multiple explosions on the battlefield. The exchange of attacks continues at high speed, with energies colliding violently. From inside the cage, the mage observes the fight, surprised that the enemy can hold her own against his brother. The girl is also astonished by the wanderer's strength, worried that her sister might be defeated for the first time. Meanwhile, the archer analyzes the battle, recognizing that both are elite players with unique combat styles. The leader's execution is described as cold and calculating, capable of finding the right response to any attack. On the other hand, the rival's technique is precise and devoid of unnecessary movements, confirming her skill as a professional player. The clash between the two results in a final and immense explosion that engulfs the forest. When the dust settles, the woman praises the wanderer's performance, stating that he has passed her test. Soon after, she completely changes the subject and asks him if he would accept a partner taller than him. The unexpected question leaves him visibly confused and without an immediate reaction. In the distance, the girl reminds her sister about the agreement to avoid online dating, while the archer questions what is happening. Still, the rival decides that she will not waste the opportunity, trusting her intuition about him. At that moment, a memory from her past reveals her 10 years of dedication to esports, achieving success in various competitions. Another memory shows that by focusing solely on games, she never had the chance to experience a romance. Based on her experience with virtual stories, she declares that the Wanderer is the ideal partner she has been looking for. With that, the woman asks if he accepts to start an online relationship and launches an attack that cracks the ground. The warrior stares at her in silence and responds to the proposal with a single, straightforward word. The rejection leaves her in shock, while the battlefield remains destroyed between them. At that moment, he frees the mage, who suggests that a girl with initiative would be a good partner for his brother. The revelation that the Wanderer has never dated further piques the opponent's interest, who classifies him as an innocent man. Suddenly, she reacts as if struck by Cupid's arrow, questioning whether this could be a romantic feeling. Startled, her younger sister screams upon seeing that she has indeed been hit by an arrow. The woman looks at her shoulder and realizes that the projectile is real, understanding that this is not a figment of her imagination. Without warning, both groups find themselves completely surrounded by dozens of other players emerging from the forest. In front of them, a veteran with 74 certificates leads the group, displaying his count alongside his followers. With a smile, the group leader announces to his followers that they have found new prey for the attack. He then claims the woman with the most certificates for himself and releases the other targets to his men. Quickly, Yi Luli instructs Ah Fei to prepare to break the encirclement and send a signal to Luna. At that moment, the hostess becomes irritated that they have ruined her event, while her younger sister asks her to tend to her wound first. With a determined look, the commander finally orders the attack to begin. Unexpectedly, a massive pillar of red energy descends from the sky and expands across the clearing. The sudden light leaves all the players confused, unsure if this is one of the opponent's abilities. Soon after, someone points to the sky, where the system screen reappears, dividing the scene. In the projection, the assistant tries to hurry Quaid, who tells him to explain so as not to disturb his nap. As soon as he takes command, the assistant announces that he will explain the new activity, created to increase the difficulty of the competition. Shortly after, he officially announces the start of the activity, Catch the Blues and Avoid the Reds in the Kingdom of Tapini. In the explanation, it becomes clear that the map will now have blue zones with blessings and red zones with random penalties. With that, the spokesperson concludes the broadcast, wishing good luck to all the warriors. Upon realizing they are in a red zone, the group decides that survival is more important and immediately retreats. Then, a system notification reveals that the penalty of the zone is time and space interrupted, teleporting everyone randomly. While Ah Fei asks what to do, the strategist states that it is too late to escape, as everyone is enveloped by the light. Thus, Yi Luli instructs her companions to prioritize the certificates and to regroup in the central area if they get separated. Soon after, the teleportation is activated, and all players in the area disappear in columns of energy. Next, a system update shows that the remaining time is 152 hours, with 8,087 players in the competition. In a new location in the forest, the coordinates of one of the competitors are displayed on the system screen. Nearby, a series of violent explosions echo through the woods, indicating a battle. Soon, the woman with purple hair appears victorious over the fallen players, while one of them begs for his life. Even when the defeated player offers money in exchange for mercy, she stares at him in silence. Without hesitation, the warrior delivers a powerful punch that finishes the player with the impact. With her certificate count now at 231, she comments that he deserved what happened. Shortly after, she laments not having exchanged names with Yi Luli and begins to plan the names of her future children. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ah Fei and the girl with red hair formally introduce themselves after being teleported to the same location. Then both comment in surprise about how well they got along, forgetting the fight from a few minutes ago. Next, the two begin to train together, launching fire attacks at each other amidst the forest. During the training, the girl teases Ah Fei, saying that fate brought them together so she could defeat him. While dodging, the young man tries to argue that it was all a misunderstanding, but realizes he needs a plan to stop her. Thus, when she attacks him demanding his certificates, he suddenly has an idea to resolve the situation. With a shout, the young man interrupts her mid-advance, making her stop just a few meters away. Soon after, he proposes a truce so they can exchange information about their siblings and their compatibility. The proposal piques the interest of his opponent, who questions what he means by compatibility. Sitting around a campfire, the two discuss which brother to find first, with the young man insisting that finding his will solve everything. Meanwhile, in another location, Luna observes the night landscape, realizing that the map and communication functions have been cut off. With that, she laments being alone once again, as the scene dissolves into an underwater image. At that moment, a memory from the past reveals her father informing her about the exam and demanding that she become a finalist. Soon after, the man dismisses her without looking at her, while the girl remains in her wheelchair. Back in the present, she tries to convince herself that her father still cares about her. The scene then shifts to her technological room with her lying in the immersion capsule, promising her mother that she will keep trying. However, back in the present, the sound of a dripping water drop pulls her from her memories, and she finds herself surrounded by shadowy claws. The source of the claws is a colossal monster that roars before the young woman, revealing a count of 999 certificates. Thus, the confrontation between the two results in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, far away, Luli faces a new opponent who praises him for his strength but assures him that he is even more powerful. Finally, with his face now covered, the strategist stares at the opponent in silence, ready for the battle to come. 2 hours earlier, he was alone among the energy pillars, analyzing the surroundings and concluding that his companions were not nearby. With his face covered, he decides that his main focus is to gather as many certificates as quickly as possible. To do this, he uses the camouflage ability of his coat, which allows him to blend into the environment. Hidden, he observes a group of monsters devouring a carcass in the forest. Soon after, his attention turns to a trio of players who are also exploring the same area. In another direction, he spots two competitors fighting against a larger monster, competing for the creature's certificates. Without hesitation, he begins his hunt, eliminating both monsters and other players with quick and lethal attacks. Concealed in a tree, he analyzes that monsters with fewer certificates are easier to defeat. With 226 certificates, his strategy shifts to focusing on weakened opponents after combat. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the elf Han Xiao and his companion face a monster worth 70 certificates. With a confident smile, the swordsman prepares an attack with his energy blade. Next, he uses a wave of energy from his weapon to deliver the final blow against the creature. After the victory, his partner praises him, and Han Xiao boasts about his new sword, recently acquired at an auction. As the two move away, the hidden hunter observes them in silence, preparing for the attack. As he advances, Han Xiao notices the movement and turns around in surprise to face the threat. In the blink of an eye, the invader passes by him and defeats his companion with a single swift attack. Enraged, Han Xiao questions him about his identity and threatens him with the consequences of provoking him. Without responding, the opponent simply brandishes his weapon, remaining silent in the face of the challenge. With that, both rush towards each other at high speed, initiating the direct confrontation. Soon, Han Xiao delivers a powerful energy strike with his sword, commanding that the enemy die. However, the adversary manages to dodge just in time, escaping the blade's reach. Without wasting any time, Han Xiao pursues him at high speed, enveloped by the energy of his weapon. Even so, he quickly loses sight of his target and looks around, not understanding where he went. Suddenly, the hunter appears from above in a surprise attack, while Han Xiao stares at him in shock. The blow hits him squarely, defeating him with a series of cuts. With the victory, his certificate count rises to 354. Unexpectedly, a new player appears, applauding the fight, surprising him for not having noticed him before. The newcomer then accuses him of having stolen all his prey and declares that he will now be his new target. Without hesitation, both charge at each other, leaving trails of energy in their wake. The clash of their attacks causes a violent explosion that cracks the ground and raises a cloud of dust. While blocking the blows, Yi Luli is challenged by Feng Ya to defend against all his continuous attacks. Amid the exchange of blows, the opponent praises his skill, which continues to stand out in defense. With that, he counterattacks using his explosive blade, launching a burst of circular energy. However, Feng Ye easily dispels the technique with a wave of his own energy. With a confident smile, the challenger announces that it is now his turn to attack. He then invokes the Wolf's Mist, forming a massive head of energy that rises above his rival. The creature growls and unleashes a powerful attack in his direction. The impact results in a colossal explosion that completely destroys the forest area. As the smoke dissipates, Feng Yi repeats that, despite the strength of his enemy, he is still the strongest. For his part, the warrior analyzes the opponent, realizing that, despite being powerful, he has no certificates, making the fight pointless. At that moment, Feng Yi demands to know the name of the one he is facing, since he has introduced himself. Soon after, the masked man reveals himself to be Zhan Yu, and both prepare for a new confrontation, allowing their auras to manifest in a clash. The confrontation resumes with a frantic exchange of blows that echoes throughout the forest. Soon after, they clash again in a stalemate of strength that causes another explosion. From there, the fight transforms into a chase, and during the run, Yi Luli realizes that the enemy fights like a wild and tireless wolf. There is no room to breathe or escape from the relentless pursuit he suffers with every step. At the same time, Feng Ye compares him to a dangerous venomous snake. While praising the opponent's skill, he leaps into the air and promises to devour him in his next attack. The final clash between the combatants generates a massive explosion that spreads throughout the region. In the distance, a group of soldiers in formation observes the smoke rising from the forest. Immediately, the leader raises his hand and orders everyone to stop marching. With discipline, the troop positions itself in a perfectly organized formation, awaiting new orders. Then the commander addresses one of his men, ordering him to retrieve number 4 to avoid further problems. As the archer disappears to carry out the order, the rest are instructed to maintain formation and continue advancing. After the explosion, the rivals face each other amid the dust and destruction of the forest. The silver-haired warrior analyzes the opponent, noticing that he is starting to make mistakes and does not seem prepared for a long fight. At that moment, Feng Ye smiles, commenting on how fun and invigorating the confrontation is. As he advances for a new attack, Yi Luli dodges, judging the movement too slow. Thus, he takes advantage of the opening and manages to land a direct hit on the enemy. Suddenly, he realizes that something is wrong, as Feng Ye is enveloped by a new aura. In an instant, the opponent counterattacks with renewed speed and strength, forcing the warrior to block the blow. He is thrown against a tree, noticing that his rival grows stronger the longer the fight goes on. Soon after, Feng Ye confirms the suspicion and reveals his passive ability, which increases his attack power with each damage taken. With a leap, he dives towards Yi Luli, ready to exchange his pain for a fatal blow. The attack results in a new and violent explosion that shakes the entire combat area. As the smoke clears, the swordsman emerges running, distancing himself from the impact site. During the escape, he concludes that the enemy is not simple and tricked him into activating his ability. The pursuit continues, leading him to decide that he will need unconventional methods to win. The frantic chase finally brings them to the edge of a cliff, in front of a massive waterfall. Nearby, Yi Luli encounters 2 monsters that surround him in a clearing. In a matter of seconds, dozens of other identical creatures emerge from the forest, closing in. Without hesitation, he uses the hunting blade, launching multiple energy attacks against the group. In the distance, the opponent observes the scene and recognizes the name of the skill with surprise. After the combo defeats the monsters, Yi Luli's advance is intercepted by Feng Ye's blockade. This causes the clash between them to generate a massive explosion of energy that cracks the ground. The force of the impact spreads along the edge of the cliff, causing a new wave of destruction. Amidst the dust, the young warrior questions how his rival could know that skill. The hunter then reveals that he possesses the same technique as a limited-time event boss. A memory from the past shows the leader warning him about the skill and the importance of breaking the combo. Back in the present, Feng Ye assumes that this was the opponent's trump card and expresses satisfaction with the fight. Soon after, he declares that victory is decided as the enemy failed in the attack and activated his passive. Yi Luli reflects that, for the opponent, this is just a game of win or lose, but for him, it is not. Firmly, he states that he cannot lose and unleashes a new and immense explosion of his aura. The sudden burst of power surprises Feng Ye, who questions whether there is still another secret skill to be revealed. Before the waterfall, the hunter praises the rival's strength, declaring that the confrontation has left him completely energized. Hidden in the forest, the archer observes the fight and finds it quite entertaining. Soon after, he prepares his bow to intervene in the battle, stating that his leader is in a hurry and needs to end the confrontation. Suddenly, the archer shot an energy arrow towards them. The projectile crossed the field and hit Yi Luli squarely, knocking him back with the impact. Surprised by the interference, Feng Ye questioned who was there, while the newcomer appeared to announce that he came to help. In response, the wounded warrior activated a skill that created a massive whirlwind of energy around him. Soon after, the rival took advantage of the explosion from the technique to throw him off the cliff and disappear into the water. Already at the edge of the precipice, the archer asked why the number of certificates did not increase, noticing that the opponent survived. With a smile, he insinuated that the enemy was deliberately allowed to escape by using a fleeing skill instead of an attack. Then the archer offered to take care of that prey if his companion no longer wanted it. Unwilling, the swordsman attacked the archer, declaring that the prey was his, but had his strike blocked. After the brief clash, the archer stepped back and warned that they needed to leave to avoid injuring the leader. Even reluctantly, Feng Ye looked in the direction of their escape and promised a new battle against Yi Luli in the future. Meanwhile, Ah Fei and little Chili walked through a forest under the moonlight while she laughed at a story. The girl then asked if it was true that his brother was so perfect, and the young man replied with a regional slang that made her laugh. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted when they both heard a sound coming from a nearby bush. From the vegetation, a goblin jumped towards them with a sword in hand. Immediately, Ah Fei prepared for combat and asked his companion to hide behind him. However, the girl pushed him aside and ordered him to step back, taking the lead in the fight. With a single gesture, she unleashed a tornado of fire that incinerated the monster completely. After the battle, she turned to Ah-Fi and asked why he was on the ground, and the boy simply said he slipped. As the girl helped him up, he thanked her and commented that he had never had a date like that. Back on their walk, Ah-Fi asked about her, and little Chili revealed that she had just graduated from university. Unbeknownst to them, other goblins were watching as the boy asked what her field of study was, receiving animation as a response. With that, he expressed his love for anime and commented on how cool it was that she could work in the industry she liked. Holding a goblin that appeared, little Chili questioned whether that was really something cool or something to be envious of. Soon after, the young woman explained that she entered college full of passion, but discovered that creating and watching animation are very different things. While striking the monster, the girl vented about the technical difficulty and the low pay for her work after 4 years of study. She concluded by saying that, for the price of a painting, it would be better to sell fried rice, making Ah-Fi realize he had touched on a sensitive subject. In an attempt to console her, the young man stated that people like her would make the country's anime industry more popular. However, his words had no effect, and he merely watched as his companion held the goblin, unsure of what to do. With a swift motion, little Chili used her flames to incinerate the goblin she was holding. Silence enveloped the environment, leaving Ah-Fi unsure of how to continue the conversation. Not knowing what to say, he scratched his head, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. At that moment, an unknown creature emerged from the water, interrupting the tense atmosphere. The two turned around in surprise, with the young man questioning what that monster was, while the girl noticed its high value and certificates. The creature merely looked in their direction with a distorted face. Then, the monster opened its mouth and released a powerful wave of energy. Ah-Fi immediately shouted for little Chili to run, but she remained frozen. Caught off guard by the force of the attack, the two simply fell to the ground. Ignoring the fall, the creature began to weave threads of energy around it. The threads of energy advanced and connected to Ah-Fi and little Chili, merging their appearances into one. Soon their new form opened its eyes. Not understanding what had happened, the voices of Ah-Fi and little Chili came from the same body, asking where they were. Suddenly, the water around the merged body exploded into a massive column. From the waters, the previous monster resurfaced and asked if they liked the new clothes they had been given. With a smile, the creature explained that it did that just to make them look more beautiful. Then, the being showed off amidst the column of water it had raised. Behind it, an even larger and more grotesque monster appeared, while the two were invited to have fun. Frightened by the sight, they tried to move away to put distance between themselves and the creatures. However, the body did not obey, and they stumbled in the water, questioning the lack of control. Fallen, they looked at their own hands, beginning to understand the terrible situation. With that, the final realization came when they noticed they now shared the same body. Confusion set in when one hand touched the wrong place, leading to a discussion about getting out of each other's body. Then, the monster ordered them to stop fighting and used a force that began to pull them closer. The lack of coordination made them stumble again, with one blaming the other for the wrong direction of the movement. As they were dragged closer, one of them asked the other to think of something quickly, until an idea finally emerged. With a plan in mind, Ah-Fi asked his partner to stay still and let his half of the body take control. As soon as he took command, he rose from the water and channeled fire energy into one of his hands. Seeing the flames, the enemy reacted and prepared a water counterattack to extinguish them. Then, the creature launched a barrage of water projectiles toward the merged body. The lack of coordination prevented them from dodging in time, resulting in a discussion about what action to take. Using a burst of fire to spin, they ended up awkwardly falling into the water. Fallen, they argued about the mistake until little Chili's half took control and propelled them out of the water with fire. Once in the air, she unleashed a barrage of flaming comets that flew toward the opponent. The projectiles hit the creature and the giant monster right behind it, engulfing both in flames. However, the attack was quickly neutralized when the adversary used its power to extinguish the fire with water. Irritated by their disobedience, the creature threatened them and began to conjure a water prison to capture them. With no chance of escape, their body was completely enveloped by a watery sphere. Trapped inside, they struggled to move, complaining about the lack of synchronization and blaming each other. Amidst the submerged despair, they realized that the only way out would be to find a point of understanding. With renewed determination, Ah-Fi's voice asked for his partner's hand, and they finally joined their palms in an act of cooperation. The union of their hands generated a massive explosion of fire that completely destroyed the water prison. Now in sync above the water, they both agreed to cooperate and anticipate each other's movements. In response to the scene, the monster shouted that they were not allowed to rise. Without hesitation, the creature initiated its technique once more, weaving threads of energy in their direction. With perfect coordination, the merged body began to dodge the attacks, alternating directions and increasing speed. Amid the movements, one of them commented that it looked like a dance, while the other suggested they play some music. As soon as Ah Fei requested a song, the fairy CC appeared and began to play a tune that both immediately approved. To the sound of the melody, the fused body moved in a dance rhythm, smoothly dodging all attacks. Totally synchronized, they unleashed a powerful combined attack that advanced against the monster. Surprised by the force of the blow, the creature merely watched in denial as it was struck directly. With one last scream, the being was completely disintegrated by the explosion, while the music continued to play. Soon after, elsewhere, a gigantic creature emerged from the waters, questioning who dared to kill its child. After the monster's defeat, Ah Fei and Little Chili separated and observed the spoils, discussing the experience and the items obtained. Upon finding two epic pieces of equipment, the young man offered one to her, and they both touched their fists in a gesture of partnership. At the moment of the touch, a surge of energy crackled between them, surprising them. Soon after, the young woman looked at Ah Fei and asked what he thought his brother and her sister were doing. Elsewhere, the purple-haired sister commented on a scent in the air, wondering how he would react to her surprise appearance. Suddenly, the woman found herself on top of a cliff, not understanding where she was. With that, she clenched her fist, questioning what could have happened to her companion while she was away. With a leap, she landed forcefully on the ground, shattering the rock around her with the impact. From the top of the newly formed pillar, she declared that, no matter what it was, she would make the responsible party pay a terrible price. Far away, Fang Ye felt a sudden chill while resting on the carcass of a monster. Soon after, her squad approached, and the leader called her to hunt a 500-point monster found further ahead. The mention of the score piqued the swordsman's interest, who blamed Yi Luli for stirring his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, in the depths of the water, the remains of Yi Luli's skeletal body floated inert. Despite being conscious, he found himself completely unable to move his body. In his mind, he recalled the moment he was pushed off the cliff by Feng Ya and her assistant. As he fell, his vigilance was focused on the water's surface, ready for a counterattack from his pursuers. However, he was caught off guard by an attack from a lake monster that bit him from behind. With the bite, the system notified him that his body had been contaminated with the creature's poison. Even believing it to be an ordinary monster, he felt his entire body go numb in less than a minute. In those circumstances, he could only turn into a skeleton before losing consciousness, while the fish were drawn to the blood. Already adrift as a skeleton, he noticed the sound of the current growing louder, sensing that another trial was coming. Soon after, his body was caught by a whirlpool that formed on the water's surface. The force of the current violently pulled him to the depths of the lake. Sitting in a cave, he celebrated being able to move again, but immediately questioned where he was. As he stood up, Yi Luli observed the vast cave with multiple holes in the walls, assuming he was at the bottom of the lake. Examining one of the openings, he noticed that the scratches indicated they had been dug by a huge monster. Based on the scale of the place, he concluded that he was in the lair of a high-level monster or a large group of them. Deciding not to wait passively, he prepared a potion to recover and leave immediately. As soon as he recovered, he began to explore the cave until he spotted a light coming from the end of one of the tunnels. Upon entering the tunnel, he found a chamber filled with green monster eggs that pulsed slowly. While observing the place, something resting on one of the eggs caught his attention. Crouched beside the egg, Yi Luli recognized that the object was Luna's sword. Without hesitation, he used his own blade to cut the egg and free the warrior, who was unconscious inside. Back in her human form, he held her in his arms and tried to wake her up. With her eyes half open, Luna recognized him and whispered his name. Suddenly, her expression changed as she looked up and warned him of an imminent danger. Right above them, a gigantic monster with multiple limbs descended from the cave's ceiling. Without hesitation, the creature leaped from the ceiling and attacked Yi Luli directly. With a quick movement, he blocked the massive punch of the monster with his blade. As he struggled to withstand the weight of the blow, Luna asked to be placed on the ground quickly. Soon after, the monster recoiled and prepared an attack with all four of its arms. To retaliate, Yi Luli unleashed a powerful wave of energy from his sword. The attack repelled the creature, giving him time to place Luna on the ground and return her blade. Already on his feet, the warrior questioned how she had encountered a monster of that level, but Luna replied that she couldn't remember. From a distance, the creature accused them of having stolen its child. With that, the partner proposed that they defeat it to secure the promotion, and both agreed on an attack strategy. As soon as the plan was defined, the two advanced together toward the monster. In an instant, Luna found herself surrounded by the creature's arms and unleashed an energy barrier to protect herself. Immediately, Yi Luli moved to intercept one of the blows, blocking it with his body. As the enemy leaped for an aerial attack, the swordsman prepared a counterattack from the ground. His energy slash rose and struck the monster squarely in the air. Soon after, Luna released a horizontal energy cut to complement the attack. After the blow, the creature retreated into one of the holes in the wall, surprising the two fighters. With that, Yi Luli concluded that it would be very difficult to pursue her through those tunnels. Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the cave, and he warned Luna to be careful of their surroundings. Immediately, both realized that the next threat would come from beneath the ground. In an instant, the monster's spiral-shaped tail emerged from the earth, forcing them to retreat from the impact. As soon as the attack ended, the creature's tail quickly retracted back underground. Given the enemy's speed, Luli and Luna agreed to separate to create an opening. As soon as they moved apart, the ground trembled again, and he warned her that the attack was coming in her direction. The tail then burst from the ground, but Luna managed to parry the blow with her sword. While watching, Luli analyzed that he would need to calculate the exact moment to overcome the shell's defense. As soon as he found the perfect gap, he advanced and delivered a precise strike to the monster's tail. Hit squarely, the creature's tail writhed on the ground, emitting a sound of pain. With the tail injured, the main body of the enemy emerged from the soil, and Luli warned Luna to be careful. In a fit of rage, the creature smashed the ground with immense force, destroying everything around. Now together, the swordsmen offered to handle the attacks while she recovered from the battle. Before them, the monster rose imposing, preparing for the next onslaught. As soon as the enemy attacked with its arms, Luli dodged the first blow and prepared for the next. Soon after, their energy attacks collided against the creature's defense in a massive clash. 2 hours later, the battle continued, and the two commented on the immense resilience of the opponent. As they observed the exhausted enemy, Luna remarked that it must be close to its limit. Hearing the comment, the monster insulted them for their arrogance and ignorance. In an unexpected move, the creature grabbed one of its own eggs, putting the two on alert. With that, the enemy absorbed the energy from the egg and fully recovered, to both of their surprise. Fully restored, the monster declared that their despair was just beginning. Then, the creature began to spin and release an area-wide wave of energy, prompting Luli to alert his partner. The energy hit both of them squarely, distorting their perception of their surroundings. And so, the distorted scene changed to the interior of a cafe, where a cup of coffee was being prepared. Soon after, a waitress delivered the drink to Luli and a figure identical to him, who thanked her for the service. Then, after receiving the coffee, the two remained seated in silence for a moment. Then the other figure stated that the young man already had an idea of the answer he was seeking. However, in response, he declared that as long as there was a chance, he would never give up. While flipping through a book, the figure recalled the brothers' journey and questioned whether the long lack of news might be a bad sign. However, the warrior countered that the journey was not in vain, as they had obtained a lead on the infernal purgatory with Wu Yu. Suddenly, the figure slammed the book shut and asked how long he would continue lying to himself. Thus, he reminded him that this was merely a game made of codes and that he should inherit his older brother's will. In light of those words, the young man remained silent with his gaze lowered. With a hand on his shoulder, the figure advised him to wake up and not forget his own dreams. Moreover, he reminded him of his true goal, which was to open an orphanage for children. Finally, he concluded that his place was not having fun inside a game. In a swift motion, he grabbed the figure by the collar, identifying it as a heart demon created by the monster. And as the illusion shattered into pieces, she questioned whether it was truly false, or if it was he who was fleeing from reality. Soon after, as the illusion faded, the young man declared that his dream of an orphanage was for 3 people and that he needed to protect the most important ones. Back in reality, the creature couldn't believe he had managed to escape the illusion. With that, all his fingers were ripped off in a single blow. Still in agony, the enemy questioned how he had managed to free himself so quickly from his attack. Immediately, the young man used a potion to free Luna from the illusion, who, in her vulnerable state, called for her mother. Observing the scene, the monster taunted them, questioning if they had escaped out of fear of themselves. But in response, the two exchanged a glance, preparing for the final battle. Soon after, both charged forward and launched a combined energy attack against the adversary. Meanwhile, the young woman delivered a series of quick cuts, while her companion prepared a massive energy strike. Thus, the two attacks merged and struck the creature squarely, creating a large explosion of energy. However, contrary to what the monster expected, they fought with even more ferocity after escaping the illusion. So intense was the force of the combined attack that it pushed the creature back. Irritated, the aberration decided to engage in a battle of attrition and grabbed another of its eggs to recover. However, to stop it, the swordswoman shouted that it shouldn't even dream of that, and launched a powerful energy slash. Thus, the circular attack flew at high speed and severed one of the monster's arms before it could reach the egg. But angered by the injury, the enemy decided to retreat to one of its holes. However, shortly after, the hunter appeared behind the creature, questioning its intention to escape. With a single blow, he finished off the threat, which fell lifeless to the ground. After the victory, they both touched hands, and he apologized for taking all the points from the kill. As they planned to leave, the young man promised to help her accumulate points in the 2 days remaining. Suddenly, a mysterious voice questioned them if they had permission to leave, as they both looked around in confusion. Despite having received the points, he noticed that the voice came from the monster's corpse, whose belly began to move. Gradually, the area of the stomach started to pulse until a hand covered in green slime tore through the flesh and emerged. With a laugh, a new creature with multiple arms emerged from the corpse, celebrating its newfound freedom. Soon after, the new enemy turned its attention to the two players. Without hesitation, the creature charged towards them, questioning if they were the ones responsible. Quickly, the aberration kicked Luna, causing her to be taken down. With a single movement, the monster hurled her against the ground, creating a large explosion of debris. Then, the warrior attacked with his sword, but his strike was blocked by the creature's arm. In response, the aberration opened its mouth and fired an energy sphere that exploded upon hitting its target. Finally, while stretching, the new creature called them weak and commented that the previous monster deserved to die if it was defeated by them. Suddenly, the monster poked its own ear and asked how long the two intended to stay on the ground. Then it stomped its foot on the ground, lifting all the stones around. As the fragments rose, the warrior unleashed a slash while her partner advanced with multiple strikes. They attacked simultaneously, but the creature simply extended an arm and stopped each of their blows with a hand. Then, declaring that it was boring, it threw both of them to opposite sides with a simple motion. Shortly after, the being turned to the huntress, claiming to have lost interest and offering one last chance for them to attack. With that, it explained that the fight for survival was the best appetizer, while the companion was already preparing to accept the challenge. Thus, she took a deep breath and advanced with her technique towards him. Next, she executed her moon wheel ability, but the enemy merely asked if that was all, and as the disc flew straight past, it declared that the chance had ended, but the young woman commanded the energy to return. Immediately, the luminous circle changed direction and came back. However, the creature realized that this attack was merely a distraction, noticing that the real threat was coming from behind. Taking advantage of the opening, the hunter appeared, but was interrupted by the slime expelled from the enemy's mouth. Soon after, the backstab ability was activated, appearing from behind and landing a critical hit on the deformed body. With a precise attack, the being began to fall, confirming that their plan had worked. However, the adversary snapped its fingers, sucking the energy from a nearby egg. Thus, with its body renewed, it praised the joint offensive, while the duo understood that it could use the eggs to recover. In front of the field filled with cocoons, they realized that as long as they were there, the creature could not be defeated. Then, the monster commented that the two were much more efficient together than apart. Soon after, it declared that this would be the last time they fought as a team, as it would separate them to make them feel despair. With that, it activated its duplication ability and split into two identical copies. Immediately, the clones advanced and attacked the duo with a simultaneous and explosive charge. While blocking one of the blows, the hunter noticed that the power had diminished, but the resistance was still difficult. However, each copy focused on a different target, forcing them to defend themselves separately. At that moment, he shouted for his ally, but she asked him not to worry while the enemy taunted him for the distraction. Taking advantage of the opening, the monster struck hard and sent the young man flying with a powerful blow. Even after being hit, the young man displayed a slight smile that left the adversary confused. Then, mid-air, he activated his Hunter's Blade ability, releasing numerous energy cuts around him. The attack spread out and hit all the eggs in the cave, but the creature mocked, saying that would keep it busy for a good while. However, it noticed that the destructive power of each cut was progressively increasing. Feeling that something was wrong, it advanced towards the enemy. In desperation, it tried to intercept the attack, which concentrated on a single point. With that, the collision of the two energies generated a massive explosion that devastated the center of the cave. When the smoke cleared, it admitted not expecting that trick, while the hunter observed the opponent still standing. Without hesitation, the warrior used a potion to reactivate his ability and advanced to finish it off before it could recover. Seeing the charge, the creature crossed its arms and began to channel energy in one last effort. Even so, he ignored the enemy and aimed his sword directly at one of the last eggs on the ground. At the last second, the cocoon broke open and a new insectoid creature emerged to block the blow, while the others began to hatch. Finally, surrounded by an army of insects, the young man heard the monster lament that he came close, but would not have another chance. While the hunter fought to defend himself from the swarm, the main creature watched from afar. Then, the monster laughed, stating that its opponent's ability was powerful but useless if interrupted at the start. Next, it sat on one of the insects and said it would enjoy the scene of him being surrounded. Even outnumbered, the warrior continued to cut down the creatures advancing towards him. On the other side, the copy relentlessly attacked the swordswoman, who blocked the blows with her blade. With a continuous assault, the enemy managed to overwhelm the young woman's defense. Soon after, it landed a direct hit that sent her flying. After colliding with the cave wall, the girl fell to the ground, injured and gasping for breath. Then the adversary approached and taunted her, saying that separating them was easy and questioning if she could retaliate alone. Shortly after, it stated that there was nothing more disappointing than a prey that does not strive to survive. With difficulty, the warrior leaned on her sword and apologized for making the monster lose its mother as soon as it was born. For a moment, the being fell silent and then began to laugh uncontrollably. At that moment, it asked if her strategy was to kill it with jokes and called her trash for feeling guilt instead of fighting. Still laughing, it offered to break tradition and tell her about the survival laws of its race. Thus, it explained that its species competes with the mother from birth and that it did not devour her because it would be more beneficial to consume both. When the young woman reacted to the word eat, it ironically asked if she did not have the same habit. Noticing her agitation, the enemy offered to help her feel despair and enveloped her with its aura. With that, it activated the Nightmare Cage Shriek ability, causing the girl to clutch her head. The scream caught the attention of the hunter, who turned amidst the pile of defeated monsters. Meanwhile, the main creature stretched, saying it had grown bored of just watching the fight. Soon after, it ordered the horde of insects to stop stalling and kill him once and for all. Even while being wounded by multiple attacks, the young man struggled to resist the advance of the creatures. The swarm then leaped at him from all directions in a final attack. As a last resort, he jumped high, away from the pile of monsters. At that moment, a series of notifications announced his level up to 30 and the acquisition of the new ability Shadow Clone. Seeing the horde attacking the empty pile, the main enemy kicked one of the insects and ordered them to finish it off quickly. The creatures then stopped and looked at the bodies, questioning where the person had gone. The monster became enraged upon realizing that its food had been stolen, while the insects stirred around. Suddenly, a new figure appeared in the distance, and the creature challenged him, asking if everyone wanted to face him. To their surprise, the new figure was a clone of the hunter, who faced the adversary with the same stance. Immediately, the reflection unleashed its own energy cuts, decimating the insectoid creatures in its path. At that moment, the main being observed the scene, questioning how this was possible if the rival was supposed to be dead. Realizing that the number of cuts was a threat, he desperately ordered them to stop him. Even with the order, the attacks converged and completely enveloped the monster that was on the pile. Soon after, the accumulated energy exploded, releasing a wave of power that engulfed the entire cave area. When the smoke cleared, the warrior and his clone were revealed side by side after the combined attack hit the target. As his body disintegrated, the enemy refused to believe he had been killed by one he considered trash. However, in his last moments, he remembered that as long as his doppelganger was alive, he could be reborn. Meanwhile, the other creature knelt before the young woman and begged for forgiveness. Then he bowed to the ground, offering to become her loyal slave and follow all her orders. After she said it wasn't a bad idea, the being thanked her and promised to prove his worth with his own life. Suddenly, the warrior's hair changed color, and she interrupted him, asking who was speaking to him. Before he could react, a crescent moon symbol appeared, and an attack was launched against him. As soon as the battle ended, a system notification announced the end of the event and summoned all players to the central gate. Elsewhere, a group celebrated the outcome, commenting on the difficulty of the challenge and the scores of their members. Meanwhile, Ah Fi and Little Chili remained seated in tense silence before the woman with purple hair. Suddenly, the hostess slammed her hand on the table and stated that there was something wrong with the behavior of the two. Soon after, the young Chili offered to help Ah Fi gather information about his older brother. Upon hearing this, the boy panicked, and the woman explained that his relative had been ambushed on his way to meet her. Still incredulous, Ah Fei refused to believe that anyone could defeat him, but his friend reminded him that his sister's intuition was always accurate. The purple-haired observer then grabbed the boy's shoulder, agreeing that the man she had chosen was indeed extraordinary. Completely terrified, Ah Fei screamed internally, calling for help from his second brother. At that exact moment, the hunter arrived carrying his partner, being called husband by the woman with the intense gaze. On his back, Luna asked to be put on the ground, but the young man insisted that she not exert herself. The mysterious purple-haired woman observed the interaction between the two with a calculating expression. Soon after, she advanced toward the newcomer, but was held back by Ah Fei and his sister, who asked her to calm down. Ignoring the two, the woman formally introduced herself to the warrior, saying her name was Hua Jiao. She then declared that she was his future wife and his one true destiny. The unexpected statement left the entire group in a confused silence, with Ah Fei hiding behind his brother. Suddenly, a voice from the central gate caught the attention of all the gathered players. The presenter Huade congratulated the warriors for passing the competition and announced that he would reveal the list of the top 100. Soon after, the scoreboard revealed the rankings, with members of the Daybreak Guild dominating the top, followed by Yi Luli, Hua Zhao, Luna, and Passerby King. The players in the crowd were shocked by the score of the first place, questioning who that god was. Shortly thereafter, one of the players pointed to a nearby group and identified them as the Daybreak Guild. While one of the curious ones expressed surprise, his companion scolded him for not knowing the famous team. Then the guild's symbol appeared, While it was explained that they were the third strongest in the entire server, it was revealed that the main members were professional players from the Daybreak Club with multiple victories in other games. At that moment, a participant wondered who the infamous Yi Luli was, the only person to break into the top 3 and disrupt the group's dominance. Nearby, Hua Jiao flirted with the boy, but he dismissed her, stating he had no intention of dating. Soon after, the hunter recognized the Daybreak Guild, recalling the warrior Feng Ya, one of its members. Then the presenter congratulated the top 100 and released an experience reward, causing many to level up. With that, the entire group of the protagonist advanced several levels at once. Then, Wade announced that the selection was not yet over and asked everyone to cross the portal to the second phase. Excited about the prize, the players hurried towards the portal for the next stage of the competition. On the other side, they were welcomed by a large hall with a matrix of magical teleportation. As soon as they arrived, everyone was transported by beams of light to separate platforms. Immediately, each one was isolated and positioned on floating platforms over an abyss. Confused, the warriors began to question where they were and why they had been separated from their companions. Suddenly, a new host with a box on his head appeared on a pillar of light in the center of the hall. At that moment, the master of ceremonies introduced himself and explained that the second phase would be an intelligence test in the form of a detective game. Shortly after, he announced that he would distribute cards with identities and clues to each player. The young man then received his card, understanding that it was a game of conversation and reasoning. With that, the host declared the official start of the second phase and began to narrate the story of the case. The plot involved the murder of Warrior X, who was found dead in a fountain after a banquet. Soon, the first suspect, identified as Squad Mate, was introduced. Next, the second suspect, the daughter of a minister, was revealed. Finally, the third involved party was shown, identified as the guard captain. Then, the host continued the presentation, revealing the fourth suspect, a scholar of the kingdom. Finally, the fifth and last suspect was displayed, a high priest. With everyone introduced, the master pointed to the players and challenged them to find the truth within the game. And then the host officially declared the start of the game. He soon explained that the process would begin with suspect A and proceed clockwise around the platforms. Thus, the first accused introduced himself as a squad mate and childhood friend of Warrior X. When questioned about evidence, he claimed to be a good person and that, due to his identity, there would be no reason to suspect him. But when asked about who he suspected, the player admitted that he still couldn't decide. However, he pointed out that, based on appearance, suspect E did not seem like a decent person, thus ending his turn. Next, suspect B introduced herself as the daughter of a minister and revealed that Warrior X had saved her life. As proof of her innocence, she confessed that she felt nothing but admiration for the hero since she was rescued. Furthermore, the young woman argued that, due to her fragile health, she would not have the strength to commit the murder. But when asked about her suspicions, she stated that everyone seemed like good people, although there was a clue in her card. Thus, she revealed that her father's spies saw guard captain suspect C arguing fiercely with the victim before the crime. With the accusation in the air, the host announced the end of the minister's daughter's turn and passed the word to suspect C. Then the guard captain introduced himself as responsible for the kingdom's security and claimed to have no connection to Warrior X. When questioned about the fight, he explained that he discovered the warrior was not a hero, but rather a womanizer seeking fame. But he concluded that, although he considered the victim unworthy, he would never go against the king's will, denying being the murderer. Additionally, he claimed that his alibi was solid, as he was maintaining order at the banquet in view of everyone. For his accusation, the captain revealed that the relationship between suspect B and the victim was not simple, then ending his turn. Soon, suspect D introduced herself as the scholar of the kingdom, responsible for interviewing and writing the biography of Warrior X. As proof, she argued that she had no motive for the crime, as her interaction with the victim was the simplest among all. Moreover, she stated that she had an alibi, as she was accompanied by other scholars throughout the banquet. Finally, she explained that her short stature made it impossible for her to have stabbed the victim vertically. While the other players commended on her impressive deductive ability, the host questioned her. When asked about who she suspected, the scholar simply replied that she did not know. However, she recommended eliminating bad players, calling them dead weight, which left suspect A confused. With the end of the turn, suspect E introduced himself as the high priest of the kingdom, responsible for rituals. As proof, he revealed that he had a vision of the murder of Warrior X while performing a divination. Furthermore, he continued, explaining that he ran to report the vision to the king, who ordered him to pray for the victim. Finally, he concluded his alibi by stating that, when he finished the ritual, the victim had already been attacked. And in her accusation, she suggested using reverse logic, stating that the least likely person was the most suspicious. Then the host concluded the first round of speeches and asked everyone to prepare to point out the murderer. As soon as the counting finished, everyone simultaneously pointed to the suspect they believed to be guilty, and the scoreboard revealed that suspect A received 3 votes, leaving him incredulous with the accusation. Shortly thereafter, the host announced the elimination of the young man, whose platform opened and made him fall into the abyss. Then it was revealed that A's identity was that of a team member, and the game continued with the others. And while congratulating the survivors, the host announced that everyone would receive a new clue, but warned that one of them would be false. With the suspect eliminated, he declared the start of the second round of speeches, beginning with the minister's daughter. Thus, the player revealed that her new clue stated that the captain obeyed the king's orders, who had also commanded the priest to pray, and she soon commented that this clue could be the false one, comparing the submission of certain people to a facade. Next, the captain shared his clue, stating that, according to the guards, the priest remained at the altar all night, and he concluded that the explanations of the scholar and religious were reasonable, but he began to suspect the young woman for not addressing the previous accusation. Shortly after, the scholar revealed that her clue indicated that the minister's daughter had an obsession with the victim, even collecting her items, and she continued the accusation, stating that the suspect was the only one to leave the banquet early, which was immediately denied. Taking the floor, the priest remained silent for a moment before speaking, and finally, he shared his clue, revealing that his divination showed the scholar as a trustworthy ally. With that, the host concluded the second round of speeches and prepared for the final vote. As soon as the counting finished, the 4 remaining players pointed to whom they believed to be the murderer, and the scoreboard revealed that the minister's daughter was the most voted, which left her furious with the others for not knowing how to play. Then she pointed to the scholar, accusing her of having deliberately attacked her out of jealousy. But even with the protests, her platform opened, and the player was eliminated while shouting one last threat. Shortly thereafter, it was revealed that the young woman's identity was that of a team member, and the game continued with the 3 remaining suspects. And then the host announced the third and final round of speeches, explaining that the discussion would be free and decisive. With that, the captain offered to start, proposing a summary of all the clues collected. However, the scholar immediately interrupted him, asking him not to bother, and with a confident look, she stated that the identity of the true murderer was already extremely obvious. And before the 2 remaining players, the scholar repeated that the identity of the murderer was extremely obvious. Then she revealed that the clue that incriminated the minister's daughter was false, and that she eliminated her on purpose. With that, the confession left the captain of the guard and the high priest in surprised silence, and she soon explained that her intention in doing this was only to draw out the true culprit. Thus, she pointed directly at the captain and accused him, but he merely asked for proof, and the scholar stated that the evidence was in her previous speech, in the part where she accused him. Then she revealed that she invented the information that he left early, and her goal was to see if he would vote for her, which did not happen. But the priest questioned the logic, asking if he could not have voted for B out of pure spite, and the young woman denied that possibility, stating that she knew he would not do that, because eyes do not lie. Thus, she explained that, upon receiving a false signal, his normal reaction would be to look at her, which did not occur. And she concluded that, as a murderer, his mind was focused on how to eliminate them, and that is why he did not dare to face her. After a sigh, the captain admitted he could not argue and asked to stop wasting time with the vote. Then the host asked the priest if he had anything to add, but the religious man declined. With that, the host announced the start of the final vote that would decide the winner. Soon after, the counting for the vote began, with the players preparing to point. And the scoreboard of the decision was revealed, showing that the scholar was the most voted to everyone's surprise. With the result, the end-of-game notification appeared, declaring the murderer the winner. Then she turned to the priest, questioning why he had not voted for the captain of the guard, and Suspect C explained that he knew he would be discovered, and that his only chance was to manipulate the religious man. But the priest merely remained silent, with an expression of nervousness and regret. Then the captain continued, revealing that he had used the priest's own logic against him to influence his vote, and the scholar finally understood that his defeat in the debate was merely a performance to deceive. Upon the revelation, the young woman fell to her knees and admitted her defeat in the game. Next, the platforms of both players opened, eliminating them from the battlefield, and the host applauded the captain, congratulating him on his spectacular counterattack. Soon the identity card was revealed, confirming that he was the assassin with the mission to eliminate all the others. Then Hui congratulated those who advanced and announced a reward in gold before the final phase. And finally, the platforms came together and Yi Luli's group reunited, with everyone celebrating their advancement. And in silence, Yi Luli remained observing the hall with a thoughtful expression. Soon a new notification appeared, warning that they would move to a new stage and that everyone should hold on for safety. Then the platform accelerated towards the opening in the ceiling of the hall at high speed, and as the ascent ended, the group arrived at a new location, and Yi Luli shielded his eyes from the bright light. Next, they found themselves in a colossal arena, completely packed with a crowd of spectators. At the commentators' table, host Wade welcomed the audience to the third phase of the selection. Shortly after, a projection asked everyone to applaud King Tapini Jin, who would give a speech, and the king thanked the enthusiasm and praised the warriors for proving their courage and wisdom. As the sovereign spoke, Yi Luli commented that it felt like a school assembly, and Little Chili agreed. Then, to encourage the competitors, the king announced that he would offer 3 legendary gems as a reward for the top 3 places. Hearing the announcement, the leader of the Daybreak Guild confirmed the information and ordered his members to seize the 3 gems. And when Ah Fei asked about the gems, Yi Lulai explained that they were extremely rare items that should only appear later in the game. With that, Little Chili revealed the high value of the jewels, which excited Ah Fei with the possibility of winning them. And the king, sensing the warriors' excitement, declared the start of the 3rd round of the selection. Back at the table, Wade asked for calm from the competitors and prepared to introduce the rules of the competition. Soon the structure of the tournament was revealed: 32 warriors in an elimination format, where the champion would win a gem and the right to form the team. And the host explained that the opponents would be drawn, announcing the first duel between warrior number 4 and number 13. Upon seeing that Yi Luli was warrior number 4, Luna commented that he would be the first to fight, receiving encouragement from Ah Fi and Hua Jiao. Then, as he walked, he remembered his previous experiences in other arenas, and he finally entered the battlefield to the cheers of the crowd, while his opponent awaited him on the other side. Upon facing the adversary, he recognized him instantly, realizing who was in front of him, and with a brief remark, Yi Luli confirmed that his opponent was the player who called himself the Passerby King. Then the adversary asked with a smile if he had heard of his name. Next, he declared that after so long in anonymity, this would be his moment to shine, and immediately a memory revealed how he, using a sword skill, defeated the elite boss Amon of One Arm. On that occasion, he received Amon's heavy sword as a reward and claimed he would not lose it again. While facing monsters, he introduced himself as the Passerby King, a powerful lone wolf, and he always asserted that opponents who could be defeated by him would never be difficult to overcome. Then he added that the only exception was that enemy who grew stronger by the second. Back in the arena, the swordsman stated that he would not lose again to anyone while his weapon was enveloped in energy. But before the rival could react, Yi Luli appeared instantly behind him and struck decisively. And as the defeated one fell, complaining that he hadn't had a chance to fight, the warrior noted how familiar the situation was. Right after the announcement of victory, the squad leader asked the archer if that was the man Feng Ye couldn't kill, receiving a confirmation. Then Feng Ye interrupted the conversation, claiming that he was the one who discovered that prey first. And as the presenters called the next pair, Luna defeated her opponent with a single blow, securing her spot. In another fight, Ah Fei also qualified by defeating his adversary with a fire technique that the system described as cruel. Soon after, Hua Jiao advanced to the next phase by knocking out her opponent with a single powerful punch. And observing from the stands, the squad leader commented to the green archer that Hua Jiao's style was familiar, receiving confirmation that it was indeed her. Soon the presenters announced the match between Little Chili and the player Diandian, who prepared alongside her group. Meanwhile, Yi Luli's group encouraged the young girl, who appeared confident for the upcoming battle. And when the two competitors entered the arena, a spectator commented on the opportunity to see the difference between professional and amateur players. With that, Little Chili taunted her opponent, saying she would teach her guild the meaning of always having someone better. But the hooded player responded with a taunt about her opponent's ego being much larger than her chest. And immediately the girl reacted furiously to the received insult. Then, as she advanced to attack, Diandian continued the provocation, questioning if she was like that in real life as well. With a shout, Little Chili jumped and delivered a flaming kick at her opponent. And as the rival dodged, she challenged her to evade the next strike. Then the system announced that the competitor used her flames to change direction in the air and continue the attack. Diandian used the reverse momentum of a skill to avoid the direct impact, but still ended up taking some damage. With her hand glowing intensely, she declared that from that moment on, she would get serious and play for real. Soon after, she launched a death summoning technique, bringing a spirit of flames onto the battlefield. The creature quickly advanced across the arena, running towards Little Chili. Upon realizing that her opponent was a summoner, the girl noted the impressive speed of the spirit. Therefore, she predicted the trajectory of the attack and fired a burst of fire to intercept it. To her surprise, the creature passed through the flames without taking any damage. Next, the spirit landed on the ground and released an explosion of energy that threw her far away. In the audience, Hua Jiao explained to Ah Fi that the creature had high resistance, making her sister's fire attacks completely ineffective. In light of this, Diandian suggested that Little Chili surrender to avoid further embarrassment. However, refusing to give up, She fired multiple fire projectiles, but her opponent stated that all that effort was useless. Then Little Chili gathered her power and launched a fire tornado technique, trapping both the summoner and the creature, as Afi narrated from the stands. In response, Diandian ordered the flame spirit to protect her from the impending attack. Although the creature managed to intercept part of the tornado, both ended up being hit by the force of the skill. Soon after, Little Chili appeared behind her opponent and declared that this would be the end of the fight. With a gigantic explosion, she believed she had won the match, while the system narrated her impressive sequence of attacks. However, her friends in the stands shouted for her to be careful, warning that the enemy had not yet been defeated. From within the smoke, Diandian revealed her face and activated a new death summoning technique, this time focused on attack and defense. With an apology, she revealed that she could summon not just one, but 5 spirits of different elements. In light of this, the presenters expressed astonishment at her abilities, while announcing her victory and questioning whether her guild's ranking truly reflected her strength. Although defeated, Little Chili was supported by Afi and Huazhou, while her sister consoled her by stating that the opponent only had an attribute advantage. Still, the girl could only lament the fact that she had truly lost the fight. Soon after, she began to cry out of embarrassment, being comforted by the group, while Huazhou promised to take revenge for her. However, upon regaining her composure, she dismissed the consolation and stated that she would be fine, promising to work hard to become stronger. With that, she exploded in flames and swore never to lose to someone who mocked her body, revealing the true reason for her frustration. At that moment, Yi Luli, observing the Daybreak group, commented to Luna that the members of that guild seemed to be formidable opponents. At the commentary table, White praised the match and expressed anticipation regarding the performance of the other players from the guild. Immediately, the system announced that the next competitor would be Feng Ya, also from Daybreak. As soon as he entered the arena, he attacked his opponent relentlessly, shouting that he was too weak to face him. Soon, the system narrated that Feng Ye gave no chance to his adversary, who was completely dominated and defeated. Next, it was the Green Archer's turn, the third member of the guild, to step up for combat. As soon as he fired an arrow, the rival prepared to block the projectile, believing it to be just a simple attack. However, he panicked upon realizing that the arrow had split into several right in front of him. With that, the multiple projectiles hit him from all sides, completely breaking his defensive stance. Logo, he fell defeated as the system explained that each trajectory had been calculated to hit vital points. Then, the announcement of the next match echoed through the arena. Immediately, the competitor Lei Dao advanced against her opponent. With a swift movement, she launched him into the air with a powerful punch. Before he could recover, he was hit again by a precise strike. Thus, the system declared Lei Dao's lightning victory, who defeated her adversary without even drawing her sword. Following that, the announcement of the next fight was made, and the fighter stepping into the arena showed signs of nervousness. However, instead of fighting, the leader of his squad corrected his strategy and posture. He proceeded to instruct him on how to use the strength of his entire body for the attack. As the commander continued giving instructions in the arena, a spectator questioned whether they were actually fighting. Shortly after, the warrior thanked him for the guidance and surrendered, while the leader declared the match's forfeit. Finally, the presenters, already exhausted from the events, announced the next round of competitors. Thus, 2 fighters agreed that it made no sense to continue and decided to surrender. And so, the arena fell momentarily silent after the multiple forfeits. Then, Yi Luli observed that the other competitors had lost the will to fight, leaving only the Daybreak Guild as a challenge. Finally, the presenters announced that due to the guild's dominance, the last spot in the top 8 would be decided in a fight between the summoner and Luna. As her group cheered her on for the fight, Luna thanked them for their support and promised to give her best. As she approached the arena, Yi Lili wished her good luck for the battle ahead. Soon, the 2 competitors faced each other in the center of the field, while the crowd shouted the name of the Daybreak Guild. With that, the summoner taunted Luna, who responded by suggesting that she summon all 5 of her creatures at once. Still, the girl brought forth only 2 of her spirits, stating that it would depend on whether Luna was worthy of the effort. Immediately, the swordswoman activated a skill with her blade and charged at her opponent at high speed. Then, the young girl commanded her creatures to attack to prevent the opponent's approach. At the last moment, she used a water shield to protect herself from the impending attack. Even after the defense, she realized that the strike was faster than she had expected. At that moment, Luna appeared right in front of her, with the blade already at her neck. With her rival immobilized, she stated that she should fight seriously, as a form of respect. From the stands, Yi Luli's group praised the swordswoman's attitude and continued to cheer for her victory. While watching the fight, the squad leader commented that his companion had underestimated her opponent and hoped she would learn the lesson. With a smile, the summoner scoffed at the warning she received. Shortly after, she summoned all 5 spirits and questioned whether Luna truly believed she had a chance to win. With that, she declared that she would demonstrate the difference in power and commanded all her creatures to attack. As the swordswoman advanced, the water and fire spirits launched combined attacks in her direction. Immediately, she noticed that the gold spirit was also preparing to attack from above. The creature unleashed a rain of feathers that forced the young girl to run across the arena to dodge. While evading, the wood spirit attempted to ensnare her with its roots, but the attack was avoided. Soon after, the earth spirit activated a skill that created a coffin of rock and vines, trapping her opponent's feet. In an instant, the rock formation closed completely, imprisoning Luna within the structure. With her rival trapped, the summoner declared that victory would ultimately be hers with ease. From the stands, Huojiao commented that even Luna couldn't defeat her, while the rest of the group reacted with concern. Still, Yi Luli remained watching the scene in complete silence. Still confident, the summoner congratulated her creatures for their excellent performance in the battle. Then, in a moment of concentration, both Yi Luli and the swordswoman prepared for the turning point of the battle. With a giant sword slash, the warrior freed herself from the rock prison and charged at the creatures. Next, she leaped toward her opponent, who watched in surprise at the counterattack. Upon landing, the young girl created a powerful wave of energy that spread throughout the arena. To defend themselves, the summons formed an elemental barrier, which was immediately attacked. Soon after, the strike continued, colliding against the multiple assaults of the creatures. As she was pressured, the summoner lamented how miserable that situation was. With that, she stated that the hateful feeling was returning and made her want to vomit. Immediately, a memory surfaced, showing her younger self curled up in a dark room. In the memory, her parents were arguing about the divorce while blaming her for the failure of the marriage. Thus, the scene continued with both pointing at her during the fight. Another memory showed her being accused by classmates of having seduced one of their boyfriends. Soon after, the aggressors held her down and threatened to record a video of her to expose in the group chat. Still in the memory, she reacted by biting one of the girls while the other recorded the scene as evidence. Then, a metaphor about the cruelty of the world emerged, questioning what one needed to do to keep living, suggesting that disguising oneself and developing fangs could ensure a better life. In another memory, a man praised her gaming skills while she thanked him for helping her with school bullies. Shortly after, the guy invited her to be his girlfriend, promising that no one would bother her at school anymore. Thus, she questioned whether that was the price to be paid, stating that the situation made her want to vomit. Suddenly, the man's arm was grabbed by someone, and he questioned who dared to interrupt him. Then, the newly arrived group revealed themselves to be from the Daybreak Guild, and whose friend warned him that they could not oppose them. With that, the guild leader banned the man and his group from the internet cafe, while the other promised to remember him. After the commotion, the leader praised the girl's skills and asked if she had ever considered a career in gaming. He then added that he saw talent in her and that the Daybreak Guild was recruiting new members. Back in the arena, the summoner declared that she could not lose and that she represented her guild. Immediately, she activated her 5-layer attack and defense technique. With that, she launched a final and decisive attack towards the swordswoman, who prepared for the impact. The combined attack of the creatures hit the arena, generating a massive explosion that raised a cloud of dust. Amid the destruction, the young woman declared her victory, believing she had finally defeated her opponent. Thus, the presenters reacted in shock upon seeing that the force of the attack had opened a hole in the arena. As they announced the disappearance of the warrior, her group shouted her name in despair. Calmly, Yi Luli simply instructed everyone to look below the stage. Soon the system revealed that the swordswoman had used the space below the stage to dodge, balancing herself on her sword embedded in the wall. As soon as she returned to the arena, the system explained to the summoner that the maneuver had not broken any combat rules. With a determined look, the swordswoman then declared that it was now her turn to attack. In response, the rival ordered her creatures to advance again, stating that the opponent should not dream of victory. With that, the warrior spun her sword and used a rotating blade technique to defend herself. The sword skill collided directly with the water and fire attacks from the summons. Soon after, the system explained that the collision of the opposing elements generated a dense steam that covered the entire battlefield. Within the fog, the summoner realized that she could see absolutely nothing around her. Shortly after, multiple points of light appeared in the sky as the combatant prepared her next attack. To defend against the rain of luminous attacks, the creature master ordered them to form a new elemental barrier. The light projectiles hit the barrier with force, breaking part of the defense. While trying to block a massive sword slash coming from the sky, the summoner prepared for the impact. Suddenly, the swordswoman appeared behind her and revealed that the aerial attack was just a feint. With the opponent distracted, she delivered the final blow that decided the match. As the fog dissipated, the presenters announced the warrior's victory, while the rival admitted her defeat on the arena floor. Right after, the winner extended her hand to the opponent and expressed the desire to have another exciting fight against her in the future. Finally, with the last spot determined, the system announced the brackets for the next phase of the tournament, placing Yi Luli's team against the Daybreak Guild. Thus, the system announced that the arena would undergo repairs due to the damage from the last battle, asking for everyone's patience. While they waited, the group congratulated the swordswoman, who thanked Lil Chili, saying that the information about her fight was crucial for the victory. With that, she commented that the members of the Daybreak Guild seemed to be under immense pressure to win. Elsewhere, the summoner apologized to her teammates for the defeat she suffered in the arena. Soon after, she stated that she had embarrassed the guild and that she was not worthy of being part of the main team. At that moment, the squad leader interrupted her and, in a gesture of comfort, reprimanded her for her pessimistic words. He then advised her to reflect on how to improve, stating that she was talented and that setbacks were to be expected. Next, he addressed his group, acknowledging that the opposing team should not be underestimated. After the break, the presenters announced that the arena had been reinforced and that the competition would continue. With that, they revealed the next confrontation between Yi Luli and Feng Ye, who appear eager for the fight. In the arena, the challenger stated that this time no one would interrupt them, and the opponent agreed. As soon as the presenters gave the signal, the two competitors charged forward and clashed their blades in an instant. The impact of the first strike was so intense that it immediately cracked the reinforced ground of the arena. Soon after, the presenters shouted in surprise, questioning how the stage, reinforced 10 times, could break again. Ignoring the destruction, both continued to exchange blows at high speed, filling the arena with the sound of metal. With a war cry, Feng Ye delivered a powerful strike that made Yi Luli's defense tremble with the impact. Seizing the opening, the swordsman counterattacked with a spinning kick that forced his opponent to retreat. Following that, the challenger advanced with a sword slash, which the rival blocked at the exact moment of collision. After a brief pause, Feng Ye acknowledged the strength of his adversary but claimed that he had also become stronger. With that, the two charged at each other once again, their blades colliding in a rapid sequence, releasing waves of energy that enveloped both competitors. Watching from the stands, the guild leader commented that he now understood Feng Ye's respect for his opponent, considering him a professional level. On the other side, Ah Fei commented on the ferocity of the fight, while Hua Jiao analyzed the reactions and instincts of the challenger. Back in the combat, Yi Luli dodged one of his opponent's quick attacks. With his body enveloped in energy, Feng Ye declared that the warm-up was over and it was time to start fighting seriously. In response, Yi Luli also released his aura, preparing for the next phase of the confrontation. As both advanced, their swords clashed again in a precise and swift strike. Then Feng Ye unleashed a skill with his sword, which was immediately blocked by his rival's blade technique. While the presenters questioned the challenger's tactic, he prepared for close combat. Immediately, the challenger lunged with a powerful punch that was deflected by Yi Luli at the last moment. Next, the swordsman blocked a rapid sequence of strikes launched by his opponent. Finding an opening in the defense, Feng Ye delivered a punch that hit the rival's face and threw him off balance. With the impact, he slammed his hand on the ground to stabilize himself before falling. Soon after, he used the movement to feign a kick and deceive his opponent. With that, he repositioned himself swiftly before Feng Ye could react to the move. The surprise attack struck the challenger's face, causing him to spit blood from the force of the impact. After the blow, the two stared at each other again, preparing for the next round of combat. Then Feng Ye responded with a straight punch that hit Yi Luli's face. With that, a frantic exchange of punches began, with both hitting each other repeatedly. The speed of the combat was so intense that it seemed there were multiple clones of the fighters exchanging blows in the arena. After the sequence, Yi Luli paused for a moment to catch his breath. On the other side of the arena, the opponent watched him, also recovering from the exchange of attacks. With a new advance, Feng Ye questioned whether the opponent was already tired while delivering another punch. Noticing a large opening in the rival's guard, he launched a knockout blow that struck the swordsman's chest. With the force of the impact, Yi Luli was violently thrown to the other side of the arena. As he observed the result, Feng Ye realized that something was wrong, even after the blow had connected perfectly. Immediately, the challenger expressed alarm and rushed across the arena to continue the fight. Upon noticing that Yi Luli was running toward the weapons, the challenger realized he had been deceived. As soon as the swordsman picked up the dagger from the ground, he chased him across the arena to try to stop him. In a single movement, he launched a circular slash against his opponent. With that, the attack hit him squarely, creating a wound on his chest. Watching the scene, the swordsman's group celebrated the victory, while Hua Jiao praised the attractiveness of a battle husband. On the other side, the Daybreak Guild reacted with surprise, unable to believe that Feng Ye had been defeated. Then, the squad leader began an analysis of his teammate. He compared him to a wild wolf who instinctively seeks combat. He then explained that everyone who fights against Feng Ye ends up falling into his intense rhythm. Soon after, he concluded that wolves, however, are not only fierce but also clever. Suddenly, the challenger stood up, enveloped in an aura of energy, and with his wounds healed. With a smile, he lamented that Yi Luli was just one blow away from victory. In an instant, he unleashed a massive explosion of energy that engulfed the entire arena. Soon after, the system revealed Feng Ye's passive ability, which increased his attack power as he lost health, reaching up to 99%. With the aura of energy surrounding him, he shattered the arena floor merely with his presence. Then he held his weapon and asked his rival if he was ready to face his full strength. As Yi Luli watched closely, the opponent charged forward to deliver a quick strike. After being hit, the swordsman was thrown backward. As soon as he landed, he realized he could not confront him directly due to the increase in his strength. In a swift move, he tried to use his dagger to defend against the attack. However, the challenger intercepted him and drove the blade into his shoulder. With that, the energy released from the clash of the two created a large explosion in the center of the arena. Soon, the commentators remarked that the fighter had destroyed the arena with a single blow, concluding that they should get used to it. Amidst the smoke, Feng Ye questioned whether the swordsman would be able to dodge the next attack. Shortly after, the two competitors faced off again in an intense exchange of auras and strikes. As the blades clashed, the challenger declared that he was already winning the battle. Then, the swordsman prepared to use his devastating explosion blade technique. As Feng Ye launched his energy projectiles, he declared that the opponent was too slow. With that, he used the momentum from one of the attacks to propel himself backward and gain distance. Before the challenger could react, Yi Luli appeared behind him and struck him repeatedly in the back. From the stands, Ah Fei lamented that his brother was losing, while Hua Jiao threatened Feng Ye if he tried to attack her husband again. On the other side, the squad leader stated that it was time to declare a winner for the match. In the sky, the auras of the two competitors collided in a sequence of energy explosions. With that, the challenger acknowledged that it had been a great fight, but even the best hunt had to come to an end. Then he declared with a determined look that this was the end of the battle. Soon after, the system revealed his hunting technique, which forced the target to be unable to dodge and increased the damage received. He then stated that he would finish off his opponent with his strongest blow. With that, Feng Ye unleashed his Wolf Storm technique, creating a massive projection of energy in the arena. Even in the face of the attack, the swordsman merely commented that he hadn't had such a good fight in a long time. Shortly after, a second energy weapon appeared in his other hand. Then he revealed that he had forgotten to mention that he was actually fighting with two weapons. At that moment, a memory showed how he had defeated the leader of the Sacred Light Guild, receiving his jewel daggers as a reward. Soon after, the system detailed the ability of the hidden dragon in the Abyss weapon, which split into two and grew stronger with each strike. With that, Yi Luli activated the ability, releasing the projection of a massive energy dragon. Faced with the new technique, Feng Ye declared enthusiastically that the rival was indeed the supreme opponent. In response, the swordsman challenged him to see who the true target was in that confrontation. Shortly after, the two energy projections, the dragon and the wolf, advanced to collide in the center of the arena. The clash of the techniques generated a colossal explosion that completely destroyed what remained of the battlefield. With the impact, a column of energy shot up to the heavens, while the arena transformed into a giant crater. Amidst the dust and debris, the commentators questioned whether the fight already had a winner. As the dust began to settle, the presenter announced Yi Luli's victory, who qualified for the top 4. As Yi Luli observed the destroyed arena, the official announcement congratulated him on his qualification. In the audience, the squad leader and the archer in green commented that it was rare for number 4 to lose in a direct confrontation. Then, the commander explained that Feng Ye's defeat occurred because he had been greedy with the power of his ability and let his own life drop too low. Soon after, he added that the swordsman seemed not to have used his full strength, making him a very interesting opponent. Back in the arena, Yi Luli helped the challenger to his feet, while he praised him and asked for another fight as soon as he recovered. Even in defeat, Feng Ye confessed that his rival's last technique was impressive and that it had been the most exciting battle he had ever had. With that, he invited the swordsman to join the Daybreak Guild in the position of number 3, but the proposal was declined. Despite the refusal, he assured that they could be friends and invited him to meet in the real world, with Yi Luli accepting the offer. In front of the crater in the arena, the presenters asked the audience to wait while the location was repaired and reinforced. Soon after, the assistant asked Hoyd if he expected the upcoming battles to be even more intense, receiving confirmation that it was very likely. Far away, King Tapini Jin watched the destruction of the arena on a monitor. Shortly thereafter, a guard approached to inform that the host was requesting instructions on the level of reinforcement needed for the location. The king then ordered that the arena be reinforced to the maximum level without delaying the competition. Alone in his room, he declared that the strongest warrior needed to be found as quickly as possible, as his time was running out. Soon the arena entered repair and reconstruction mode. With the king's support, the location was rebuilt and reinforced to the maximum level, with the presenters thanking the audience for their patience. Without further ado, the competition resumed with the introduction of competitor number 26, Ah Fei, who entered posing. Next, his opponent was announced, competitor number 1, Daybreak Shu Guang, who was already waiting in the arena. Then, Ah Fei questioned whether this was a setup for him to fight against the boss, while his adversary simply invited him to start. Soon the mage began to imagine that if he defeated the guild master, he would become the MVP and win Little Chili. Suddenly, Shu Guang asked what a mage should do against a warrior, leaving him curious. Then he quickly advanced while explaining that the first thing to do was to create distance. Although surprised by the opponent's speed, Ah Fei prepared an energy sphere in his hand. With a sword strike, Shu Guang advanced and interrupted the spellcasting. Soon the warrior questioned why the mage didn't use his left hand, which would have a lower chance of being interrupted. Still, the young man disregarded the comment, replied that it was just luck, and prepared to attack again. Once again, his spellcasting was broken by the opponent's rapid advance. The assault continued relentlessly, nullifying Ah Fei's spells repeatedly. Finally, he managed to launch an attack, conjuring several fire comets against Shu Guang. Then the guild master acknowledged that the strategy was correct, but lamented that it would not be enough. With that, he repelled all the fire comets using only his sword. Next, the mage's casting was interrupted once again, leaving him paralyzed in place. Already on the ground, the opponent advised him to surrender, as his fighting spirit had dissipated. Even while fallen, Ah Fei remained unsure of what he could do to reverse the situation. As the presenters commented on the power difference, Little Chili shouted words of encouragement to him. Soon after, Hua Jiao remembered that the guild master's real name was Yang Guan, a professional player from the past. The story revealed that, after more than 100 tournaments, he had retired as a coach 2 years ago. Still, even with Little Chili encouraging him to get up, Ah Fei lamented having embarrassed himself in the fight. Upon hearing that voice, he looked to the side and recognized his second brother in the audience. Yi Luli then made a subtle gesture, indicating for him to use his head. That signal transported him to a memory of an old gaming session. At that time, the three brothers were preparing to face the final boss of the world, and Ah Fei was asking what the tactic would be. While eating noodles, Han Yixo simply replied that they should improvise at the moment of the fight. In the memory, he complained that the older brother always took the boss while he improvised because he was considered a burden. With that, Yi Luli approached and explained that Han Yixo was the tank for being reckless, while he himself calculated the cooldown of the skills. Soon after, the second brother encouraged him, saying that Ah Fei was the most adaptable and the one who could surprise enemies in battle. Back in the present, Shu Guang observed the change in his rival's posture. He commented that the mage had regained his fighting spirit while stepping back to create distance. Still, Ah Fei ignored the comment and asked CC to play his playlist, with the fairy promptly complying. With the music playing, a new energy enveloped his body as he prepared for the counterattack. With a new air of confidence, Ah Fei stomped his foot on the ground, signaling that he was ready for the next assault. Meanwhile, Shu Guang closely observed the change in his opponent. Soon after, the young man advanced at high speed towards the warrior, and then he slid across the ground to dodge a horizontal strike from the opponent's sword. In the same movement, the mage extended his hand to intercept the descending blade. Thus, the impact of the sword against his hand caused a small explosion of energy on the arena floor. When the fighter jumped back, he wondered if this was a new bait strategy. Determined to attack head-on, Ah Fei launched a fire comet directly at his rival. Amid the explosions, the swordsman commented that the attacks were too scattered and needed more precision. With that, the warrior leaped through the air towards the mage for a new attack. In response, the young man prepared a new skill, a tornado of flames. Immediately, a large fire tornado formed in the center of the arena. From the audience, Little Chili celebrated the hit as the energy clashed within the whirlwind. Even with the strength of the skill, the announcer stated that Shu Guang was resisting the attack with apparent ease. When the energy dissipated, the swordsman emerged unscathed and praised the opponent's close combat skills for a mage. Despite the compliment, the warrior asserted that a mage was still a mage as he prepared to attack. With a new ring of fire forming around him, he commanded the music to stop. Soon after, joining his hands, he focused to invoke his most powerful skill. With that, a field of fire comets filled the entire sky of the arena, descending upon the fighter. The warrior was completely engulfed by the rain of energy, which caused a series of explosions. In the booth, Huade commented that this attack would have destroyed the old arena, while his assistant lamented for his glasses. While watching the smoke, Ah Fei wondered, panting, if the attack had finally had any effect. However, Shu Guang emerged from the dust with a shield, commenting that the demonstration was enlightening. From the audience, Hua Jiao questioned how he came out unscathed, and Yi Lulai explained that the skills were ineffective because the opponent avoided and mitigated the damage. Then Yi Luli remained silent, merely observing the fight. Not giving up, the mage launched more energy blasts, which were blocked by the opponent's shield. After dodging another attack, the warrior warned that the opponent's rhythm was becoming careless again. With his sword raised, Shu Guang stated that the previous explosion was good, but just a flash of inspiration without continuity. Even exhausted and panting, the mage prepared as the music announced it was time for the climax. And then, with the energy now bluish, Ah Fei activated a skill that consumed all his MP in exchange for 10 seconds of unlimited firepower. Thus, the swordsman immediately recognized the technique as a legendary class skill. As a 10-second countdown appeared, the young man asked his opponent if he had ever been embarrassed before. With 9 seconds remaining, he began the attack with an energy explosion that hit the warrior squarely. The fighter stepped back, surprised by the choice of the initial attack, while the counter marked 8 seconds. Soon the mage jumped over the shield and questioned why the specialist's reactions had slowed, with 7 seconds on the clock. As the time marked 6, he hit Shu Guang squarely with another explosion, knocking him to the ground. Without giving time for a reaction, the conjurer launched 3 tornadoes of flames as the counter reached 5. Around them, the members of Daybreak commented that the legendary skill allowed Ah Fei to injure their leader, while his friends cheered him on. With only 4 seconds left, the young man prepared a barrage of 99 fireballs. Soon he combined them all into a single gigantic energy sphere, as time ran out to 3 seconds. With 2 seconds on the counter, the mage launched the final attack. The immense energy sphere descended upon Shu Guang, while the clock marked the last second. Already without his helmet, the warrior raised the shield, knowing that taking that hit directly would result in his death. In the last second, the swordsman activated a parry skill with the shield, capable of reflecting a single enemy attack. With that, the immense energy sphere was completely reflected back towards the young man. Already out of MP, Ah Fei realized he had no way to defend against his own attack. Soon the blow hit him squarely, while his companions shouted his name from the audience. With the failed counterattack, the announcers declared Shu Guang the winner, who qualified for the top 4. As the mage fell, the opponent praised the suppression and the almost perfect use of skills during the 10 seconds of power. He called him a talented and imaginative player, stating that with more training he would reach a higher level. As he turned, part of the damaged armor of the swordsman gave way, causing his pants to fall. The audience reacted with a mix of shock and surprise at the unexpected scene. While the announcer asked him to compose himself, Ah Fei laughed on the ground, saying that was enough for him. With a smile, he declared that his goal was only to collect as much data as possible, leaving the rest to his second brother. Laughing at the statement, Shu Guang commented that his assessment of Ah Fei was now even higher. As the swordsman confessed that his respect for the opponent only grew, the mage asked why he still hadn't rolled up his pants. In the booth, Wade ordered them to be taken off the stage quickly, while his assistant was already inviting the next group to the arena. With that, competitor number 18, Hua Jiao, was officially introduced. Soon after, her opponent was announced as competitor number 3, Wei Jian. Already in the arena, the young woman stretched and asked her opponent if he was ready to be crushed to death. To her surprise, the archer greeted her as older sister, asking if she knew him, and then he revealed himself to be a fan, confessing that he had followed her for a long time. Wei Jian began to narrate her 10-year career in esports, mentioning her participation in a global league competition. On that occasion, he recalled that the warrior not only debuted but also won the championship and took home the Best Player award. Shortly after, the young man listed her victories in shooting games, her rise in the AF Guild, and her ranking as the #1 professional for 3 years. With that, he concluded by saying that the legends about her were so many that he still felt the loss of her retirement. After the speech, Hua Jiao remained silent for a moment, just observing her opponent. From the audience, Little Chili shouted a warning to her sister, saying that the archer was doing something behind her back. Turning around, the fighter saw Wei Jian with an aura of energy manifesting around him. As the energy expanded, he commented that he hadn't expected it to be so easy to buy time for his ability. Soon a giant demonic tree appeared in the arena, a skill that took 10 seconds to conjure and whose vines regenerate indefinitely. The presenters announced, surprised, that Wei Jian had summoned a gigantic tree in the middle of the arena. Positioned on one of the branches, the archer apologized and declared that she had already lost the fight. Unfazed, Hua Jiao questioned whether he believed he would win just because of that tree. With that, the young woman advanced directly toward the trunk of the giant tree. On her way, she jumped and began to dodge and destroy the regenerating vines that were trying to intercept her. From atop the tree, Wei Jian prepared his bow, announcing a rain of arrows. Soon a barrage of energy arrows descended from the skies, falling onto the arena. To defend herself, the fighter executed a high kick, creating a wave of energy that protected her from the attack. The skill, a stomp that shakes mountains, released a shockwave that destroyed the arrows and the surrounding vines. As the dust settled, a single energy arrow remained intact in the sky. That remaining arrow then hit her by surprise, causing minor damage. Taking advantage of the opening, the archer aimed again, preparing his invisible arrows. With her gauntlets, Hua Jiao managed to dodge a barrage of hidden projectiles. Soon she realized that the purpose of the tree was to control the battlefield to wear down close-range opponents. Determined to close the distance, the fighter ripped a giant trunk from one of the tree's roots. With a great thrust, she hurled the trunk with all her strength toward her opponent. Immediately after, she jumped onto the moving trunk, using it as a platform to propel herself. Surprised by the moving target, Wei Jian prepared his mandala arrow. Even though she was hit, the warrior used the impact to launch herself with an energy cannon, destroying the trunk in the process. With the momentum, she finally managed to land on the same branch as the archer. Face to face with him, the young woman declared that she wouldn't give him time to prepare another arrow. In response, the rival fired a blank arrow at point-blank range, generating a wave of energy. The impact threw her backward, but the fighter managed to land safely on the arena floor. From atop the tree, the archer commented that she had become slow since her retirement, as it was obvious she had a card up her sleeve. Surrounded by purple energy, Hua Jiao challenged him to keep talking, as soon he would be crying. Suddenly, she spat blood and, amidst the purple energy surrounding her, realized that she had been poisoned. The opponent then revealed that the mandala arrow had a guaranteed hit and that his poison would not stop until it drained all her blood. While the warrior remained silent, Wei Jian taunted his idol, questioning how long she could persist under total control of the battlefield and the consumption of MP. Seeing the poison spread, Hua Jiao calculated that she would be defeated in just 30 seconds. With this in mind, the warrior devised a strategy to close the distance while dealing with the vines and the shots. The final plan was to avoid the repulsion ability and finish him off with her most explosive combo. Without giving him time to rest, Wei Jian shot a dividing arrow in her direction. The arrow multiplied in the air, surrounding her with multiple projectiles from all sides. With acrobatic movements, the fighter began to dodge the arrows. The deflected arrows hit one of the tree branches, which started to catch fire. Immediately, the archer fired more projectiles toward the fire in an attempt to hit her. Meanwhile, he reminded her that there were only 20 seconds left. Ignoring the warning, Hua Jiao used another mountain-shattering stomp to clear the vines from her path. Upon reaching the top of the tree, the combatant prepared a kick to attack him. The opponent commented that her offensive style remained the same as before her retirement. He then shot another blank arrow, but the warrior dodged it with a simple movement. Soon after, she prepared her mountain-shattering cannon for the final attack. Surprised, Wei Jian merely watched as his opponent used the recoil of her own ability to launch herself in his direction. The commentators narrated the maneuver, highlighting how Hua Jiao used her offense to initiate a new attack. With the impact, the archer was knocked off the branch while noticing that there were only 15 seconds left for the poison to take effect. As soon as she landed, the fighter destroyed the branch with a punch and continued the pursuit as he fell. Even in free fall, the young man managed to shoot 3 dividing arrows toward his rival. With agility, Hua Jiao used a trunk to block the projectiles coming her way. After the last block, the mandala arrow exploded and released a cloud of poison that hit her directly, causing her to fall to the ground. Already on the ground, Wei Jian commented that with only 9 seconds left, he could stop the countdown. In the audience, Feng Ye complained about the fighting style, but Xu Guang explained that winning was the archer's priority. The guild leader added that his companion always analyzes opponents to formulate the strategy with the highest chance of victory. Feng Ye then questioned whether this made him invincible, but Xu Guang replied that data is dead, while humans are alive. Back in the arena, Wei Jian found the silence strange and wondered why the result had not yet been announced. Unexpectedly, Hua Jiao appeared before him and declared that, with the new poison, he now only had 3 seconds left. To try to stop her, the archer shot another blank arrow at point-blank range. Effortlessly, the warrior dodged the projectile, which passed by the side of her face. With the marks of the poison spreading, the combatant unleashed her final ability, materializing several energy fists around her. The first fist nearly hit the rival in the face, while the countdown marked 2 seconds remaining for him. Even being struck, the young man declared that he still had 70% health and that victory was already his. One of the arms managed to hit him squarely, causing him to drop the bow. With a cry of effort, Hua Jiao focused to push her limits and increase the strength of the attack. The sequence of blows continued relentlessly, hitting the enemy from all sides without a chance for defense. With only 1 second left, the energy concentrated for the final blow. All the fists advanced toward a single single point, causing a massive explosion. As the time hit 0, both were shown with severe injuries, bleeding from the final impact and the poison. Thus, the two competitors fell simultaneously in the arena. With both competitors down, the system announced that Hua Jiao and Wei Jian had been knocked out simultaneously. In the booth, the assistant asked Wade how to judge the situation, and they decided to consult the king. While waiting, Feng Ye teased Xu Guang, reminding him that he was praising the archer just before he nearly got defeated in 2 seconds. The guild leader admitted that he spoke too soon, as Hua Jiao, being an exceptional master, entered the zone state at the end. He then explained that this state is a supernormal integration of the physical and mental, commonly observed in athletes. In this state, the activity of brain and muscle cells reaches a maximum level of excitement. The perception of time is altered, allowing the person to predict and react more accurately to everything around them. With this, any action can be executed naturally and with the best possible performance. Xu Guang concluded that this was how the warrior exceeded her limits and forced the tie, leaving Feng Ye eager to try the same. Thanking the audience for their patience, they informed that the king's decision had been made. With regret, it was announced that, as time does not wait, both competitors failed to advance to the next round. As Hua Jiao left the arena, she was supported by her sister, Little Chili, and assured her that she was fine. She then apologized to Yi Luli's group for the defeat, but they praised her for the impressive counterattack. Yi Luli comforted her, stating that a tie was not a loss and that the damage she caused nearly exceeded the system's limit. Soon, the young woman called him husband, but he denied any relationship, stating that he had no intention of dating. Next, the presenters announced the last match of the semifinals between competitor number 7, Luna, and competitor number 2, Lei Dao. The group then wished Luna good luck as she headed to the arena. As she prepared, CC informed her about a call from her father, leaving her surprised. In the real world, Miss Bai answered the call from her wheelchair, asking her father why he was looking for her. He then informed her that he received a lab report and ordered her to go to the company immediately. Even without understanding, she agreed, surprised by the sudden request. With that, the young woman remembered the last time she went to her father's company when she was still a child. Back on the call, she recalled that she was still in the arena with Yi Luli and asked for a little more time. Her father refused to wait, informing her that the bodyguards were already on their way to pick her up. He then ended the call, merely observing her photo on his phone. Back in the arena, Luna apologized to the group, explaining that she needed to leave for an urgent matter, and they released her without issue. Thanking them for their understanding, she promised to return as quickly as possible before her signal was lost. Surprised by the withdrawal, the presenters announced that competitor Lei Dao would advance directly to the next round. With that, the finalists were defined as Xu Guang, Yi Luli, and Lei Dao, with the champion's crown within their reach. The next fight would be between the two members of Daybreak, Lei Dao and Xu Guang, in celebration of Ah Fei. Then Ah Fei warned his brother to be careful of the guild master, but Yi Luli was already planning a strategy against his fighting style. On the other side, the members of Daybreak gathered, with Wei Jian suggesting they avoid unnecessary fights among themselves. Without hesitation, Lei Dao declared that he wanted to fight the assassin, leading the task to her. The swordsman commented that it was rare for his companion to take the initiative, asking if Yi Luli had piqued her interest. Unexpectedly, the guild leader waved to the presenters and withdrew from the competition, saying that Lei Dao owed him a meal. The presenters announced the withdrawal, speculating that the decision was made to avoid internal conflicts and because they trusted that any of them could defeat Yi Luli. Without further ado, the grand final was announced between competitor number 3, Yi Luli, and competitor number 2, Lei Dao. As his group cheered him on, the young man prepared for the final battle. Suddenly, he noticed Feng Ye approaching from the other side of the arena. Being friends, Feng Ye offered information about Lei Dao as a gesture of fairness. Even with the help, she added that there was no way Yi Luli could defeat her. The final round then began, putting Yi Luli and Lei Dao face to face in the arena for the decisive battle. As they approached, both activated their stealth techniques and disappeared from sight. From the commentary table, the assistant asked where they were, and Wade explained that both used their concealment skills simultaneously. Then Yi Luli attempted a surprise attack, but the assassin managed to dodge at the last second. Next, the warrior jumped and counterattacked with a kick aimed at her rival. The two attacks collided in the center of the arena, generating a strong impact. After the collision, both retreated to reposition themselves. Soon after, they began to move with such speed that multiple images appeared, exchanging blows throughout the arena. While the assistant questioned whether that was a cloning technique, Wade corrected him, stating that they were just residual images created by their speed. Even so, the young man maintained his advance, focusing on his next move. With a swift gesture, the fighter unleashed a series of attacks using her leg. In a new clash, their opposing energies collided violently. The resulting explosion was so intense that it threw both competitors to opposite sides of the arena. In the audience, Ah Fei commented on the balance of the fight, but Hua Jiao revealed that both were just testing each other's skills. Meanwhile, Yi Luli prepared his next move while his opponent channeled her own blade technique. The two strikes collided in a new explosion, with the commentators celebrating the incredible exchange of moves. The competitor's attack advanced, but Lei Dao managed to deflect it with a precise movement. Next, the assassin delivered a kick that unleashed a wave of energy, forcing Yi Luli to defend against the impact. Without hesitation, she jumped over him and delivered a downward kick. The young man, however, seized the opportunity to appear behind her and prepare a surprise attack. With impressive reflexes, the opponent managed to use the same skill, hitting him squarely. Taking advantage of a gap, Yi Luli quickly tried to strike her with his dagger. With that, the fighter managed to immobilize his arm at an absurd speed. Using his other sword, the young man forced her to let go and retreat backward. Upon landing, Yi Luli observed her and concluded that the warrior was still just testing him. At that moment, he remembered Feng Ye's warning, who claimed to have never been able to defeat her in thousands of duels. The memory continued, explaining that in reality, Lei Dao had once been an influential mercenary captain. He revealed that her aim was lethal, and that she mastered all types of firearms. Even armed with just a knife, the fighter was capable of defeating dozens of men alone. Feng Ye then questioned why someone with that background would choose the gaming industry, until, after drinking too much, she confessed that it was all linked to a specific mission. Her target was a gang that kidnapped children for organ trafficking and used them as hostages. To make matters worse, her own teammate was bought off by the enemy and betrayed her in the middle of the operation. With that, the traitor attacked her from behind and stabbed a dagger into her shoulder. Even injured, the mercenary managed to react and eliminate the traitor with a precise shot. That, however, had been her last bullet, and with no time to think, she yanked the dagger from her own wound. In a swift motion, she threw the knife, which struck the gang leader squarely in the forehead. In his last breath, however, the enemy leader managed to press the detonator he was holding. The timer on the bomb attached to the children began to beep rapidly. Soon after, a devastating explosion consumed the entire area. Feng Ye concluded the story, revealing that the incident became a trauma for Lei Dao, causing her to abandon her mercenary life until she was recruited by the leader of Daybreak. He then explained that, because of her experience, the warrior became the #1 assassin on the Chinese server in virtual reality games. Back in the arena, Yi Luli processed the information he had just recalled about his opponent's past. With a smile, the young man remarked that the situation was interesting and summoned a second dagger, preparing to fight with two weapons. The rival watched him in silence, noting his new combat stance. Soon after, both advanced toward each other to resume the confrontation. In the next clash, Yi Luli noticed that the opponent was still facing him using only the sword's sheath. Therefore, he questioned her about why she refused to unsheath her true weapon. Not receiving an answer, the competitor pressed with his spinning dagger attack, which was blocked by the warrior. Thus, the intense exchange of blows continued, with their energies colliding with each parry. Even wielding two weapons, the young man was pushed back by her strength with each block. Meanwhile, the assassin recognized the incredible speed of the attacks delivered by the twin swords. Then Yi Luli jumped with a circular attack, but the rival dodged with a leap backward. Next, the fighter activated her Thunder Clone technique, creating 5 exact copies of herself. Soon the clones surrounded the young man, leaving him with no escape route. Shortly after, all advanced in a simultaneous attack from multiple directions. After being hit by the first blows, the young man used his stealth ability to disappear. Reappearing amidst the chaos, he managed to eliminate one of the copies with a quick strike. Still, the remaining replicas continued to advance toward him without hesitation. Even under pressure, Yi Luli kept his focus, ready for the next onslaught. With a defensive spin, he managed to repel the attacks from the approaching copies. To counterattack, the competitor activated his own technique, creating a shadow clone. As soon as the duplicate appeared, he and his version attacked 2 of the enemy's copies simultaneously. The double assault was successful, destroying the first 2 replicas with coordinated strikes. Soon after, both turned to the remaining copies, which were forced to retreat. With one more combined attack, Yi Luli and his shadow eliminated the last Thunder clones. After the elimination, the warrior stared at the young man and his clone, who remained in a combat stance. In the audience, the leader of Daybreak was surprised by the young man's trick and asked Feng Ye about his chances now. However, even after the display of skill, Feng Ye stated that from what she saw, Yi Luli still had no chance of winning. In the arena, the assassin seemed finally ready to fight with all her power. With that, she unsheathed her sword, releasing a column of energy that stopped both Yi Luli in their tracks. In the face of the new weapon, both commented that the opponent had finally drawn her blade. The warrior then explained that she did not use it because it was too powerful, making the fights uninteresting. This statement put the young man on alert in the face of the impending power. Soon after, the mercenary unleashed a devastating pillar of energy with her sword. The attack was so overwhelming that it instantly disintegrated the shadow clone, while the real Yi Luli retreated to escape the impact. At that moment, she explained that her sword summoned thunder and lightning, and the attacks would only cease with the enemy's defeat. Caught in the storm of energy, the competitor realized he could not hold on much longer. Finally, he prepared for a desperate counterattack. In response, Yi Luli and his clone unleashed their most powerful techniques, forming an energy dragon that charged at the opponent. Meanwhile, she braced for the impact of the immense combined technique. Due to the shock, the energies collided with such force that the commentators celebrated the destructive level of the skill. In the audience, the leader of Daybreak was surprised, questioning how a duplicate could use such an advanced technique. Just after the smoke cleared, the young man warned his clone to be careful, as the return of the previous attack seemed strange. Suddenly, an energy blade pierced the chest of the copy from behind. Surprised, the clone turned around and saw Lei Dao reappear, delivering the fatal blow. At that moment, a system window revealed the competitor's passive ability, which saved him from lethal damage in exchange for a long cooldown. With the passive activated, the real Yi Luli reappeared at a safe distance, while his duplicate disintegrated. Recognizing the warrior's strength, he heard her admit that the combo had almost defeated her, although she lamented the situation. Even so, the combatant declared that the fight was futile for him now, as the arena's sky filled with thunder and her copies reappeared at her side. Suddenly, a bird flying over the battlefield was caught in the middle of the storm. Soon after, the bird let out a sharp chirp before being completely disintegrated by a lightning bolt. Meanwhile, the energy storm continued to fall relentlessly over the arena. From the commentary table, Wade explained that Lei Dao was using his technique to bombard Yi Luli non-stop. Because of this, the young man was desperately running around the arena, dodging the continuous lightning strikes. Even while managing to evade, the attacks surrounded him from all sides, coming from her and her copies. After sliding to reposition himself, he questioned whether her weapon had any cooldown at all. In the audience, Ah Fi indignantly complained that this was cheating, while Hua Jiao deduced that the weapon was of an unseen level. Then Feng Ye concluded that, although his brother was holding up well, this was the end of the line for him. At that moment, the system screen revealed that Lei Dao's weapon was a thunder blade, an item of mythical grade. In shock, Yi Luli stated that it was impossible, but his opponent confirmed that this equipment should not exist at the current stage of the game. She then revealed that the item came from the closed beta, and he immediately realized that she was a beta player. With that, the young man asked her if she knew someone named Han Yixio, revealing that he was her brother. Lei Dao agreed to share information but imposed a condition. His condition was simple: he would need to defeat her first. Then the warrior taunted him, stating that, being Han Yixio's brother, his true strength should be greater than what he was showing. With his eyes fixed on her, Yi Luli accepted the deal without hesitation. With the agreement sealed, he quickly advanced through the arena. Soon after, he began to dodge the relentless storm of lightning unleashed by his opponent and her copies. Yi Luli then jumped over the lightning to attack the clones directly. Next, he spun in the air and delivered a circular attack with his blades against all targets. Even after the charge, he was forced to defend against counterattacks from two copies at the same time. In response, the clones activated the thunder explosion ability of the sword. Thus, pillars of energy collided, generating a devastating explosion at the center of the arena. Even amidst the chaos, the young man continued to fight, blocking the blows from the duplicates. However, one of the clones managed to land a direct hit on his back. Seizing the opening, he reacted quickly and finished off one of the copies with his sword. After the impact, one duplicate disintegrated, leaving Yi Luli standing between the two remaining ones. Then the three took a brief breath before charging at each other once more. The new exchange of blows resulted in yet another gigantic explosion in the arena. After the impact, Yi Luli was left breathless, while the real Lei Dao and her clone observed him. She then stated that, in his current state, he would not be able to obtain information about his brother. Even exhausted, the fighter rose again and declared that the fight was not over yet. He then summoned a shadow clone that advanced, while the original attempted to attack her from behind. Lei Dao then deduced that the duplicate was merely the bait, while the main attack would come from the original body. Confident that she had unraveled the tactic, she prepared for the approaching strike. However, the Yi Luli that appeared behind her questioned who had told her he was the real one. At that moment, a system window explained the clone's ability to swap positions with its master. With the swap completed, the clone behind her activated the rupture blade technique. The ability created a vortex of energy that trapped both of them, and the commentators speculated about a trap. Inside the barrier, Lei Dao questioned whether he intended to take her with him, but was soon surprised by something unexpected. The real Yi Luli revealed a new transformation. Before her trapped opponent, he activated the Azure mode, unleashing an immense demonic aura. Trapped in the energy vortex, Lei Dao's mask began to crack under the pressure. Then the sight of that aura triggered a distant memory in her mind. Soon after, the scene shifted to 2 years earlier during the closed beta, with the leader of Daybreak searching for her amidst a battlefield. Upon finding her, he asked how she was, and the young woman replied that she was fine and wanted to know about the others. With a heavy look, the companion revealed that all the other team members had been defeated. Before them, a massive mythical-grade mechanical boss loomed, and the leader commented on the importance of defeating it. He then stated that he was at his limit and handed her an item, entrusting her with the rest of the mission. At that moment, a system window revealed that the object was a code container capable of bringing a weapon from the beta into the official game. Shortly after, the boss began to move, preparing for a massive attack. From the center of its chest, an energy sphere began to form. Then, the monster fired a devastating beam of pure energy towards the two. The leader of Daybreak shouted that he could only block that attack and that the rest would depend on her. With that, he activated all his defensive abilities and raised a shield to contain the impact. With the path clear, the warrior ordered her to advance. Thus, Lei Dao ran towards the boss, ready for the final attack. Using her Thunder Clone technique, the young woman and her copies began to dismantle the mechanical giant piece by piece. She then summoned the Black Death Sword, a new blade intended for the final strike. With a single attack, the energy of the weapon sliced through the Colossus in a devastating impact. After the monster's destruction, the warrior declared that it was finally over, as her weapon disintegrated into fragments. However, the upper part of the boss began to leak energy and fell back into the arena, still functional. The unexpected turn of events immediately put her on high alert. At that moment, the mechanical giant revealed its own transformation, emerging in new armor. Shortly after, it introduced itself as Helmod, the Thunder, declaring that this was its true form. Meanwhile, Lei Dao questioned the existence of a second phase, but the opponent ordered her to tremble before his power. Then, the enemy invoked a punishment of thunder, bombarding the entire area with lightning from the sky. Finally, the series of explosions completely destroyed the surrounding landscape. Helmut then declared that humans would be annihilated by his power. At that moment, Lei Dao realized that this force was on another level and that all the guild's efforts had been in vain. Faced with that overwhelming presence, she could only lament being powerless once again. Soon after, Helmut prepared a final attack to eliminate her once and for all. Suddenly, a new figure appeared on a cliff, and the enemy demanded to know who dared to challenge him. Unfazed, the Colossus fired a powerful thunder explosion towards the newcomer. The man, Han Yixeo, countered, stating that Helmut was the one who attacked first. With a single finger, he launched an energy sphere that collided head-on with the enemy's attack. The outsider's technique pierced through the torrent of thunder with overwhelming force. Then, the dark sphere advanced and completely consumed Helmut's power. Surprised, the boss recognized the energy, deducing that the aggressor was Wu Yu. Han Yixeo told him to shut up, while Helmut refused to accept defeat. With a focused look, the newcomer prepared his next move. He then activated his Azura mode, and a column of dark energy engulfed the giant, who screamed as he was defeated. After the battle, a single mythical-grade weapon fell to the destroyed ground. Lei Dao, who was watching from a distance, began to approach the item. Han Yixeo turned when he saw her pick up the sword, immediately recognizing its power. He then stated that the blade was hers as he was just passing through and introduced himself formally. As he walked away, the young woman wondered why he wouldn't try to kill her to steal the equipment. With that, she called out to him and promised that one day she would repay the debt for that weapon. Back in the arena in the present, the energy vortex reached its climax as the spectators awaited the outcome. As the energy dissipated, Yi Luli was standing over his opponent, and the commentators declared him the great winner. The crowd erupted in applause, shouting his name throughout the arena. After the celebration, the warrior approached Lei Dao and reminded her of the promise, asking for information about his older brother. She remained silent, watching the victor of the match. Then Yi Luli insisted, asking again if she could give him information about his older brother. The question brought to mind her encounter with Han Yixeo, which emerged as a ghostly image in her memory. With that, Lei Dao closed her eyes, reliving the conversation they had that day. In the memory, the young man insisted that she didn't need to thank him, but she refused, stating that she needed to repay the debt. He suggested that she return the equipment, but the young woman refused, explaining that the item was very important to her guild. Faced with a lack of alternatives, Han Yixeo asked what she wanted to be done to resolve the impasse. Thus, Lei Dao proposed that her guild serve as his escort until the value of the mythical equipment was paid off. During the conversation, he suddenly shouted for her to look behind her. When she turned around, she saw only a chicken chasing a worm. Taking advantage of the distraction, the man fled at high speed. Two birds on a branch observed the scene, with one asking him to stop running. After that encounter, The seasons passed as they both traveled and fought side by side. Amid a winter landscape, they were seen running together, ready for battle. Soon after, they faced a giant furry beast in a coordinated attack. After defeating the monster, the young man celebrated the victory with a thumbs up. In another battle memory, he warned her to be careful of the monster's tail that was approaching. Then he pushed her to a safe spot and took the impact of the blow, shouting his nickname. Furious at the attack, he prepared a powerful energy sphere against the creature. He then unleashed his technique, the finger that engulfs the heavens, hitting the monster squarely. After the creature's defeat, he remained standing on the snowy battlefield. Running to Lei Dao, he called out to her and asked if she was okay. While helping her up, he scolded her for taking risks and returned the broken mask. With the object in hand, she thanked him and hesitantly asked how her face looked. He then commented that he had never noticed how beautiful she was. She asked him not to comfort her, revealing that she also had a scar on her face in real life. With a smile, he stated that the scar made her even cooler and that she didn't need to wear the mask. With that, she agreed to stop wearing the mask whenever she was with him. Back in the arena, she touched her own mask, still immersed in the memory. Then, she finally revealed that she had been in the same group as Han Yixio, describing him as the best player among the beta testers. Curious, Yi Luli asked when was the last time she saw him and what her plans were. The scene shifted to a memory of the last time they met, sitting around a campfire. At that moment, he informed her that he would need to leave for a while. He then explained that something had gone wrong in the game and that he needed to close a door that should not have been opened. Lei Dao offered to accompany him. However, he refused, stating that he was the only one who could go to that place. To reassure her, he promised to return soon and invited her to eat together in real life. The mention of a meeting outside the game surprised her. He continued, saying that he wanted to introduce her to his two younger brothers. Back in the present, Lei Dao concluded the story, revealing that she had not heard from him since he left. Yi Luli then began to connect the dots, deducing that the door mentioned by his brother and the infernal purgatory were the same place. He asked if the location had been revealed, and after the negative response, he thanked her for the information. Suddenly, she remembered something he murmured. If the door could not be closed, it would be everywhere at once. While reflecting on the meaning of the phrase, an official announcement congratulated the winner. The commentators listed their rewards, including the right to choose the members of the princess's rescue team. As the official announcer invited the audience to the award ceremony, King Tapini Jin coughed up blood in his chambers, watching everything on a large screen. Soon after, he urgently ordered that Yi Luli be brought to him immediately, as there was no more time. Then, the newly formed group was guided through the Grand Castle of Heaven in the Kingdom of Tapini. A guard led them down the stairs, indicating that the royal palace was just ahead. Upon reaching the doors, he explained that he was not permitted to enter and bid farewell to the team. He then left them in the care of Zelfa and Zelwu, the butlers responsible for receiving the king's guests. Thus, the grand doors of the palace opened, revealing a magnificent hall. The butlers welcomed them to the Boyon Hall, a place designated for banquets and receptions of the kingdom. While little Chili admired the golden ornaments, Ah Fi made an ironic comment about the wealth of the place. Soon after, the butlers announced that, by royal order, each team member could choose one item from the treasure. The group then prepared to head towards a secret passage in the basement. When they encountered a spiral staircase that descended deeply into the darkness, Hua Jiao reassured her sister, who was apprehensive about the height. Meanwhile, Ah Fei commented on the king's display of power, estimating that they could only take 4 treasures in total. Suddenly, he stopped talking upon spotting the end of the path. When they reached their destination, the butlers opened the vault doors, announcing that they had arrived. Before them, a mountain of gold and artifacts stretched out, leaving the entire team paralyzed at the entrance. As soon as they spotted the treasure, Ah Fi and little Chili ran wildly towards the mountain of gold. While the two celebrated, the butler Zhao Wu reminded them that each could only take one single item. Hua Jiao then offered her share to Yi Luli, but he advised her to choose something that would cover her own weaknesses. At that moment, the butlers informed that the king was waiting for him at the deepest level of the palace, asking him to go first and return to collect his treasure later. Alone, Yi Luli returned to the top of the immense spiral staircase. Instead of descending the steps, he simply jumped into the abyss. With that, he landed with a powerful impact in a large flooded room. On the other side of the hall, King Tapini Jin awaited him on his throne, and Yi Luli asked why he had been summoned. With a weak appearance, the monarch merely confirmed that the warrior had finally arrived. He then invited Yi Luli to sit on an empty throne across the water. Then he questioned whether Yi Luli was confused about his weakened condition or about the urgency of the meeting. Already seated, Yi Luli asked why the king organized a tournament instead of sending all his warriors to save the princess. Between coughs, the king praised the warrior's intelligence, acknowledging that he was indeed very clever. Suddenly, a metal shackle closed around Yi Luli's wrist, binding him firmly to the throne. Then King Tapini Jin revealed that, to begin with, there had never been a princess rescue drama. He then explained that the sole purpose of the competition was to identify the best physical vessel for himself. With that, a blue energy erupted from his body as he began to transform. His body cracked and expanded, declaring that he would use the warrior's flesh to reclaim his youth and rewrite his legend. Bound to the throne, Yi Luli merely grunted as he tried to free himself from the chains that held him. The monarch advised him to stop struggling, explaining that the locks were made of the same material as the arena and that he was an excellent vessel. Soon after, he shot a red beam of energy from his eyes, initiating the process of possessing the warrior's body. Meanwhile, back at the treasure, Ah Fei and the sisters were still choosing their items, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, Hua Jiao's expression changed as she realized something was wrong. She turned and shouted to the butlers, questioning why they were locking the vault doors. With a sinister smile, butler Zhel Wu rhetorically repeated the question. Then Zelfa completed the answer, stating that the reason was quite obvious. Surrounded by auras of energy, they revealed that the true objective was to send them to their deaths. Soon, the treasures around them floated and merged to form two immense guards in golden armor. The group watched in shock as the equipment was absorbed, but Ah Fei decided they should fight first and think later. Without hesitation, the three charged together to attack the two giant guards. One of the golden guards prepared his sword to unleash a wind explosion technique. With that, a circular wave of energy swept through the entire room, hitting the group with full force. The area attack violently threw the three players against the floor of the treasure room. The guards mocked the group, saying that attack contained half the power of the treasure and that they shouldn't have survived. Wounded, Hua Jiao commented that their lives were almost depleted with a single blow, comparing the fight to a mission for 50 players. Soon after, she realized that if their situation was difficult, the danger for Yi Luli must be even greater. At the same time, he continued to scream as the king tried to take his body by force. Inside Yi Luli's mind, the king's voice questioned whether emperors sought immortality merely for pleasure. He then asked if the pursuit was motivated by power and authority, or if, in the end, it all boiled down to the simple fear of one's own death. Then King Tapini Jin declared that these reasons stemmed from greed, while his own desire was the will of the heavens. In his memory, the world he was born into was merely a chaotic place, where everyone was prey waiting for slaughter. Everywhere, monsters devour humans in villages that burned incessantly. Even the mountains and rivers became deadly traps for the survivors. In the end, the despair was so great that even humans began to devour one another. It was in this scenario that, according to him, the heavens could no longer bear it and chose him while he was still a slave. In his memories, he saw one of the overseers kill another slave with a single brutal punch. Soon after, the same overseer confronted him directly, pointing with a threatening air. Before his eyes, he stepped on a prisoner to demonstrate his power, but the young man merely stared back at him with determination. With a scream of fury, Tapini Jin finally rebelled and used a large stone to attack his oppressor. With this act, he led the rebellion and was hailed by the freed as the one chosen to overturn the world. From then on, he led his followers in countless battles to build his kingdom. Amidst war cries and much blood, he continued to fight to unify the lands. After countless conflicts, he rose victorious, declaring that he had finally quelled the war and chaos. Shortly thereafter, he led his armies to eradicate the demons that still plagued the world. With peace restored, he transformed the devastated lands into fertile fields to feed his people. Thus, he built his own kingdom, a strong and prosperous nation that floated in the skies. His lineage began to be passed down, ensuring an heir to the throne. But as the years went by, old age arrived and the monarch began to fall ill. It was then that his doctors informed him that, despite all his achievements, he was dying. The news left him completely shocked and furious, refusing to accept that fate. In despair, he declared that the world could not exist without him and that he would not allow his own death. Then he shouted to the heavens, questioning why they would abandon him now after having chosen him. Before a mysterious portal, he swore that he would not die and that he was willing to pay any price. According to him, the heavens heard his voice, and a new entity responded to his call. The scene shifted to his daughter, the princess, who watched him horrified amidst the chaos, asking if he had gone mad. With a sinister look, the king merely replied that he had never been more rational in his entire life. As the princess's body burned, he said that she should accept the honor of becoming his food for a greater good. Back in the present, he turned to the throne and declared that Yi Luli was the final step for his ascension. The red energy continued to pour from Yi Luli's eyes and mouth as he screamed during the process. Suddenly, King Tapini Jin punched the throne, shattering it into pieces upon finding it completely empty. Confused, he looked at his own fist, trying to understand what had happened to his prey. Then, upon hearing a voice calling him from above, he discovered that the real Yululi was on a balcony, and that the previous target was merely a clone. From his elevated position, the young man accused him of being hypocritical and as greedy as the men he himself criticized. The monarch responded with disdain, asserting that the ignorant could never comprehend his greatness. He then ordered the two at the top to descend immediately, as their task was complete. The golden guards then leaped from the upper floors, descending toward the flooded room. With a powerful landing, they presented themselves before their master, announcing that they had arrived. From above, Yululi recognized the voices of the stewards and began to understand the situation. One of the guards confirmed his suspicion, revealing that his 3 companions had already been eliminated. Surrounded by an aura, he leaped into the attack while the guards mocked him, saying he was asking to die. The king prepared for battle, while the guards declared his staff and sword, ready to conquer in all directions. Then, the guards transformed and merged with the monarch, who took on the form of Tapini Gold and declared that killing the warrior would be easier than crushing an ant. Then, the game over screen appeared for the other team members, informing them that their characters had died. Back in the real world, Hua Jiao and Little Chili questioned how the NPCs had become bosses, wondering if they had activated a hidden mission. Next, Hua Jiao reassessed the strength of the enemies as being from a dungeon meant for 100 players, lamenting that Yululi had been left behind alone. While they waited the 30 minutes to revive, they decided to prepare for an all-nighter gaming session. Meanwhile, a strong electrical storm was forming over the city in the real world. In his apartment, Ah Fei looked out the window, noticing that the rain was about to intensify. Soon after, he extinguished his cigarette, frustrated for not being able to help his brother once again. Determined to return, he sat in his gaming chair, promising to get back to Yuli's side as quickly as possible. Back in the flooded room, the warrior ran over the water to attack the transformed king. In an instant, he charged directly at Tapini Gold's body. The tip of his sword aimed precisely at the opponent's eye. However, the monarch blocked the attack at the last second with the hilt of his weapon. Immediately after, Yululi appeared behind the enemy and stabbed him without hesitation. In response, Tapini Gold unleashed a spinning counterattack with his explosive blade. Even hit, he turned around with only minor injuries and disdainfully asked if that was all. With that, he released a storm of blades that spread throughout the room. The warrior merely watched as the energy particles completely surrounded him. Soon after, a massive explosion shook the hall, cracking the walls with the impact. The king then explained that he did not direct the blow to avoid damaging his future vessel, ordering him to accept his fate. He then mocked the warrior, questioning how someone with little experience could compete with a king forged in a sea of blood. Realizing the enormous difference in power, Yululi decided he needed to keep moving to survive. So he ran over the water while the monarch called him a stubborn insect. With a swift movement, he activated a stealth skill to increase his speed. Using the walls for support, he jumped back and forth at high speed. After landing on a balcony, he used an item to strengthen himself, knowing he needed to fight guerrilla style until reinforcements arrived. Seeing the strategy, the king asked with a smile if he wanted to play cat and mouse. Soon after, he declared that he was not a cat, but a tiger, as a new energy enveloped him. With that, Tapini Gold unleashed a telekinetic storm, activating a gravity control over the entire area. Caught by the ability, Yululi was crushed by the pressure, screaming about the intense weight hitting him. Then the force of gravity began to drag him violently toward the floor of the room. With a victorious smile, the king declared that he had finally captured his prey. However, Yululi activated a shadow clone and split into 2 at the last moment. The 2 clones attacked Tapini Gold simultaneously from both sides. With a quick movement, the monarch used his weapons to create a barrier, defending himself from the blows. While blocking, he commented that the technique was interesting and that he would use it after taking the warrior's body. Soon after, he pushed one of the clones away with a single powerful strike of his sword. Taking advantage of the distraction, the real Yululi found an opening and advanced to attack. But before he could hit him, the king caught the blade with his own hands, stopping the blow completely. With the weapons floating beside him, Tapini Gold revealed that Yululi had never faced a one-on-one fight. Then he reactivated the gravity control, violently sinking the warrior into the depths of the water. Submerged, Yululi realized he was facing 3 bosses at the same time, and decided it was time to fight with everything he had. On the surface, the weapons conversed with each other, while the monarch watched the water, waiting for the outcome. Suddenly, something shot out of the water, hitting the distracted king. Wounded, Tapini Gold admitted that his future vessel continued to surprise him more and more. Yululi then emerged from the water, now transformed into a new dark form and ready for the next phase of the combat. Furthermore, the screen revealed that his transformation came from the Phantom God Earring, a mythical item that allowed for a race change. With that, he activated the Fishman race form, facing the king in a new way. Then Tapini Gold attacked with fury, but the warrior dove into the water and easily dodged the blow. The transformation granted him passive talents, doubling his movement speed in the aquatic environment. While the monarch searched in vain, he shouted for the opponent to reveal himself, unable to find him. Then the fighter began to move at high speed, forcing the enemy to admit that he was too fast. He circled the opponent with unpredictable movements, appearing and disappearing before he could be seen. Soon after, he appeared behind the king, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The sovereign tried to retaliate with a sword attack, but the warrior jumped into the air to escape. Floating above, he merely observed the opponent with a focused gaze. Then he activated the Pigman race, gaining attack and regeneration bonuses in exchange for intelligence. Using the explosion blade ability, he dove toward the king with full force. The attack collided directly with Tapini Gold's arm, who managed to block the blow at the last moment. Even so, while the weapon screamed in despair, he remained alert, not backing down. The blades offered treatment, and the monarch praised him, stating that the vessel pleased him greatly. Soon he declared that he was a new sheath sent from the heavens to house the incomparable sword he represented. Then the king challenged him to show if there were any hidden abilities he could use. Realizing that the previous attack was ineffective, the warrior decided to bet everything on his most powerful technique. Thus, he invoked the hidden dragon in the abyss technique, manifesting an immense energy creature that the monarch recognized immediately. The sovereign commented that the visual effects looked good on television, and that now he would have the chance to see the true power of that strike. The energy creature advanced with its mouth open, ready to devour the king. The impact hit Tapini Gold squarely, throwing him back for a moment. In response, he unleashed a storm of blades that sliced through the sky, splitting the energy dragon in half. Even after the confrontation, the monarch merely laughed disdainfully, mocking the lack of power in the attack. Suddenly, his expression changed as he realized something was wrong. Then he discovered that the attack was merely a distraction as the true warrior advanced from his side, revealing that the previous summoner was a clone. With his guard down, the combatant summoned his own hidden dragon in the abyss, launching it at the unsuspecting enemy. The final attack collided with Tapini Gold, causing a devastating explosion that destroyed part of the hall. After the dust settled, he stood amidst the rubble, catching his breath after the attack. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, an intense red light began to shine where the king had been. Protected by an energy shield, Tapini Gold emerged from the debris, admitting that the power of the technique was not so bad. While wiping the blood from his mouth, he acknowledged that the opponent's cunning was even more impressive than his strength. Before the warrior, the monarch declared that time was almost up and that the game would end there. He merely watched in silence, realizing that his previous attack had weakened the enemy. Then Tapini Gold began to gather a new wave of energy for a final attack. Soon after, he unleashed his telekinetic storm once again to control the gravity of the hall. The water around the combatant began to rise, forming a sphere to trap him in the air. In seconds, the sphere closed completely, suspending the warrior in the center of the room. Then large stone pillars pierced through the water prison, creating an impenetrable barrier. From afar, the king warned that there was no way to escape that trap. Then Tapini Gold ordered him to accept his baptism and dedicate his life to the great journey he proposed. With a sinister smile, he corrected himself and asked if he should actually call him Player Yululi. The revelation left the combatant completely paralyzed, questioning what the monarch had just said. Trapped in the sphere, he questioned the king in shock, while the latter repeated that he was a player. Then, the monarch explained with a smile that the heavens had already revealed to him the secret of that world. With disdain, he commented that the title player was extremely arrogant. He continued, revealing that the heavens showed him that the world was merely a tool to entertain the players. At first, he thought it was a metaphor until his intelligence was enhanced by that entity. With that, Tapini Jin realized the cruel truth. He was merely a pawn, a set of dice with false memories. Even so, he shouted that he would not accept that fate, as he was chosen by the heavens to subvert the system. Soon after, he declared that the players were invaders, and that he would expel them to ensure the future of his people. Still in the sphere, he processed the information, concluding that the king was an NPC who had become self-aware. Then, the monarch questioned him about what would happen to his soul after he took on a player's body. With time running out, he asked one last question, wanting to know if he knew someone named Han Yixiao. Tapini Jin seemed to think for a moment, admitting that the name sounded very familiar to him. Without giving any more answers, he ordered him to ask his questions in hell and moved in for the final blow. At that exact moment, the warrior's eyes shone as he initiated a new transformation. With a swift movement, he transformed into a creature resembling a lion man and blocked the king's attack. Realizing the blow, the monarch shouted furiously upon discovering that, once again, he had attacked only a clone. Meanwhile, the real fighter reappeared safely on a balcony, relieved to have positioned a clone there earlier. He then calculated that the transformation had a cooldown time of 30 minutes, knowing he couldn't be caught again. With that, he transformed into a lizard man to scale the walls of the hall with more speed and camouflage. Irritated by the dishonesty, the monarch decided he would first break the arms and legs of his new vessel. He then used his powers to raise columns of water from the ground, trying to reach the opponent who was climbing. Soon after, Tapini Gold's staff shone brightly, preparing a new type of attack. Using elemental control, he froze all the water in the environment, turning it into pillars of ice. As he tried to continue climbing, the warrior realized that his escape route was completely sealed by ice. Then, the king warned with a sinister smile that this was not all. With that, he summoned a rain of ice shards, causing dozens of spikes to fall from the ceiling. He struggled to dodge the projectiles while still being trapped against the frozen wall. Due to the temperature, he began to feel his body stiffening from the intense cold. The lizard man form left him vulnerable, as his body temperature was directly affected by the environment. Unable to move quickly enough, he was struck directly by a massive ice shard. The monarch confidently declared that he could not escape his reach. With the impact, he fell from the wall and crashed violently against the frozen ground. Immediately, ice spikes impaled him, pinning him firmly in place. Then the king approached and challenged him to keep running, mocking his situation. Trapped and injured, he realized there were no more methods to escape. With that, Tapini Gold prepared to finally initiate the process of taking over his body. A red energy began to flow from the monarch towards him, while he merely observed the impending attack. Suddenly, the king interrupted the process upon feeling a small ice shard hit his face. Looking up, he saw the large ice sphere in the ceiling begin to crack. Soon after, a massive explosion of fire erupted from the sphere, completely destroying it. From the smoke, Ah Fi, Hua Jiao, and Little Chili emerged, descending towards the battlefield. As she fell, Hua Jiao prepared her fist charged with powerful energy for an imminent attack. She then struck the ground with a stomp that shook the structure, creating a shockwave that shattered the ice. The trio regrouped, announcing to the warrior that they had finally arrived to help. The monarch stood amidst the dust and debris, watching the trio's arrival. His weapons then questioned how they could be there, as they had confirmed the warrior's death in the previous explosion. With that, the king understood that this was the intriguing ability of the player race, planning to master the technique to create more vessels. Meanwhile, Ah Fei alerted about the face on the enemy's chest, and Hua Jiao explained that it was used for the body-stealing ability. Soon after, Ah Fi decided to focus on freeing his brother, while Little Chili offered to help melt the ice shards. Seeing the movement, the monarch ordered his floating weapons to get rid of those troublesome insects. The staff-shaped weapon charged furiously at the group, promising to crush them for having embarrassed it before the king. Ah Fi and Little Chili then prepared a barrage of fire comets to intercept the attack. To defend itself, the staff creature conjured a gravity barrier that blocked all projectiles. Soon after, it mocked their magic and fired a single concentrated energy beam back. Seeing the counterattack, the duo decided to join forces for a new technique. With that, they activated a fusion ability, creating a powerful dance of fire tornadoes. The immense flame attack engulfed the staff creature, which was hit directly by the explosion. Amidst the smoke, it complained that their abilities had melted the ice, creating a fog that hindered its vision. Suddenly, a series of small explosions began to occur everywhere within the cloud of steam. Meanwhile, Hua Jiao was blocking the rapid strikes of the sword-shaped weapon. Soon, she activated her technique that shook mountains, conjuring 6 energy fists around her. With that, the fists flew at high speed, surrounding the sword creature for a coordinated attack. The sword creature then arrogantly challenged her, refusing to be suppressed by an ant. Hua Jiao simply responded with a defiant look, making it clear that the opponent could keep dreaming. She then fired 6 energy cannons from her floating fists, aiming directly at the enemy. Hit squarely, the sword beam was thrown back, cursing and admitting that the opponent was surprisingly strong. The weapon then retreated close to the monarch, but he silenced it with a gesture before it could speak. With patience running thin, Tapini Gold declared that he would not let anyone waste his time. Hua Jiao immediately reacted to the powerful aura emanating from the king. He then unleashed a burst of wind from his sword, creating a massive area attack. Seeing the danger, the warriors group shouted a warning, recognizing that it was the same move as before. Suddenly, a new group of warriors appeared on the battlefield, announcing that the Daybreak Guild had arrived to help. The squad leader advanced with his shield raised, preparing to block the impending attack. With a perfect block, the shield not only stopped the wave of energy, but also deflected it into the skies. With the recoil from his own attack, the monarch grunted, feeling the impact of the defense for the first time. Ah Fi then explained that as soon as they returned, they looked for reinforcements and, by luck, found the Daybreak Guild nearby. The Daybreak leader proposed to split the reward equally, and despite Ah Fei's complaints, Yi Luli accepted the deal. With a wild smile, Fengya declared that he would go ahead to start the fight as usual. He then charged forward, eager to experience the power of the boss that even Yi Luli could not defeat. Soon after, the guild leader distributed attack orders to his team, who confirmed the plan. Fengya sped across the water, aiming directly at the king. The monarch blocked the rapid sequence of strikes with his sword, showing no signs of difficulty. Even with the defense, Fengya managed to make a small cut on the opponent's chest. Right after, he dodged with a clone, praising the king for being a lively opponent. Meanwhile, the other two guild members advanced from the flanks for a coordinated attack. To defend against the siege, the monarch released a gravity pulse that repelled the three attackers at once. From a distance, the archer shot a precise arrow that struck the king's staff, disarming him. With a cunning smile, he confirmed that he had successfully disarmed the opponent. At the same time, the group's summoner used roots to bind the monarch's movements, leaving him immobilized. With the king paralyzed, Fengya seized the opportunity and advanced with his Wolf Storm technique. At the same time, the squad's assassin unleashed a thunder explosion, and the two energy attacks surged together toward him. Even trapped and unarmed, the monarch simply stared at the two powerful attacks converging toward him, ready for the impact. With that, the two techniques merged into a vortex of destructive energy that engulfed the monarch. Through the smoke, the two warriors plunged their weapons into the king's body, declaring his death. The assassin then realized that something was wrong and shouted for Fengya to get away immediately. Suddenly, the monarch grabbed both by the arms and lifted them into the air, declaring that the fight was over. With his overwhelming strength, he broke the warrior's arms with his bare hands. Then he violently hurled them away with a single spinning motion. Seeing the opening, the archer shot an invisible arrow toward the enemy's back. Without even turning around, the king caught the projectile in midair and threw it back at the archer. The arrow returned with full force and struck him, pinning him against the wall of the hall. He then walked toward the summoner and stepped on her summons, completely destroying them. Terrified, the summoner backed away, pleading for him not to come any closer. In the last moment, the squad leader blocked the monarch's punch with his shield, shouting for the team to back off. The king then mocked the defense and began to unleash a series of brutal punches against the shield. Even under attack, the leader declared that his purpose was to protect his companions and that the monarch would face more than just his defense. With a determined look, he asserted that he would also face the king's sharp sword. Soon after, he transformed into his daybreak battle form, releasing an immense dark aura. The two then collided in a fierce exchange of blows that shook the hall. The impact of the fight generated a wave of energy that forced them to retreat for a moment. As the battle continued, the warriors' team prepared to join the fight and offer support. With that, they rushed to help the injured members of the Daybreak Guild, offering potions and assistance. Even with the attack, the monarch remained standing, much to the surprise of the Daybreak leader. Without hesitation, the leader charged once more, unleashing a powerful Daybreak slash against the enemy. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yi Lulai emerged from behind the king for a surprise attack. The warrior then drove his blade into the monarch's back, landing a precise strike. Wounded, the king turned and declared that his patience with Yi Luli had finally reached its limit. Faced with the threat, all the players united and surrounded the monarch for a coordinated final attack. At that moment, the king's weapons floated back into his hands, responding to his call. An immense explosion of multicolored energy then enveloped the floating palace, which began to disintegrate. Below in the city, the guards saw the destruction in the sky and rushed to gather amid the citizens' panic. After the explosion, the players watched the smoke, hoping they had finally defeated the enemy. Amid the dust, Tapini Jin emerged from the rubble, supported by his two butlers, who questioned him with concern. Even coughing, he assured them he was fine and praised their good work for protecting him. Suddenly, he dismissed the butlers, explaining that despite their loyalty, they were too weak. The players watched in shock as they realized the combined attack had been absorbed, and shouted to finish him off now. With a new energy flowing through his body, the king declared that he would make all the usurpers pay, even if it cost him his vessel. With that, he unleashed an explosion of red and blue energy that destroyed the ground around him. The shockwave from the explosion spread throughout the city, causing a great tremor. Soon after, the ground of the city opened up in huge fissures, causing the citizens to run in panic. From a distance, Huade and his assistant watched the scene in horror, not understanding what was happening. Before their eyes, the floating palace was completely destroyed, falling in flames from the sky. After the dust settled, the monarch was the only one standing amid the rubble, surrounded by the remnants of the battlefield. Even severely injured, the warrior managed to rise from the debris, being the only survivor. The king then laughed upon seeing him standing, declaring that it was his destiny to become his new vessel. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before the warrior, activating his tome of random conquests. With that, the system screen activated a new achievement, challenging him to defeat Tapini Jin alone. The two then faced each other amid the rubble, catching their breath for the final confrontation. The king questioned whether he still had any tricks up his sleeve, and Yi Luli confirmed he had one last resort. As the monarch watched him with admiration for his fighting spirit, the warrior activated Azura mode, unleashing immense red energy. Yi Luli charged in the blink of an eye, delivering a series of rapid and brutal strikes against the enemy. Even recognizing the increase in speed and strength, the king declared that it was not enough. Suddenly, Yi Luli landed a direct hit to the adversary's face and violently slammed him into the ground. Even at a disadvantage, the monarch managed to counterattack, throwing him away. Flying towards him, he delivered a blow that slammed him to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Still in the air, he clenched his fist and delivered another strike that Yi Luli easily blocked. The king then realized that the opponent's power continued to increase and that something was forming behind him. Behind the warrior, a manifestation of his fighting spirit emerged, while the screen explained that Azura mode prevented any defense or escape. The battle became a bloody exchange of blows, with both hitting each other without retreating. The monarch cursed Yi Luli as crazy and tried to push him away, but he kept advancing. With that, he unleashed one last devastating flurry of strikes that hit the king squarely. The final blow struck the monarch's face, who retaliated with a punch to the warrior's stomach. With that, they both stepped back, and the clash of their fists generated an explosion that destroyed the ground. Yi Luli charged once more, delivering a series of high-speed attacks in the air. However, the king managed to block one of the strikes at the last second, stopping the attack completely. Even injured, he commented that, despite having broken the opponent's ribs, he had only become more ferocious. With that, he prepared to unleash one last wave of energy, ready to end the fight. The energy released from the confrontation finally caused an explosion that completely destroyed the floating palace. Below in the city, Huade and his assistant saw that the teleporter was broken and speculated about a murderer. Soon after, the assistant spotted a warrior from the competition falling from the sky and ordered that they save him. Back in the ruins, the monarch realized there was no more time and decided to destroy the receptacle. With that, he leaped into the air and unleashed an explosion of red and blue energy, preparing to obliterate his opponent. The king then shot the explosion from his fists, launching a massive sphere of energy at the warrior. Even injured and exhausted, Yi Luli remained silent, staring down the impending attack. Suddenly, the energy sphere shattered into pieces, to the complete surprise of the monarch. With a victorious smile, the warrior revealed his final power, the Wrath of Azura. With his supreme ability, the manifestation of the Wrath of Azura advanced against the king, engulfing him completely. The attack then dissipated, leaving Tapini Jin defeated on the ground under a rain of energy. As the warrior approached, the monarch could only repeat in denial, unable to accept his defeat. In an act of desperation, he cried out to the heavens, pleading for the infernal purgatory to save his servant. Upon hearing that name, Yi Luli immediately recognized it, connecting the dots of his investigation. Soon after, a massive structure of dark data emerged in the sky, responding to the king's call. Meanwhile, the players on the ground observed the fallen guards and worried about the monarch's safety. Suddenly, Wade shouted at his assistant to help, but was shocked to notice the strange apparition in the sky. Together, they watched the immense structure of data consuming the sky, as if the end of the world was near. Inside the structure, the king celebrated triumphantly, convinced that he had been chosen by the heavens. In an instant, Yi Luli finished off the monarch, whose body fell while he merely felt the need to rest. Floating, the king's consciousness reflected on finding the goddess in purgatory and on the judgment of his life. Yi Luli then appeared alone amidst the destruction, facing the massive structure of data above. With determination, he leaped toward the portal, certain that he had finally found what he was looking for. He confirmed that this was the infernal purgatory, the place where his brother had disappeared. Suddenly, an invisible force completely paralyzed him in midair, preventing any movement. Even immobilized, he continued to gaze at the entrance to purgatory right in front of him. A mysterious sphere of energy appeared behind him, calling him by the name Zhan Yu while he remained motionless. The sphere then asked if he wished to enter purgatory to search for Han Yixio. It then revealed directly that he could stop searching as his brother was dead. The voice mocked his despair, stating that it would not allow the reunion, and initiated a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide the future. It declared that Yi Luli had lost the game and that the reunion did not matter, as the energy spheres began to cluster. Then, an imposing dark, winged figure materialized before him, warning that he would die soon. With a swift movement, the creature struck him in the chest with an energy blow, instantly piercing his body. In the real world, the bodies of Yi Luli and Na Fei convulsed in their capsules, while a danger alert appeared on his visor. With that, the system detected a critical increase in vital signs and attempted a forced ejection, which failed and caused a general error. Back in the game, the entity informed him that before dying, he would have to witness the opening ceremony. The creature then flew over a devastated landscape, revealing that this was the same ceremony his brother had failed to stop. In another part of the game, two players were calmly preparing to take a photo in a cherry blossom setting. Suddenly, the sky darkened, leaving them confused, as the ambient light had just been adjusted. Soon, they looked up and saw the same structure of data tearing through the sky in the distance. At the same time, a group of players in a desert also spotted the phenomenon and speculated whether it was a special event. In a frozen region, two adventurers near a campfire noticed the anomaly, sensing the smell of danger in the air. The game map filled with purple crosses as the structure of data projected out of the planet. Two worlds, one blue and the other red, aligned through a massive field of energy. Finally, the winged figure gave a single order to initiate synchronization. Immediately, beams of energy connected the two worlds, starting the fusion between them. Soon after, massive columns of energy descended from the heavens, striking the ground where a group of players was gathered. While some called for caution in retreating, others believed the phenomenon could mark the arrival of a legendary treasure. From within the light, a group of monstrous creatures emerged celebrating, as they had finally arrived in the players' world. With a smile, their leader gave a simple order for all the players to be eliminated. The winged entity then announced to everyone that the game would enter a new phase, activating the update Infernal Purgatory 2.0. At that very moment, Yi Luli's face vanished, while a system notification informed that her vital signs had disappeared.